what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. Just say yourself and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. Just say yourself. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart darkest night. Maybe I can give the ray of light. I think about you. You look so tired. Not so dramatic. Heavy like you're carrying. You should let them go if you wanna do. You wanna dream come true. Open your heart and show your other side. Your destiny. You say yourself and cry your life, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. Your destiny. You say you think about life, remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give the ray of light. Open your heart and show your other side. Your destiny. You say yourself and cry your life, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Take your destiny. Just say yourself and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Take your destiny. Just say what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is right. Wait, chat. Do I even have this right? Is it Saturday? No, it is Friday. God damn it! I'm so confused between here and the U.S. U.S. is usually a day behind, but not always. It's confusing. But yes, it is a Friday for you. The 29th of August, 2028. This is NCCTV coming to you live from the future, from 2568, the year to be specific. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, and all my jellyfish, all my forest creatures, and sea creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, wherever, whatever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. That's right, Eastern US is on Saturday. You are in the future with me if you're on the East Coast, which is a little counterintuitive until you realize the world is a giant globe that spins around and around and around, and that we are here for but a short time, including our dear leader Donald Trump, whose days may be numbered as we speak. He's definitely been talking about the afterlife a lot. I don't know, heaven or hell? Hell's not bad enough. They'll have to invent something new for Trump, right? They'll have to invent a brand new bardo for Donald Trump to wander forever. Wait, what is Saga, Roostervic? Wait, SAGA? Wait, what am I missing? I feel like I should know this game. Please no more Trump. I've had enough. I mean, there may be, you may get your I mean, not that you're wishing harm on the leader of the free world. The leader of the free world. Persona is a spinoff of, yeah, wait, what is Saga? What does that refer to? Like, what is the romancing saga? Wait, why is it called SAG? Why is the like S and the G capitalized? Isn't the afterlife the name of a bar in Cyberpunk 2077? Sounds about right. Romancing Saga by Square Enix. I haven't heard of this. Is this like it's like a cult classic or something? Or is this, am I just dumb and I don't know something that's super mainstream? Yeah, what would we do without Trump? I got my Cheech and Chongs and my Cracklin' Oat Bran. That's a good cereal mix. I had this roommate, and we always dreamed of opening up a special restaurant together, and the idea was going to be to open up right next to a bunch of bars. So in Seattle, this would be like Pioneer Square. Although I don't know. I guess I haven't been down there. I don't know what. Maybe Pioneer Square isn't what it used to be. But yeah, someplace with a whole bunch of bars, and the restaurant like only opens at, I don't know, 6 o'clock p.m. like, and it closes in the morning or something. And it's, yeah. It closes like, I don't know. It closes like 11 o'clock in the morning. All right. So 6 o'clock p.m. to 11 o'clock in the morning, the restaurant serves cereal. But like, you know, some really good cereal like you've never had before, like designer cereal, fancy cereal, and also all the toppings that you could imagine. Do you want bananas on your cereal? We got bananas. Do you want blueberries on your cereal? We've got blueberries, marshmallows. Not enough marshmallows in your cereal? You could put extra marshmallows. You could top your cereal off, right? We thought that the bar crowd would love this. Wait, is this from one of the on the 3DS? Wait, is that I think it's on Sega Saturn, right? Pioneer Square was my favorite level of The Last of Us 2. It's a real place. I mean, you probably know this. It's set in Last of Us 2 is set in the Puget Sound area, I guess is what you call the whole area. Saga games are like a less popular Squaresoft RPG franchise than Final Fantasy. Originally, portable games for the Game Boy. So wait, they started off as like what is the Game Boy Advance or the old Game Boy? Yay, old Game Boy. But yeah, so I covered the Taylor Lorenz story because it's interesting to me. I wasn't even sure how interesting the story would be to other people. But it turns out that this story has blown up. This story has blown the fuck up. Now we got the Majority Report talking about it. We got Destiny talking about it. Obviously, everybody implicated, or a lot of the people that are implicated in the Chorus scandal, in the dim dark money scandal, including Brian Tyler Cohen himself, are talking about this as well. Although you gotta wonder. I mean, like, I don't know. The pushback is kind of weird, right? It's very parasocial pushback. There's not really an argument being made, and the little bit of argument that there is fallacious, right? They're going off of the idea that, let me see if I've got this right. There's a man named Pierre Omidyar. Is that his name? Pierre Omidyar. And he donated to 1630, which is the group that Chorus gets its money from. That's the dark money group that that Chorus is funded through, right? He donated to 1630, so the source of the income for Chorus, back in 2020. And then Taylor Lorenz, so let me make sure I'm really clear about this timeline, right? In 2020, Pierre Omidyar did not have a journalism fund, a journalism grant, right? I'm a little bit Omidyar. How am I? I'm not pronouncing it right? I'm not saying it right. I should know how to say this name. He also is known for starting The Intercept with Glenn Greenwald. Yeah, and which is funny because Taylor actually appeared on the Glenn Greenwald show, and they are not friends. Taylor and Glenn Greenwald are actually old enemies, but they do agree, I guess, on this issue. It's a little questionable of a choice to go on somebody's like Glenn Greenwald's program when part of the accusations at Taylor Lorenz is that she's somehow part that I don't know, that the Chorus thing, what BTC and everybody are claiming is the Chorus thing represents the Democrats fighting fire with fire. If they're going to use dirty money, if they're going to use dark money, we should use dark money too. Right? As if it was some superpower. You know, as if a lack of transparency was some superpower. It was 42 or 52 million, I believe. So anyway, after the donation in 2020 to 1630, which, you know, as far as I know is a one-time donation, I haven't heard of any other donations, right? Maybe there are, like, correct me if I'm wrong. But after this happened, Omidyar set up a journalism, like, grant, right, that people could apply for. I think this was also with there's some public money involved in this too, right? Am I wrong about that? I think there's, like, I don't know how it works, but anyway, yeah, it's named after Omidyar. But it's not. This isn't. This is the guy gave money to 1630. All right. He's not 1630. The accusation, which is wild, was that Taylor Lorenz was receiving money from the same group that she was criticizing people for receiving money from. That would be crazy. That would not make sense. Chat, think about it this way. If you're Omidyar and you're funding Taylor Lorenz and you're funding Chorus, you got a pretty good deal going there, right? You've kind of effectively captured, this is going by the theory of the Chorus members that are weighing in and saying that why doesn't Taylor Lorenz want us to make money? But it wouldn't make sense, right? If you got Taylor Lorenz over here, you're supporting her, and then you got Chorus over here, you're supporting them through 1630, right? The accusation is that she is receiving money from 1630, and it's a weird, fucked up logic kind of thing that you'd only hear. This would only fly on the internet. This shit can only fly on the internet. I don't think if this was subjected to any kind of scrutiny, right? We're talking about like, I need to do like an MS Paint. I need to do an MS Paint of this, like to correctly draw this, right? But yeah, if it was 1630 that was funding both of them, then when one of them criticized the other, 1630 would be like, that's not effective. That's not a good use of our money. We will take money away. We will take money away from Taylor Lorenz, right? However, that's not what's happening. It's the guy that did a one-time contribution to 1630, which has got donors that are donating like literally like 55 million, 65 million. They've got some big donors, right? But yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't make sense. The logic is not state of play. Wait, what about the state of play? We need to do a state of play. I just need to be able to actually. I heard that Pirate Software invented explaining things on MS Paint. I thought it was Vosh. I thought Vosh invented MS Paint. All online debate devolves into other stuff. Yeah, I think a state of play is gonna be a premium stream of some kind, and I gotta put some work into that. Otherwise, it's just, a state of play about this topic. I mean, I don't know. The state of play is more of the idea is to talk about the space and the different content creators and such. But I don't know, like a Democratic Party state of play or something like that. Wait, you don't see Lindsey Graham talking shit about Grindr, do you? That's right. Destiny might have started it with his Venn diagram. Oh, Globitz, when you say Destiny's Venn diagram, are you talking about, like, what the fuck was that thing? Oh my god. Like, it was like his, it's his ethical CSAM argument, right? He's got like a Venn diagram. I don't even want to type it. It's too nasty. Yeah, it is nasty. He knows. Wait, Len knows where his bread is buttered? I mean, right now his bread is buttered by Peter Thiel, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong about that? He's working. His thing is Rumble, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is it always hot right when I start stream? I don't understand it. MS Paint never recovered from Destiny. From Molestiny fucking with the program, yeah. Ah, oh my god. Oh my god. Air in my face. It's so good. Chat, how loud is this? Is this super loud? You can't hear it? Not even when I talk? Isn't the magic of sweat the evaporation? It's a second chatter that basically silent. Nice, because I need this right now. Aw. I know if I turn it up, you will be able to hear it, so I'm not going to turn it up. I'm just going to enjoy the mild cooling effect as the sweat evaporates. Okay, wait. Destiny had a thought experiment, like, would you, oh wait, did I fuck something up already? I did. Oh no, it's just that whole thing with the, oh yeah, chat, I'm letting you know this. Alright, on a suggestion of a chatter yesterday, I am gonna try to do the super chat goal a little different. We'll see if it works, right? This super chat gives you the opportunity to put multiple butterflies in my hair. And it doesn't just work for teal super chats. It works for light blue super chats as well, right? So any super chat, I think, will drive the butterfly goal forward. And if we get 10 of them in the next 1 hour, I shortened the, okay, yeah, this is the deal. I shortened the time to 1 hour. So we can do multiple of these, and I lowered the threshold for what counts as a super chat. So that now I think it should work that anything counts as a super chat. Okay, let's see if I can make this work now. Crystal Saphira, thank you for the super sticker and the cool, yeah, the cool, wait. What is this pair doing? Is this cool like temperature, or is this cool like is the pair just awesome? I can't tell. It almost looks like the pair might be, the pair is holding something. What is it holding? Right, that's not just like a pair hand. I think the pair might be holding a fan. I'm not sure. Great thought experiment for Tiny would be if he considered protractedly shutting the fuck up. I know, right? If he just like found another, if he went back to carpet cleaning. Oh my god. Are you going to do September? Wait, how do you do September? What do you mean? Do you have to like enable something? The pair is wasted, is it? Maybe the pair did some high intensity interval training today. But wait, like I thought September was just I thought it was just that that subs are cheaper, right? The pair is holding a box labeled Skulls Unlimited. No, the pair is holding a phone to call CPS, chat. Did the pair call CPS? All right, now I got two counters on the screen to update. I kind of always wanted to keep the screen a little bit more, like, less busy, right? Because, I mean, look, there's a whole thing with Twitch, you know, it's really customary to see streamers with, like, all kinds of stuff on their stream, right? All kinds of stuff on the overlay. Broken, but what, cheap subscribers, wait, so sorry. Is September still a thing? Wait, but how, when you say do the September thing, what do you actually mean? Because my understanding was that Twitch does the September thing, and then it makes it so that if you buy a sub in February, it's cheaper if you, like, some people will try to pay for multiple months of subs in September so that they get cheaper, that the cost is less for multiple months. Oh, the pair's doing this shit. That's like the... Rogan is in the future? I mean, I'm in the future too. One day ahead. Wait, chat, let me see if I got this right, all right? Yeah. August has 31 days, right? Because, the way it works is this. Wait. Like, what is it, like, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. So July and August have 31 days each. July, August, September 30 days, October 31, November 30 days, December 31, and then back to January. She's gonna give us the finger? No, that'll be a different super chat goal. NCC gives you the finger. Chat, I don't know. Do you want the finger? I mean, there's like a famous picture of Demon Mama flipping yours truly off, right? And then I did a I let Vamps take a picture of me looking. I was trying to look angry and you know, giving the middle finger. But I think it just looks fake. I wasn't actually angry. I mean, there's a lot worse things that Demon Mama did to me than flipping me off. Oh, do a subathon? I should do a subathon. Maybe before I leave for Vietnam. I'll take 2 fingers. I feel like 2 fingers is better than 1. Usually 2 fingers is about appropriate. You know, chat, like the... Oh my god, I should stop. Did you see my message about Taylor Lorenz? Had to refresh, damn. Wait, are you talking about in... General has been popping off today, hasn't it? I wonder if, Oh yeah, Asmongold has weighed in on the Taylor Lorenz thing. Oh no, Asmongold is also weighing in on the... on the Minnesota shooter. It's the middle and ring finger? Really? Okay, that's a pro tip. Oh wait, here, but okay, so I should scroll up. Okay, I got it. Okay, is this what you're talking about? Play something? I know. Wait. I know you said you haven't been following the Baldoni case. That's why I zoned out, because you said Baldoni, and immediately my eyes glazed over. No, just kidding. I think it might be of interest. Their tactics are similar to. You're talking about Baldoni's PR team's tactics are similar to Ethan and Destiny, the liberal smear campaign and abuse of the court system. And there are big money backers. The anti-Me Too. Yeah, so it's very much like a Johnny Depp thing. Taylor Lorenz went on Dave Neal's channel to warn them about this. Dave Neal is guilty of being part of the smear. Wait, who is Dave Neal? Is Dave Neal a TikToker? See, chat, this thing, it's making me, this controversy is making me, A, think that maybe I need to be on TikTok, because a lot of stuff happens on TikTok, but the B part is like, do I really want to be on TikTok? I feel like I have seen some absolute bullshit fly on TikTok. That's my fear of TikTok, right? Maybe I don't know because I'm just not on it enough, but it feels more parasocial, and I don't know how that is. I don't know how a platform where content creators customarily make like 2-minute or under content, like very short form content. I don't know how that something like that leads to more parasociality. The pair is wasted. Do you think so? I thought the pair was just maybe had worked out. You know, that's like me after doing intervals. David Packman and Brylant BTC would have moths instead of butterflies. I mean, what, moths coming out of their heads, or? Pairs have human bones confirmed. Oh, wow. Oh, you couldn't press enter for some reason. Is it one of those things where you thought that you pressed enter, but... It's making older women conservative and misogynistic. I had to put my mom back from it. Wait, pull my mom back from... Oh, like the Johnny Depp... Is this basically the Johnny Depp thing all over again? Yeah, right, in time for TikTok to get sold to some chud. Who is buying it? Is that the Oracle guy? Is the Oracle guy gonna buy it? Is Van Driesen gonna buy it? Is the Shark Tank guy? What's the Shark Tank? Kevin O'Leary, that motherfucker. Oh my god, chat, there's some people that I just hate, and I don't even know where the hate comes from. Wait, she is pro Baldoni? Your mom is pro Baldoni? Conservative content creators are covering the Baldoni case and sneaking their talking points to capture pop culture fans. I mean, I guess that is the new meta. One of the few benefits of having authoritarian governance is that TikTok is banned here. We take our small victories. China should not make not selling TikTok. Oh, part of a trade deal that they're working on? Yeah. The fucked up thing is that we, if you're in the United States, right, your understanding of China is that free speech is just not allowed in any way, right? To the point where they are, you know, when you hear about the firewall, the Great Firewall of China, it's often, you know, implied that you can't get news from outside of China in China, and that's not actually true. But what's fucked up is that we're, you know, the United States, and I'm not even talking about Republicans and Democrats, chat. I'm talking about Republicans. Sorry, I am talking about Republicans and Democrats. Right? It's not just one side of the political, you know, the political spectrum that's doing it. It's both sides that have, like, you know, shook hands on banning TikTok. Because why? We're afraid of the idea of a company from another country having sway over the populace via a popular app, right? With that's what China's afraid of too, right? Amongst other things. The whole, you know, because what China does is they don't just like they have their own apps. They have an app that's kind of like Facebook. They have an app that's like they have like every kind of app that exists in the United States. China's got their version of it, right? And I'm pretty sure, what is it? Just a VPN to get a route? I can't remember what the deal is. You have to go a little further if you want to get apps and websites that are, you know, not that are firewalled out, but you still can. WeChat, yeah, WeChat is huge. WeChat is huge here too. Along with, what is the Line? Line is huge. Data Wars too. They don't want to deal with Peter Thiel's bullshit. How? Well, I mean, like, what Peter Thiel has a hold on Rumble. What other sites is he invested in? But yeah, I wasn't even aware that the Baldoni stuff was still alive and kicking. What is even going on with this thing? Hell yeah. No, why did you fall? Time to see what the Longan are like in this season, in this time. Let's take a look. What do we got here? Oh, come on. Wait, Thiel is invested in Meta? Yeah, Meta sucks. I hate every website that Meta is like, I don't know, I've never even gotten on Instagram really. But I guess what I'm confused about is the like wasn't there, didn't the court case didn't the Baldoni court case already happen? Yeah, I never saw the Social Network movie. That seemed like the most boring thing in the world. I was like, seriously, a movie about Facebook? You expect me to pay money to watch a movie? It's bad enough that I have to deal with Facebook. I left Facebook as soon as I could, right? I think I was one of the first people to leave the platform. At least in my friend group, much to the dismay of many of my friends. Opens Twitter, Trump is dead. That sounds like some wishful thinking. I'm definitely not gonna get myself too excited about that headline. Baldoni's team does what Ethan does pretty much to a T, draws it out, and then blames the other party for drawing it out. Well, is the court case being drawn out, or is it just the controversy? Because didn't Baldoni lose the court case? Wait, K Lala says a lot of left-light commentators take money from their companies. Everyone on Blue Sky says he's dead too. Are we trying to manifest something? Is that what's going on? I think if Trump died, Vance would be insta-yeeted by the CIA. And then MAGA Mike would be put in. He's got no planned events for the weekend, probably resting or surgery. Okay, so people are speculating. Is that what it is? Perez Hilton, that's a name I haven't heard of in a long time, was subpoenaed in the Baldoni case. And to think, I had a crush on Justin Baldoni. More like Baldoni. Yeah, more like Justin Baldo. He's Justin Baldo, okay? Like, let's, you know, I don't think I can get sued for saying that he looks like the kind of guy that would use a Baldo, right? Like, you get into a relationship with Justin Baldo, you go on your third date, and, you know, you're expecting the magic to happen, and he starts to tell you about this device called a Baldo. You know, with the implication being that he wants to Baldo you, chat. That's why Justin Baldo is a fake feminist. He's just a Baldo feminist. Baldo makes me think of Balto. Wait, who's Balto? Baldo sponsorship win? I know, they should, you know. Logana Jabrogana. Says Rooster Rick. What was up with that weird movie too? You know what I'm talking about? The movie that started all this controversy? $61K people in ICE detention. Yeah, Shakespeare, we have concentration camps in the United States of America, and people are like not batting an eye or an eyelash or whatever it is that you bat. I don't know what a Baldo is, but I'm cracking up regardless. Yeah, Justin Baldo, like if you went on a date with him, he would show you a video from the company that makes the Baldo, explaining what the Baldo does. That it's a place for somebody with balls to put their balls into the Baldo, and then it functions much like a dildo. It's a dildo for the balls. Wait, that doesn't make sense, does it? I'm confusing you. I stopped using Facebook when they let non-college students on it. Yeah. My family getting on Facebook was a big motivating factor for me to get off of Facebook. There was an uprising at Alligator Alcatraz. There was a week or so ago, maybe a few weeks now, there was a hunger strike at Alligator Alcatraz. Yeah, Neil Pergos is, I think, wait, if I remember this correctly, they, the Baldo sounds painful to me. Maybe that's part of the attraction. I don't know. Weird juxtaposition for me. Sex toys versus, a wholesome family movie. Wait, Balto is a wholesome... What is Balto about? Is Balto a dog? Yeah, it's getting shut down. A judge emptied it soon. The only thing that would get in the way of that would be a like an appeals court. Wait, Balto is a courageous dog, like Courage the Cowardly Dog? Wait, was Courage actually cowardly, or was Courage courageous? Balto is a dog? Yeah, it's a strap-on for balls, I guess you could call it. A district judge also ordered it shut down. I'm not getting too excited. Oh yeah, so while we're talking about court cases, do people know that the tariffs have been declared illegal? Balto is a real dog. He delivered meds during the pandemic. Damn. It's like a true story. A sled dog, to be exact. I love sled. What was that movie, Snow Dogs? Look, that I got so excited about that movie because I thought it was one of the talking animal movies, which I feel like there's not enough. I feel like, you know what I mean saying? I don't feel served by the number of talking animal movies there are. I feel kind of like that there should be more. And kind of like, why aren't there more talking animal movies? But yeah, Snow Dogs was kind of clickbait, right? Because in the movie, the dogs are or in the trailer, the dogs were talking. But then when you actually see the movie, that's just one scene. And it's not real. It's when Cuba Gooding Jr. gets knocked unconscious and he has a dream that the dogs can talk. But the dogs don't really, I mean, like, they don't talk for the rest of the movie. It's kind of like Kangaroo Jack, right? I always wanted Kangaroo Jack to be able to talk. And I think, wait, what? Yeah, same thing. I think Kangaroo Jack talks, but only in a dream. Milo and Otis, Homeward Bound, and then Crickets for years. Yeah. What's up with that? Wait, Paul Walker was in it? I'm trying to remember. Did Paul Walker die or something? They really did that in Kangaroo Jack? They threw in the Run DMC track with Hip It a Hop and You Don't Stop. Does Beethoven talk? It feels like I should have seen Beethoven at some point. But all I remember, does Beethoven like solve crimes, or am I thinking like, is he in that movie with like John Belushi's brother where they solve crimes together? They also did that. Yeah, Kangaroo Jack. Wait, what else did they do it in? That's what I was talking about, Kangaroo Jack, I thought. Paul Walker did die? Okay, so I'm not wrong about that. They marketed it like it was a talking kangaroo movie, but it's just that one dumb scene. Yeah, it's just a dream sequence. That's all. Wait, Rapper's Delight. That wasn't, oh my God, that's not Run DMC, is it? Holy shit. Oh my God, chat. I know nothing about old school rap. That is Sugar Hill Gang, not Turner and Hooch. That sounds like, wait, what is Turner and Hooch? Is that the movie where the two women move to Milwaukee and go to work in a bottling plant? Turner and Hooch. Or am I thinking Cagney and Lacey? What is Cagney and Lacey? Yeah, it was the Sugar Hill Gang. I don't think Run. It sounds like it would have been Run DMC. Like anything that's old school rap to me, I'm just like, oh yeah, Run DMC for sure. Tom Hanks and a Saint Bernard or a Saint Bernard? Wait, Turner and Hooch is Tom. Wait, what am I thinking of though? It's not Laverne and Shirley. Oh, that's what the one with the, where they're like, we're gonna do it. That's a show from the 70s. I can't tell the difference between 70s and 80s, like as far as like the look. Like 90s looks different than 80s, you know what I mean? But like 70s and 80s TV, it kind of like blends together. I can't imagine Run DMC saying up jump the boogie with the rhythm of the boogity beat. '70s boobs were different though. Wait, was that the decade where they didn't wear bras, or is that the '60s? Schlemazel, something incorporated. Yeah. What is Cagney and Lacey? I don't actually know. Oh wait, you got the answer though? Is it a Happy Days spinoff? Run DMC did. It's tricky. It's tricky. Turkey. No, it's not a song about Thanksgiving. Although they do have a song about Christmas, I believe. It is a Happy Days spinoff. And that's where Emma Vigeland got her inspiration to be super cool, right? It's where Emma got the A that she does. I always think of Run DMC doing a commercial for Adidas as a song. But 60s boobs are different, right? Like our 70s was skinny, disco, cocaine, flat hair, no clothes. 80s was all the clothes and massive permed hair. Yeah, aerobic gear. Yes, aerobic gear. 80s was on point for aerobic gear. And even when you weren't doing aerobics, you could still wear leg warmers, I think, in the 80s. Did everybody wear leg warmers and shoulder pads, right? That is some cool shit. I can agree with, pointy bras, Madonna. But wait, am I right, chat? Are 60s boobs different? What makes 60s boob different? Why? Farrah Fawcett versus Jane Fonda? Wait, don't they both have big hairs? Big hair. Blue eyeshadow and huge bangs. Oh. Wait, is that... Pointy bra Madonna was late 80s or early 90s? Retrouse? 80s butts were different? 80s butts were flat, right? Like it was cool to have a flat butt in the 80s, right? Yeah, Twiggy, no boob. Well, I mean, it's not like exactly no boobs, but like, yeah. Like 70s was bell bottoms. '60s boobs were a foot long and S-shaped. Oh, come on. 80s leg warmers, poofy hair, and headbands. See, chat, I gotta get my 80s shit. You know what I should do? Is I should do an IRL stream. Like, I should look at some old Jane Fonda, like, workout videos, and I should get, like, that look. I should get that look down, and then I'll go to Hanoi and like, go up to old, like, veterans, like, that fought in the U.S. war, which is probably what they call it, right? Don't you think? Since the United States calls it the Vietnam War, don't you think the Vietnamese people would call it the U.S. War? Maybe? I don't know. Or it's probably the War for Independence or something like that. It's probably something like that, but... I lived the 80s. I grew up in the 80s. To me, the 80s are like they're like a VHS, like a blurry VHS video with like the time flashing 12 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, the 80s are like an analog horror video of some kind, being trapped in an endless mall in Kuala Lumpur. I have an OG Jane Fonda workout vinyl. Wait, there was records? They had she would just tell you what to do in the record? You should watch TJ Hooker. Is that a show about sex work? It'll teach you all you need to know about the 80s. Goonies and E.T., that's the 80s. Wait, did Jane Fonda do music? Did they have VCRs in the 80s? I don't know, but they had camcorders, right? Maybe VCRs weren't until the 90s. I think it was like Betamax, right? Were the 80s Betamax? Yeah, Betamax, I think, they're like VHS tapes, except you can't rewind them. It's like one and done, you know? You put the tape in, you watch the movie, you can never rewind, and you can never rewatch it. Once it's played, you gotta throw it away in the trash. I think. You throw the tape out? Yeah, I think so, right? You throw the tape out after you're done. VHS and Betamax were competing in the 80s? How did they fail with that? That's a great business model, isn't it? You gotta buy it. That's such a good business model. Make them buy, it's almost like they had like a streaming no, wait, is that a streaming model? Are there streaming sites where you pay for like one watch? Wait, there are, aren't there? That's the thing. If you watch Teen Witch, you will know what the 80s were. Wait, is that the one with Tim Curry? Where he's like, anything can happen on Halloween. Your dog could turn into a cat. Anything could happen on Halloween. Your sister might turn into a bat. You know what I'm talking about? Is pay-per-view like that? Yeah, I guess so, right? It just shows it one time on your TV. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. It's because it was a super sticker. All right, well, 6 minutes left in the first butterfly goal. Looks like I fucked up with this. Damn. And I tried to give that, I was wrong. It's actually 0 out of 10. Was I an 80s child? Yes, my parents were all about the 80s, right? I got a lot of 80s force-fed to me, like spoon-fed to me even, right? Like my parents had old movies from the 80s. Teen Witch is the one with the insane rap battle. Wait, Betamax was better in every way than VHS, but it failed simply because it was too expensive for the average computer. Wait, so the machine was expensive or the tapes were expensive? Wait, supersonic, idiot, disconnecting, not respecting. Who you ever really want to go and top that? Who would ever really want to go and top that? 4 minutes left on the butterfly goal. It's not looking good. It's looking grim, chat. It's looking real grim. I thought I engineered a way to like do multiple butterflies and to incorporate like everybody that super chatted, but instead it just made it so that like the super chat thing is I don't know. It's the floor is lava now on super chat apparently. I thought I could do something cool. But I don't know. Maybe we don't need any butterflies at all. Early VHS machines had a remote control with a wire. Was that like a TV thing? Did TVs have that? My birth was on VS. I feel like I saw like a old or no, what is it? The Tommy the movie? You know, Tommy the movie? What if you had 20 butterflies and every 15 you add another? Wait, start off with 20 butterflies? Oh, I have 50 butterflies to like I see what you're saying. Yo, Crotchy, thank you for the gifted membership to Rave. Rave, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. I was the TV remote? Oh, so like your parents would make you change the channel for them? That must have been weird. Anytime they wanted to change the volume, you had to get up. A huge bouquet of butterflies in your hair. Well, that was the idea. That's why I did the butterfly goal differently this time than I ever have before, but apparently it's not a good idea and I shouldn't do it. It was phenomenally unsuccessful. Changing the channel like a slave, banning the emperor. All of your goals are dystopian Rube Goldberg machines? Wait, are you saying that my goal should be that, like, if 10 super chats come in, then, like, a Rube Goldberg machine is gonna start spanking me, and it's gonna play the music like dur 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 dur. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? My dono goes to choice number 1 on the bonus goal. Oh, I should probably tell you about that stuff. After I figure out like what I fucked up with the butterfly goal. No, what's that one where there's like a dog and like the cat's like trying to eat the mouse, but the dog and the mouse are friends. And so the dog sets up this giant Rube Goldberg machine that like spanks the cat. It's got like multiple hands and they're on a turning thing, and as it turns it comes by and smacks the cat in the butt. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Everything is sepia? Wait, what decade is that? Where the recording stuff looks sepia. Don't forget the great. Is that the one where the big dog and the little dog? And the little dog's supposed to bring the big dog gravy? But what is that the one where they spank the cat? Master Wong is a martial arts YouTuber. I know about Master Wong, who always says, this is what you do in the street for the streets. Doesn't he say he might be a bit of a McDojo? Doesn't he say something about the sheets too, or no? Oh no, he says something about like, doesn't he make like sex jokes? Three-headed Rolf? Wait, what? Doc Emmett making breakfast. Wait, who's Doc Emmett? Is that a Tom and Jerry episode? Maybe? Okay. I just don't know what the only connection I have to Rolf, Attack of the Hank, is there's a body work, a very intensive form of body work called Rolfing. I think invented by a Dr. Rolf. And if you get Rolf, chat, it's pretty serious, right? Like Rolfing is nothing to fuck around with, right? They like it's like a massage, but with like super intense pressure. I don't remember Master Wong's jokes. I stopped watching him a long time ago. Me too. Oh, there's a character named Rolf in Ed and Eddie. So we're not talking about body work then. Oh, Emmett Brown commit. Oh, Emmett Brown is like the guy from Back to the Future, right? The principal? No, he's not the it's the doctor. It's the scientist guy, right? Dr. Emmett Brown. Dom and Jerry from Will and Grace? Wait. Okay. I guess I gotta figure out, start another goal. All right, the butterflies just got infinitely more expensive. There we go. It's a yellow super chat butterfly goal. Rolfing means throwing up down here. Yeah, right? No, but Rolfing is like, let me see if I can find a video of it. Some of this bodywork stuff though is very what do you want to call it? Like it's like proprietary maybe is the word for it. Like people come up with these methods of body working, and it's like you have to pay $10,000 to get certified in the modality. I think Rolfing's like that. Yeah, Ida Rolf. Oh, yeah, fuck, I know about Ida Rolf. God damn, I can't believe I forgot this. Ida Rolf was, Ida Rolf was somehow before women were allowed to practice medicine, Ida Rolf had to, like, the way that she got into medical stuff was, like, there was some doctor that, I don't know, lectures or something like that. Some doctor was in a wheelchair, and so Ida Rolf would push him around, but he and she both knew that she was like a fucking phenomenon, that she had this, you know, it's chiropractors. There's the Ida Rolf Institute, basic Rolfing.
About your belly in terms of its support for a sense of being upright in gravity.
Phase 1 is an amazing opportunity to learn the skills that you need to start learning the 10 series directly. Done from the perspectives about the Phase 1. One is the synergy that happens between the subjects. So you'll learn one piece in like...
I don't know if we can watch this chat, or I gotta at least mute it, because the music might not be public domain. See, these people are Rolfing. This is basic Rolfing. Or I guess they're training. I don't know. This is what makes me nervous, though. This is what makes me nervous. You have to pay for this like... See, it's like basing Rolfing with a registered trademark right there, right? Everything is trademarked. Everything is proprietary. Is that Ida Rolf? Rolf movement, a transformational experience? Always with the music, right? Less talking, more Rolfing. Wait, one of these people I think is the Ida Rolf, maybe? Just ruffling versus Rolfing. Anyway, we're gonna get in trouble with the Rolf people. They're very proprietary. They do not forgive. And looks like turns out neither do I.
Open your heart and show your other side. You can change your destiny. And go your own, baby. The future is waiting for you. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give the radio open your heart and show your other side. You're the key. Just say yourself and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. You're the key. Just say
Did it work? Did it work, chat? All right, let's see, chat. Did I get sponsored by Chorus? Ah, what did I get, chat? Skulls Unlimited? Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. I couldn't even get sponsored by Chorus? They didn't even want me? I don't think Skulls Unlimited even pays you in like money. I think that they pay you in skulls. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, right? Yeah, Skulls Unlimited. Wow, that's my new sponsor. What a disappointment. I don't know how I'm going to fund the stream now. Unless I can sell the skulls. Chat, we need a buyer. Maybe if I could sell the skulls to Chorus, would that work? Would they have any use for skulls? Burple, thank you for the gift sub to D Cucky. I'm sorry, Ducky, I think is how you pronounce your name. I think it's not supposed to be D Cucky. That would be an interesting rap name, though. I feel like but yeah, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing, I guess. Yeah, discount code NCC, but like, how do I sell the skulls? Chat, we gotta figure out, like, they're gonna pay me in skulls. Who will buy? We need a buyer. We need to find a skull buy. Who likes skulls, chat? Can we sell them to some weird MAGA group or something? Is that a possibility? I know so. Maybe we could sell them to. Yeah, maybe if we get all the skulls, then we could sell them to schools and educational institutions and just jack up those prices, right? I'm sure that the schools aren't hurting for money. I'm sure that they'll be just fine. It's not like Trump cut funding to education or anything like that. Ethan will buy them. We need to find a Bond villain. To buy the skulls, right? $25 million kick deal. Maybe I could sell the skulls to Eddie over on Kick, right? Or Trainwrecks, or Aiden Ross, maybe. Does Aiden Ross want to sit on a throne of skulls? Is that a possibility? Is the Megadeth mascot Eddie? I think Eddie's the guy at... Isn't Eddie the guy at Kick? Isn't he the guy that I'm supposed to get a hold of to try to fund my, you know, stream through Kick? No, I just got off the phone with BTC, and he said that, you know, he's while he's open to the idea, you know, he said there's always room in the chorus family, you know, for a new family member, but that I gotta give him a little free taste, right, of like what I would be. I gotta show him how I would cover things different, right, as a chorus influencer as opposed to an independent streamer, right? So he's given me one chance. If I can cover the story, if I can cover the story in a way that's pleasing to BTC, then he said maybe I could be a member of Chorus. But for now, all we got is this skulls.com, skullsunlimited.com. All right, let me try the ad read here. Need a skull clean? Skulls Unlimited processes thousands of skulls yearly for hunters, professionals, and educators. Custom skull cleaning and skeletal articulation. With works in the Smithsonian Natural Museum of Natural History, we've offered the highest quality skull cleanings and skeletal articulation since 1986. Trust your trophy with the #1 skull cleaner in the USA, Skulls Unlimited. Nobody cleans a skull like us. Shipping out of state? No problem. Skulls Unlimited can ship to all 48 contiguous United States and Alaska and Hawaii for a small upcharge. How do we clean our skulls at Skulls Unlimited? Each specimen at Skulls Unlimited International is carefully prepared with the use of dermastid beetles? What? We use dermastid? We use beetles to clean these skulls? Okay, no, never mind. I'll read it. I have to read it. It's the only way I'll get paid. Museums and universities have been using this cleaning method for nearly 100 years. Some exceptions do apply, so it's not all dermastid beetles, but it's mostly dermastid beetles. Skulls Unlimited has made this museum quality preparation available to the public and private interests. Finally, each specimen is degreased and whitened using a chemical process.
Super chatted $10. OMG, in the musical, a chorus line, there are lyrics in a song that go, I really need this job. BTC is more sadistic than I thought. Gasp. Omega Star, super chatted $9.99. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull, butterfly.
Do we get to keep the beetles if we buy 5+ skulls? Yeah, I think they leave the... I want them to leave the beetles on the skull, actually. This process is the essential step that will ensure an attractive and sanitary European trophy? Excuse me? Are we doing skull science? Wait, what is this? Is this a racist company? Sanitary European trophy or display piece? Why European, chat? What's going on? What's going on with this? Skulls Unlimited, you can be confident your specimen will be expertly prepared without shrinkage of the bone, cracking of the teeth, don't want that, softening of the bone, or damage from overboiling. Your specimen will be in the finest condition possible after you have utilized our services and facility. We are certain that you will be satisfied with our quality, our service, and our workmanship. Cleaning skulls is our specialty. Oh my god, chat. White rhinoceros, Indian rhinoceros, hippopotamus, gorilla, wild boar with 5 tusks, galloped baboon, grizzly bear, mountain lion, peccary. What's a peccary? Spotted hyena, grizzly bear, articulated barefoot, California sea lion, African porcupine, African civet, American alligator, American lion, Indian rhinoceros, white rhinoceros, hippopotamus, yellow-backed duiker, nilgai, pronghorn, Spanish ibex, springbok, white-tailed deer. You want the white-tailed deer skull? Anybody? We got a special on, I believe, white-tailed deer skulls right now. Bald eagle, 11-inch shark jaw. You ever want an 11-inch shark jaw? Black bear with infection? What? Didn't the beetles eat the infection? Why is there still an infection? Oh, or is it a bone infection? Is that one on sale? Yeah. It looks like this bear had a bear infection. Is this all from Donald Jr.'s Safari? I want to believe. I want to believe in Skulls Unlimited. Phrenology R Us, did Ethan find the eugenic skull company? What a shock. Yeah, you don't want to overboil your bones, right? That's terrible. That makes the bones soft. We don't want soft bones, we want hard bones. Chat, turns out these brand deals aren't as easy as I thought. I don't know. Let's see what we've got going on right now. Whoa, wait, what? How are there two, it looks like, what did I do? How did I, oh my god, I'm so confused, chat. 10 yellows? I thought I meant to do it for 5 yellows. That was supposed to be 5, yeah, the goal was supposed to be 5 yellow, 5 yellow super chats for a butterfly. But somehow it ended up being 10. I don't know. If Trump is sick, I hope RFK is in charge of his treatment. Yeah, who's gonna clean his skull? Beetles! Chat, we need to get some beetles. Who gets the if I could get that Trump skull, chat, I would make all the money that I needed. Do you know how much I could sell that thing for? If I had the one authentic Trump skull in the whole world, I feel like I could command a hefty price for that. Is this music too loud? It feels like it's too loud. I'm like yelling. I don't mean to be yelling, by the way. It's too loud. Trump's skull is already empty. You think it'll be easier for the Beatles to... Still convinced Ethan manufactured Skullgate? What if he manufactured a skull? After seeing how vile he was on his burner account, I put nothing past him. What if Ethan called CPS? What if Ethan, like, for a moment, he had a moment of weakness, chat, and he was like, why am I taking care of these kids? Nobody's appreciative. I'm down here in the basement sitting in dog shit. Hila doesn't appreciate me. The kids don't appreciate me. But what if I called CPS? And then the kids would no longer be my responsibility. Putin would probably buy it and thank you for ruining America for him. Wait, thank me for ruining America or thank Trump for ruining America? Either way, chat, we are mysteriously at 2 out of 10 on the most absurd, butterfly goal that I could imagine, right? 10, 400 Thai baht. That is fully $10 or more, I think, right? 400 Thai baht, that's a lot. 10 yellow super chats in the next 1 hour and 28 minutes and 12 seconds. Wow, I didn't even mean to put that. I think I meant to put 5. I was like, okay, well, I knocked the price down to like literally a blue super chat counts, and then knocked the timer down, and that didn't seem to work. So I was gonna raise the price, but knock down the number required and then increase the time, but it turns out I didn't reduce the amount required. So that's why we have the absurd unattainable. I'm gonna call that unattainable, chat. I don't think that's realistic. I don't think that can happen. I think this is the impossible goal. But we're stuck in it for the next 2 hours. Either way, we're 2 out of 10 of the way towards making that goal, which is kind of amazing. We're at 31 out of 100 as far as the bonus goal goes. Wait. Yeah, I think that's right. Jeffrey Dahmer, it's too bad he's not still alive, otherwise I could sell him the skulls. I don't know much about Jeffrey Dahmer though, chat. Although, like, what is he, like a thirst trap on TikTok or something?
HKO444 super chatted $7.22. Trump is ruining America, a thing China always wanted. Trump is doing God's work. Asia is celebrating the downfall of America. A new era is born. The downfall of an empire.
The downfall of an empire and the rise of a continent. I think he likes eating brains and flesh from stuff. Wait, who does? Somehow I gotta raise this goal thing again. Weird. Okay, so maybe it's like maybe it's different for every like currency. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are, chat. I don't know what the rules are anymore. I'm confused. I'm utterly confused. All I can say is burn my dread. What's up, Cosmopolitics? Good to see you. Wait, parents threaten their kids with shit like that? I'm good on white-tailed deer skulls, says Burple. So yeah, we're at 38 out of 100 on this skull. We're at 3 out of 10. That's not real. This is, what did I do, chat? Are those the lyrics? God damn, I didn't know it was carry AK-47 24/7. That's a bar right there. I mean, it's a bar of some kind.
Then what you gotta do is drop the hammer down, drop rhyme, drop hammer, digging like a labor. You've got blood all over, ash all over. Spit it out, son, game's over. Tear up your fear, the end is coming in. Spit it out like a spear, I'll burn your dread.
They're both at 0. Yeah, in real life, they're both at 0. This is it's not just China that wanted this. I mean, obviously this is fulfilling Putin's goals as well. But yeah, I don't know. Given that Russia's been drained pretty deeply of their military capacity, I would say this is not a good thing for Russia, right? An ascendant China. So chat, you know that China's suffered a century of humiliation. That's what they call, what, like 1900 to like 2010, right? They call that the century of humiliation. And they mean that, what it means is that, you know, China got carved up by colonial powers. They got, you know, humiliated, right? And a lot of, you know, what was China's was taken from China, not just from people like the British taking Hong Kong for 100 years, but also from Russia. I believe China has a claim to, what would it be? It would be like southeastern Russia, like the area near Manchuria. And that's a very resource heavy area. That's an area with a lot of resources, right? And there's not a lot of people there. Russia, you know, Russia's tried to, you know, build up its populations in Siberia and in the, you know, eastern territories, but there's just not, they don't have enough, you know, it's not, I don't know, it's not a great place to live. And so the question now is, will China take that back? And I mean, that is part of their grievance, right? Towards the world, towards the colonial powers. I believe Russia was one of the, UK forced opium addiction onto them as a strategy, right? So now what does Trump have to say? Like, I mean, like, he's always bitching about fentanyl. Please don't tell this to a country, you know, conquered by opium. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'll be the American century of humiliation. Wouldn't that be nice? Maybe Mexico could take back. Oh my God, chat, wouldn't that be nice? If you live in California, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, those type of areas, Southern Nevada, how would you feel about Claudia Sheinbaum being your president? Because I wouldn't mind it. All right, so yeah, Taylor Lorenz, she's the topic of the day. This drama has blown up. It's now legitimately hard to be Taylor Lorenz online because you got shooters, you got stands. Those stands are coming for you if you're Taylor Lorenz. We're gonna get into this. We're gonna watch Taylor's new video that she just dropped, along with Brian Tyler Cohen's video. And if we're lucky, and if you're good, maybe a little bit of Hasan. Is that what people are voting for? Let me check in on this. Yeah, Claudia Sheinbaum over Gruesome Gavin. Maybe Gruesome Gavin will work for Claudia. Maybe she can, you know, whip him into shape. Do you think she could whip him? Would you pay to see Claudia Sheinbaum whip Gruesome Gavin Newsom with a, I don't know, they don't have noodles, right, in Mexico. It would have to be with an uncooked tortilla or something. What's the Mexican equivalent of a wet noodle, chat? Can somebody help me out here? Mexican equivalent of a wet noodle, what would that be? I believe that would be like an uncooked tortilla, right? But the question is white corn or yellow corn, I guess is the question. Didn't the US kind of fuck Mexico up on corn as well? I feel like that was the thing. You're mixing up Taylor Lorenz and Miss Rachel. Video would be the equivalent. Well, I just want to see her whip Gavin Newsom, but I know I can't say like with a whip or something. Like I can't actually say, just put some masa. Wait, what on Gavin's face? She took corn back. She was successful with that. Yeah. Because like this is a fucked up thing. The United States basically flooded the market. I think it was after NAFTA, right? Soggy pupusa? Wait, what is a pupusa? Wait, what did she do? How did she take it back? How did she take corn back? That's amazing. Screwed over Central American farmers with NAFTA. He screwed over a lot of people, yeah. And then Trump complained about it as if it was a bad deal for Americans. But look, the only bad deal that we got here today is if we don't hit the bonus content, because we got some good shit, and it looks like for once, the chat is overwhelmingly in favor. Oh, look at that. Look at that. 43% of you are voting for Hasan versus his chat, right? Hasan went to war with his chat because there's a lot of people in Hasan's chat, apparently. It's a pancake? Yeah, okay, that could work. Pupusas are El Salvadoran, though. That would be amazing. Like a pancake crepe type thing. Bad Empanada goes after Hasan. Yeah, I don't know what this is about, but I know he's got a new video. Anyway, first place, Hasan versus his chat over Taylor Lorenz. Yes, some of his chatters, I don't know, took the side of Chorus for whatever reason, and Hasan went to war with them. So that happened. And then I think what it is, chat, is that there's a lot of content creators in Chorus. And like I said, the order seems to have gone out, maybe from BTC himself, to activate the stands and make Taylor bleed, rhetorically speaking, right? No, yeah. I don't know if they're anti-Taylor people, Oglobbits. I think that what happens is that like there's 90 popular creators in Chorus, right? So what it means is that Hasan had a little bit of overlap with some of these content creators, right? And these people, like, they listen to their content creators and they're like, oh my God, Taylor Lorenz is so mean. Oh my God, Taylor Lorenz doesn't want me to get paid, right? They don't know how to do the Skulls Unlimited sponsorship, chat. They can't get paid in Skulls. And so they're, you know, they're mad that their content creators aren't gonna make any money now. And I don't know, something like that. Wait, did I miss a super chat here? I think there's one I need to shout out. Okay, in the music a chorus line, there's lyrics that go, I really need a job. I really need this job. BTC, I need to see that. Is the chorus line the one with the women that like do the kick, like, you know, you kick this way and you kick that way? I mean, I guess chorus line, there's the connection to BTC. BTC is more sadistic than I thought. But anyway, chat, how does this work again? This number dictates whether it's a short stream or a long stream. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, it'll be a longer stream. I'll stick around. If we get to 200, it'll even be a longer stream, right? So if some of you cannot decide between Hasan versus his chat over Taylor Lorenz, and say Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenz, which, you know, I can see right now, those are the two most popular items, right? That would take 200 to be able to see all of that content in one day. But again, if we get to 100, we'll see the top scoring content. And that score is chorus line is a musical. It's a chorus line of a musical. But yeah, is that the thing where you kick your legs in this? You go like bum ba bum ba bum, kick bum ba bum ba bum, kick. Is it that thing? No coincidence that his initials are the same as Bitcoin. I thought the same thing, Crotchy, but I couldn't find anything about BTC supporting cryptocurrency. So I don't know. All I've ever seen is him criticize Trump for scamming his supporters with crypto. Oh my god, chat, I'm trying to stretch, but I'm also like, what's going on with my frames? My frames are not good. Anyway, yeah, like I said, 43%, 82 of you have voted so far. Of those 82, 43% want Hasan versus his chat over Taylor Lorenz, right? 28% of you are voting for MR reacting to Taylor Lorenz. 21% for Bad Empanada goes after Hasan again. This guy is relentless. Is that what it's called? The Can? Chorus Line was a Broadway musical? A play? But did it have the Can? Did they do the Can? I feel like I would do, if this was like the 1800s, I would probably be doing the Can. That would be the 1800s equivalent of my job, is like kicking up my legs in Pigalle. Is that the part of Paris that you go to do the Can? Pigalle? Is it, how do you... Chokey with a test. Wait, let's see test. Is it coming up? There it is. Yeah, look at that. It works. Yeah, he went after Hasan before. Yeah, he goes after Hasan from time to time. That's not a chorus line. It's not about the Can and the Moulin Rouge. Pigalle, is that what it's called? Can you put my super chat in Bad Empanada? Yes, I can. If I can figure out which one is yours. I think it's like that, right? The chorus line is like the saying backup singers. They're auditioning to be background singers. Not much dancing or kicking. That's not okay. I played the Can in high school orchestra. It's a song? The Can is a song? Feet.
I clench my fist in pockets tight. Foreign mist, a tower waits like a merciless tomb, devouring moon.
Okay, but yeah, oh my god, why is this so hard for me to explain every single time? I feel like I should be able to go through this so much quicker, because I know it's not the most exciting part of the stream to try to describe the weird game that I am playing with you, to determine if, you know, like, if I can stick around for a little, if I can extend the stream or not. If you didn't already, my Gifty counts towards either a teal super chat, butterfly, or gaming. Oh my gosh, if only we could exchange the currencies of Twitch and YouTube. If only that was that easy. But yeah, I can definitely put it towards gaming. So yeah, I'm trying. I feel like I've come up with a system that's a little too complicated, right? And then I end up spending this whole time explaining it. Let me try to go through it again, all right? So that number determines if we get bonus content, if it's a shorter stream or if it's a longer stream. If we hit 100, I'll stick around and cover one topic. If we hit 200, I'll stick around and cover two topics, right? This thing, I can't even explain. I fucked this up. I don't know, chat. You figure out the butterfly goal, all right? If you are so motivated. I think I kind of fucked it up though. But either way, this goal is at least explainable. Maybe I can try to explain it. So yeah, you vote on this on YouTube chat to decide which topic we're gonna get, if we do get a topic. And yeah, 83 of you have voted so far, so make your voice heard. If you haven't voted yet, feel free to come over from Twitch to nocommentchick on YouTube if you want to vote, and then you can go right back to Twitch if you want to, but this is where the vote is going on. So you got to be on you got to be on YouTube to make that vote, to vote, right? Does that make sense? So this number goes up whenever there is a super chat, which also potentially makes the butterfly goal go up. This number, anyway, whenever super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, which I'm still trying to, you know, cover the costs for Vietnam. Turns out I do have to get a visa this time, and it's going to cost a little extra because I'm going to have to put that shit on expedited. In fact, I'll probably be doing this right after stream if I'm smart. But anyway, yeah, it's on throne.com/nocommentchick. If you want to help me crowdsource the e-visa for the Vietnam trip, which I didn't realize would be a thing, but apparently it is. So, or if you support me on Patreon, that also counts. Or if you support me on Twitch, you can do so for free. If you've got Prime, by hooking your Amazon Prime up to Twitch Prime, you get a free Twitch Prime sub, which allows you to get a sub for free from the streamer of your choice. And if it happens to me, you'll get all the emotes and such, right? Also, you can buy subs on Twitch. They are $6 right now. I guess they'll be like cheaper during September, maybe. I don't know. And then you can gift other people subs, which is very generous. But it is the way for most part that we get jellyfish, or also bits work. So any of those things make this number go up. If the number goes up high enough, we get one segment of bonus content. If it goes up even higher to 200, we get 2. If it goes to 3, we get 3, and so on and so on. So that's how that works. The other thing that you can do when you donate is to let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, right? Just as I've done for some people who have requested it, I can put your money where your mouth is, turning it into a percentage and adding it to the topic of your choice. So let me know if you have donated, or if you do donate, which topic you want your donation to support. And at the end of the stream, I'll add these numbers to the poll numbers, and we'll see what wins, right? We'll see what wins. Wait, I thought you could only stay in another country for 6 months. Let me get to that in just a second. Yeah, and the things that allow you to, to put your money where your mouth is are the same things that make this number go up. Again, super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne or Patreon or on Twitch, right? Then just let me know in the chat which of these items you would like to see as the bonus content, and I will assist you in buying democracy. And you can also say Vox Populi, right? If you're the kind of person that is just like, no, I think what people are voting for, I think that's what should win, right? If you want to take a little power away from the bonus, the dono bonus, then you can say Vox Populi. Or you could say, like someone just did, put my money towards video game stream, right? Which is now at 51%. We're getting close there. And I'm going to need to play video games sometime soon, chat, just to keep my sanity about me. But that's how that works. I mentioned Patreon. I really appreciate people supporting me on Patreon. I appreciate you supporting me in any way that you can, in the way that's the most convenient to you, but the Patreons are kind of special because they are supporting me off platform, and there's less of a bite taken out by the platform on Patreon support. So that's a great way to support me. You also get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream if you support me on Patreon. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, Steven Sayers, Funky Monkey, Sarah, Nadia Yvette, Moinoip, Jules K, JMB. Let me say that like less French. JMB, there we go. Izzy Mandius, Infallible Fowl, Good for Gabby, Emily French, Direful, Choky, Buffy Geek, Big Owl, Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, to Omega Star. All right, that I've read off the Patreons. Let us fucking finally, at long last, get into what is going on in the world, the wild world of not Ida Rolf. Not Ida Rolf, who turns out to be way harder to explain than I even thought. But rather, Miss Taylor Lorenz. Okay, that's an interesting frame to start on.
A powerful liberal dark money group is secretly funding some of the biggest Democratic influencers on the internet. And I got a hold of their contracts, payment terms, recordings of their meetings, pitch decks for the program, email and text messages between the creators discussing terms, company communication, and...
Yeah, so what was this about staying in Thailand for 6 months? Am I gonna ask for asylum? I don't know. Like, I've talked to some people on stream who know a little bit about legal matters, and I've been told that if I were to claim asylum, this would not be something that would go unnoticed by the Trump administration. And in fact, they, you know, the whole thing where they were forcing you to, like, they wouldn't let people, like, change their gender marker on their passport. That actually got overturned in court, right? You can change your gender marker, but you go through the State Department to do that. And again, that is the kind of thing that would probably get the attention of the Trump administration. Yeah, I don't know about asylum, but the way, like, when you say you're only allowed to be out of the country for 6 months or be in another country for 6 months? I thought you could only stay in another country for 6 months. I don't think so. I mean, like, as far as Thailand is concerned, the way it works is that when you arrive, as long as you filled out your Thailand, your TDAC, what the fuck does TDAC stand for? Chat, I'm gonna need to get my skull cleaned after this shit. TDAC, what does it stand for? Thailand Digital Arrival Card. Yeah, so it's a little small formality that you've gotta fill out, and it converts. So right now you get 60 days to travel. I don't know. They say sometimes they say visa free, and sometimes they say that you get another. You get So sometimes they, like, I don't know if it's like it's in flux right now. They're thinking about changing it to 30 days. It is 60 days. It has been 60 days. You know, you can basically, it's an automatic tourist visa when you get there. They stamp your passport with a tourist visa. And that lasts for 60 days. You can extend that for 90 days. And if you leave the country, it resets. All right. But also, if you leave the country for a short period of time and then come right back, the Thai authorities will notice. They will note that. And there's only so much. They don't want you trying to, you know, do visa runs in order to stay in the country indefinitely. Right. But yeah, from there, you can get a number of different passports depending on if you want to, and you can secure a job here. If you're like an English teacher, you know, that's a job that, you know, foreigners are allowed to do. Or like me, if you're getting an educational visa, because you want to like, for me, I'm like learning to speak Thai. So that's a longer visa. If you are a digital nomad, if you're, you know, like, right, if you're working remotely, while living in Thailand, you can apply for something called a DVT, which you have to be kind of rich to get. You have to have $15,000 stacked in the bank. So maybe that's like a long-term thing. But yeah, you stay, you basically can stay while your visa is valid, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense, because Narble's right. This is another stun lock.
More. My story is out right now on Wired, and it's linked in the description below. But before we dive into the nitty-gritty details of who is secretly funding some of the most prominent Democratic voices on the internet, it's important to understand what's been happening over the past 9 years. In 2016, I was a politics reporter covering the election. I was traveling across the country, attending Trump rallies and talking to voters. And one thing that a lot of them had in common is that they had discovered Donald Trump and his MAGA movement on the internet. They were bombarded by his content on platforms like Facebook and Reddit, and fed him.
Wait, so you don't lose your residency? Do you mean your state residency, or are you talking about state residency, Albert?
His messaging through a burgeoning ecosystem of far-right online influencers and forum admins. Online influence was central to Trump's rise and played a huge role in his 2016
No, you're right, Narwhal.
win. On election night in 2016, while almost the entire mainstream media was huddled up in the Javits Center watching Clinton lose, I and a small handful of other journalists were across town at the Midtown Hilton, where Donald Trump was camped out with his family and campaign advisors. I was in the room at the Hilton when Trump won and stayed at that event until 6 in the morning. What was notable that night, and why I think that evening was such a watershed moment, is that when Donald Trump took the stage for the first
Anonymous, thank you for the Trone. The Trone? I can't speak, chat. What's wrong with me? My brain. I'm gonna have to have my skull cleaned. Okay. Thank you for the throne donation. Thank you for the contribution to the Vietnam trip fund, which is, I think, around 65 now. We got almost 65% of that trip covered, so
first time as the
pretty
incoming
cool.
president, he was surrounded by new media. That big party room at the Hilton was packed with MAGA influencers, far-right internet personalities, and popular online figures. And when Trump took office just a few months later, those influencers were there again. They all got together to celebrate the night before his inauguration at an event called the Deplorable. The event was a who's who of early MAGA content creators. It was organized by right-wing influencers Jack Posobiec and Mike Cernovich. Other online figures like Cassandra Fairbanks and Gavin McInnes were also in attendance. The Deplorable was held at the National Press Club, and a Peter Thiel associate involved with planning the event said, quote, "Doing it at the press club asserts that we're the new force in town." The whole night, and I was there, was about how MAGA influencers were the new media. Attendees vlogged the party and posted an endless stream of content to Instagram and Twitter. The Deplorable was live streamed on YouTube and the conservative live streaming platform Right Side Broadcast Network. When Cernovich spoke to the crowd, he talked about how the influencers had been able to seize control of the media through the internet. He said, quote, "We ran Twitter. The ground had shifted and media had been permanently upended. But back then, legacy media, and certainly the Democrats, absolutely refused to acknowledge it. I will never forget getting up on stage at a DC event in 2016 to give a slideshow presentation about influencers like Jake Paul, and the entire crowd just laughing. Throughout the 2010s, the mainstream media continually declared that the influencer industry was dead, that content creators were just selfie-obsessed narcissists. Not a single mainstream media outlet had a dedicated beat reporter covering the content creator industry. Instead, legacy outlets declared this whole shift towards independent influencers as a fad. They refused to acknowledge how online influence played a pivotal role.
Do throne donos go towards bonus content? Yeah, and I just added the one that came in.
In Trump's win, aside from blaming Russia for buying Facebook ads.
It's now 50 out of 100.
They ignored the MAGA movement's very real and very organic grassroots support online and acted like Trump's win was an anomaly. But the reality is that conservatives have been laying the groundwork for total online dominance for years. The far right began cultivating a personality-driven media ecosystem back in the days of talk radio in the 90s. And when the internet came along and social media began to really take hold in the 2010s, conservatives leaned in hard. Turning Point, a nonprofit that advocates for conservative politics in high school and college, was founded by Charlie Kirk in 2012 and quickly emerged as a de facto influencer network. Ben Shapiro founded the Daily Wire, which birthed a slew of right-wing influencers just a couple years later in 2015. Around that same time, Gamergate, a misogynistic hate campaign aimed at driving progressive women out of video games and media, provided a blueprint for how the internet could be weaponized by the far right. Gamergate also catapulted the first generation of MAGA influencers to fame. The alliances that formed around Gamergate's participants, including Milo Yiannopoulos, Candace Owens, and other future right-wing internet stars, eventually metastasized into a sprawling network. In their book, Meme Wars, the writers Joan Donovan, Emily Dreyfus, and Brian Friedberg argue that Gamergate funneled an entire generation of young reactionaries to MAGA. Steve Bannon, who was central to Donald Trump's win, praised MAGA influencers like Milo for creating an online army that got turned on to politics and Trump. These far-right online creators and the groups of reactionaries who followed in their footsteps eventually came to amass enormous power and serve as the backbone for the broader right-wing media ecosystem even today. When 2020 hit and the pandemic forced everyone online, you'd think that the Democrats would have embraced new media. But after all coalescing around Joe Biden, it was primarily progressive and Democrat influencers themselves who banded together to try to get Trump out of office, with minimal support from the party. In late 2020, hundreds of Gen Z content creators joined up under the name TikTok for Biden and produced a steady stream of content urging young people to get out and vote Democrat. After Joe Biden won, he thanked this group specifically and told members of TikTok for Biden, which rebranded as Gen Z for Change, that they were integral to rallying support online.
Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Gen Z for Change is the organization that Sean the Black is involved in, right? So you understand what they're saying here? That Republicans have been at this game for a long time. You could look as far back as Rush Limbaugh, to them trying to build parallel power structures in the media. The reason they were able to do the Rush Limbaugh thing and the talk radio thing is that there was a bill. I think Reagan. There used to be a fairness doctrine, right? There was an act called the Fairness Doctrine, which meant that if you, as a broadcaster, news or like television or radio, right? If you, as a broadcaster, like hosted one political viewpoint for say 30 minutes, you had to do 30 minutes for the other side, right? So if you bring on a Republican to be like, you know, Democrats suck, fucking Republicans are awesome, you got to bring on a Democrat to be like, no, actually Republicans suck, Democrats are awesome, right? And they under Reagan, the Fairness Doctrine was repealed, right? Now there were several efforts to bring this back. The right-wing right-wing media ecosystem had already taken hold, had already taken root with, you know, people like Rush Limbaugh and the rest of the talking radio hosts, and they branded this effort the Hush Rush Bill, right? All it is like, let's have a fairness doctrine, right? Let's like not have, you know, a network be able to do, you know, one-sided advocacy for a political interest, right? Even if you were like being like, I don't know, if it was like a local bill or something like that, right? If there was a bill that says you got to pick up your dog poop when you go to the park, you know, if you host somebody that's like, yeah, I think you should have to pick up your dog poop when you go to the park. That's nasty. I stepped in poop last week. It was terrible, right? You'd have to bring somebody on there to be like, no, I want my dog to poop in the park, and you should be better about stepping over the dog poop. Don't step on the dog poop, like, right? Just look where you're going. And you know, like, just let my dog poop wherever it wants, right? You know, it's like that was how the Fairness Doctrine was. This got repealed, and the attempt to bring it back was basically portrayed as as putting a hand on the scale for one side, right? So anyway, that's how the right wing captured radio, particularly AM radio. Obviously, this is not a very popular medium to listen to, not nearly as popular. It still exists, and it's still very right wing. But I mean, this is like the beginning of the infrastructure, and then through Gamergate and the rest, we see Republicans start to create like an alt media infrastructure online. The left also had alt media, but it usually looked more like tabloid newspapers. If you've heard of, newspapers like The Stranger in Seattle, there's like kind of weekly tabloid-sized newspapers would generally be like the left's version of alt media. Also, some shows on like the Pacifica Radio Network, and I don't know. Sometimes they'd be like hosted on like college radio stations early in the morning, right? And such. But that's like the left-wing alt media. But the people didn't really notice the right-wing alt media, growing at the same time. And yeah, when it hits Gamergate, that's when people really start to take note. And this thing kind of, so people think about the right wing having dominated the media being sort of a new thing, being an outgrowth of Rogan and podcasters after COVID. But really it was kind of in the works before we think of it as being in the works. And so, Taylor is connecting those lines for anybody who missed it. Just tuning in, says Scruffalo, why is Jessica Burbank getting at Taylor Lorenz? We'll get into Jessica Burbank in a second. Is Burbank getting paid by Chorus too? I actually don't know. What the Hasan actually talks about Jessica Burbank, and it looks like Hasan, is that what's winning in bonus content? Yeah, Hasan versus his chat. Ooh, it's closer now though. 42% of you voting for Hasan versus his chat over Taylor Lorenz. That's also going to be, he'll go over the Jessica Burbank stuff and like a few other things. Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenz in second place. Bad Empanada in third place. If we get to 100% on the bonus goal, we'll get the top the top voted for item, right? Which right now looks like it's that Hasan stuff. So very good chance or 50-50 chance at least that I will be able to cover Jessica Burbank versus Taylor Lorenz by the end of the stream.
And delivering him a win. Biden's White House attempted to engage more with...
Chinter says the Jessica Burbank thing smells more like a personal beef rather than her advocating for... it could be. Taylor does tend to rub some people the wrong way. I have seen that before. We have a radio station in New York. I think Taylor's biggest problem has been like her... the way she sort of judges characters. She's kind of, she's kind of defended some people who maybe turned out to be not so great. So, but yeah, in general, I mean, she's on the right side of a lot of issues, including a lot of issues that people don't even know are issues, right? The whole Jonathan Haidt thing has kind of gone under the radar, and Taylor is on that. I mean, Taylor, she's very online. Some would say too online. Do YouTube chats count towards additional content? If a super chat, yes, yeah, any of that, yeah. Super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on on throne.com/nocommentchick, you sign up for Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, any of that counts. And makes that number go forward, and also gives you the ability to add some extra oomph to the topic of your choice.
Influencers, especially in its early days. COVID had made everyone, including the media and even men in Silicon Valley who had maligned the influencer industry for years, realize that the creator economy was probably here to stay, but they still sort of treated it as a sideshow that was secondary to traditional media outlets like CNN and the New York Times. In 2021, the Biden White House worked with influencers to promote the rollout of the COVID vaccines. And in 2022, the administration began briefing TikTokers
So
about
yeah, now we're up to this organization. Let me roll it back a little bit because I did talk for quite a bit there. What is this? Yeah, Gen Z for Change is what it rebranded to.
In late 2020, hundreds of Gen Z content creators joined
TikTok for Biden was the original name of this organization.
up under the name TikTok for Biden and produced a steady stream of content urging young people to get out and vote Democrat. After Joe Biden won, he thanked this group specifically and told members of TikTok for Biden, which rebranded as Gen Z for Change, that they were integral to rallying support online and delivering him a win. Biden's White House attempted to engage more with influencers, especially in its early days. COVID had made everyone, including the media and even men in Silicon Valley who had maligned the influencer industry for years, realize that the creator economy was probably here to stay. But they still sort of treated it as a sideshow that was secondary to traditional media outlets like CNN and the New York Times. In 2021, the Biden White House worked with influencers to promote the rollout of the COVID vaccines. And in 2022, the administration began briefing TikTokers about the war in Ukraine. But soon, influencers began asking hard questions, especially those progressive Gen Z influencers who helped get Biden elected. When Biden falsely declared that the pandemic was over in 2021 and started to dismantle public health and enact policies on COVID that were further to the right of Donald Trump, disability justice influencers challenged him. And when Biden approved drilling projects that would devastate the environment, climate activists on TikTok fought back. Then, after October 7th, when Biden...
Wait, Jessica said that Taylor name dropped her abuser on Twitter. I mean, yeah, this would be like the one, complaint I've seen against Taylor that seems to hold some water is, again, her judge of character, her making alliances with other social media figures that maybe she's not aware of the harm that they have caused.
Began manufacturing consent for a genocide against the Palestinians and sought to ban TikTok.
I don't know what the story is with Jessica Burbank. Hopefully we can try to figure that out.
Because it was allowing young people to see what was actually happening in Gaza, content creators began asking tough questions of the administration. Biden's response, though, was to completely cut them off. The White House began leaving progressive content creators off invite lists and only working with milquetoast Democrat creators who towed the party line.
And chat, lest we think that this is just a Democratic, issue. Obviously, Trump does this shit too. Like, AP got thrown out of the press pool for refusing to refer to the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. If you ask Trump, a hard question, and if you stump Trump, which you absolutely can do, all you got to do is be like, hey, where are those Epstein files? What's the deal with the Epstein files? He's got no answer for that. You will be, you may lose your credentials, right? So it's not just the Democrats that do this, but I guess you could say that the Trump administration and the Republicans do a better job of keeping their base satisfied, whereas the Democrats generally will tell their base that they should not want the things that they want, right? They tell their base to shut up.
And basically never...
I mean, obviously Trump did Trump's Epstein handling of the Epstein situation is, you could definitely find a parallel there.
Spoke out against injustice. Khalil Green, a history content creator, told me at the time, quote, I have noticed that there have been a lot more events with creators at the White House, but the creators that are getting invited are the creators who are very pro-Biden and just parroting talking points or sharing photo ops of them smiling with the president. not the creators who have been critical. Green said that he hadn't been invited to the White House since he criticized the administration over the TikTok ban and genocide in Gaza. Annie Wu Henry, a political influencer and digital strategist who has worked on Democratic campaigns, told me that while the Biden White House once treated creators as independent media, after influencers began questioning Biden on things like Gaza, the administration began playing favorites. She told me, quote, Biden's team is trying to say that they're handling influencers like the press. But the thing is, the press briefing room has to have Fox News no matter what. They have to allow all the media in. When it comes to influencers, the Biden admin only lets in people who agree with them. Anyone else who gives a little bit of pushback is not welcome. This picking and choosing and trying to control the influencer landscape had stark consequences for Biden, as I wrote about at the time in the Washington Post. In the first 4 months of 2024, nearly a quarter of top left-leaning content creators on TikTok posted anti-Biden content, according to Credo IQ, a social media analytics firm. Those posts collectively amassed over 100 million views. The majority of anti-Biden content was from young, non-white creators who were talking about how Biden and the Democrats were out of step with the culture and what most young voters wanted. According to a 2024 Morning Consult poll, 2/3 of Gen Z voters, that's 67%, said that Biden's decision to back the TikTok ban, support the genocide in Gaza, lie about COVID being over, approve new oil and gas drilling projects, among a slew of other issues, made them unlikely to support him and left a sour taste in their mouths about Democrats.
I don't know how much the lying about COVID being over is, I mean, this is kind of a hobby horse for Taylor, and I agree with her about it. The Biden administration declared the pandemic over when it was still, I mean, it's still with us, Chad. There's a new strain that's kind of popping off in California right now. Oh my God, what the fuck is the name of the strain? I thought I remembered the strain. What is it? Wider range of symptoms? Stratus, yeah, it's called XFG or Stratus, subvariant of the Omicron strain. But yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, I hope that she's right, that there are people out there that noticed that Biden, said the pandemic was over way before it actually was, and care enough about it to complain. I hope that she's right. I'm just I don't know. It feels like people want it to be over or wanted it to be over. Which is really not. That kind of wishful thinking is not useful. It's very dangerous when it comes to public health. But yeah, I'm glad at least she's standing up for public health. Taylor has a very sharp analysis of all the internet media dynamics, has blind spots when it gets close to her personally. Yeah, and the case in point that I'm thinking of is, there's like an emotional side to it too, right? Somebody that was really fell victim to some horrible right-wing tactics, but at the end of the day was also maybe not upfront with her own community.
When Kamala Harris became the nominee,
but again, I mean, you understand, she's got her she's monitoring so much, like she's trying to encompass all of the goings on online, which is a lot, and it's really easy to sleep on certain developments.
After Biden dropped out in late July, things didn't improve much. The Harris campaign's influencer strategy was totally backwards. Rather than capitalize on the momentum that she had initially amassed from progressives online, the campaign shunned left-leaning content creators in favor of more controlled media appearances. They sought to crack down on online speech and blacklisted content creators who had criticized.
So do you see there this the narrative that says that 2020 was the original sin, right? 2020 was bad because Democrats endorsed riots when 90% plus of the protests were actually completely peaceful. They bought into this. They bought into this early. They bought into it before the election, and this is the same kind of narrative that they're still running with, right? And they misread everything, I think. The reason that 2020 is an Achilles heel for Democrats is because Democrats are running away from 2020. They would like to pretend it doesn't exist, just like Biden pretended that COVID didn't exist, right?
Administration or Joe Biden. The Democratic National Convention in Chicago initially accredited over 200 creators under their Creators for Kamala program, and even placed some on the convention floor. But the Harris campaign and Democratic establishment only admitted influencers who were already extremely loyal to the DNC. Instead of embracing a wide range of creators on the left, including progressives, the Democrats built a tightly controlled.
So just to be clear about what I'm getting at here, some of the Harris administration's most damning mistakes, the mistakes that doomed the campaign to failure, were run off the basis of trying to separate Kamala 2024 from Kamala 2020. You can't do that, all right? If you think a candidate is too flawed to run, because of stuff that they said in 2020, then you can't run her. But if you actually look at what she said in 2020 and you start to stand up for it, it's just a conflict between the donors and the base, right? The things that the base wants, the things that Democratic voters want are antithetical, being protected, being taken care of during the pandemic in order to get to a place where where COVID doesn't play as big of a role, the numbers are actually lowered, is something that the base wanted, but it's not something that the donors wanted. The donors are the ones that wanted you to get back to work, don't work remote. We want you to come in the office so we can micromanage you. No more. You know how many stories there are about quiet quitting? And it's always from the perspective of employers are facing this epidemic of quiet quitting. Oh, geez, how do I motivate my employees? What do I do? How do I get rid of these employees that are quiet quitting? Now there's quiet cracking. Have you heard of this? You fucking lose it at your job, but you're not. I don't know. But they're always there's never a realization that the workplace is fucking people up. And if you want your workers to be more productive, maybe you should do something about it. It's always well, how do we get rid of the workers who are quiet quitting? How do we get rid of the workers? How do we put enough pressure? How do we crack the whip on the workers hard enough to where we won't have to deal with this, right? Rather than any sort of human approach, rather than any sort of appreciation that the workers are literally creating your profit for you, right?
chamber. The campaign once again blacklisted influencers who interviewed members of the uncommitted movement or spoke out about the war crimes that the Democratic Party and Joe Biden had sanctioned. Several high-profile content creators had their access revoked mid-convention. Hasan, the largest and arguably most culturally relevant influencer on the left, was initially invited to the convention, but after he interviewed delegates from the uncommitted movement, his access was revoked on stream. This approach alienated younger voters who increasingly get their political news through authentic, unfiltered online voices. And it revealed a deep misunderstanding of how cultural legitimacy is earned in the digital era. The content that was produced under this strategy flopped hard. Harris's Call Her Daddy interview, which was heavily promoted as this major moment to reach young audiences, was stiff and felt scripted. Instead of viral moments, the campaign had centrist Democrat influencers with no organic audience repeat sterile talking points, avoiding the issues that people actually cared about. Meanwhile, Harris passed on opportunities to meet audiences where they were truly engaged. She bombed so badly on a potential appearance on Kareem Rama's Subway Takes that the video didn't even get posted. She also failed to land an appearance on Joe Rogan. The Democrats funneled resources into glossy but
30 minutes left on the yellow butterfly goal.
lifeless content that just did not resonate with anyone outside of the DC consultant class. The DNC lauded Beltway-adjacent safe content creators with small audiences, while dismissing genuinely influential figures on the left. The result was an influencer strategy that completely squandered cultural capital and reinforced the perception that Harris was a manufactured and out-of-touch candidate. Throughout all of this, Trump was busy endearing himself to millions via freewheeling conversations with popular live streamers and podcasters. He went viral on podcasts like the Nelk Boys, Full Send, and Theo Vaughn. On November 5th, 2024, Kamala Harris lost. Trump won the popular vote, and the Democratic Party's abject failings could no longer be ignored. McKenna Kelly, a journalist for Wired, and undeniably the...
See, so what you're seeing is a Trump campaign which spent the election being, far ahead when Biden was still in, and then being slightly ahead when Kamala was in for most of the time. And they adopt a strategy that is taking risks, that is high risk, high reward, right? You go on Theo Vaughn's pod. I don't know if that's actually risky, but what I mean is, like, I don't know, like, let's say you go on one of these podcast bros podcast one week, the next week they're like revealed to be a child predator, right? That's a real thing that happens. That's a real thing that could happen, right? Trump's not worried about that, right? If that happens, the answer from the Trump campaign is going to be to go on more podcasts. It's going to be to change the narrative. It's going to be to say eats the cats, eats the dogs, or something like that, right? So, while the Democratic campaign, which was, always behind, very, very behind under Biden, and always slightly behind under Kamala, they're adopting a risk-averse strategy, right? Let's not go on any, like, what if we come on a podcast and they're like, what are you going to do about Gaza? Do you know how many children are dying? Do you understand what's going on, right? They're so afraid of that they will not possibly risk the chance that anybody's going to ever get a chance to ask Kamala that question. They're so afraid of bringing on a pro-Palestinian speaker at the DNC that they won't even bring forward a Palestinian American who wants to go on there and endorse Kamala Harris, who would possibly help her on the issue, even when she refuses to help herself. They're so risk averse. And look, if you're talking about football or any sport, really, right? Risk averse is a strategy for somebody that's ahead. All right. If you're ahead, if you're massively ahead in a sports match, game, whatever you want to call it, then you might, try to not take so many risks. You might just try to you might adopt a risk averse strategy, and it might work out for you, right? If you are behind, you cannot adopt a risk averse strategy, because the only way that you're going to change the dynamic of being behind is by taking a risk and having it pay off. If you take a risk and it doesn't pay off, oh well, same result as if you didn't take the risk, right? You still lose, right? So yeah, Kamala had a lot less to lose, and she's acting like she's ahead.
single best reporter covering the intersection of politics and the internet, memorialized the Democrats' failed strategy in a 2024 piece titled, quote, "The Year the Democrats Lost the Internet." Media Matters founder David Brock, a staunch Democrat, told McKenna, quote, "The floor has absolutely collapsed with the Democratic Party's brand online. People who don't care about politics don't like us. People who care about and work in politics don't know how to represent us. We are seen as completely out of touch, and as more folks turn to unconventional methods to get their news and media, we are set up for a colossal failure going forward without a strategy shift." For months, leaders of the Democrats, high-profile donors, and liberal political figures bemoaned their lack of support online. The Democrats were finally forced to confront the reality that the media landscape had shifted. In an article I wrote about Trump's win for The Hollywood Reporter, I found that by late 2024, by nearly every metric, legacy media was in decline. Average monthly unique visitors to websites for the country's top 50 newspapers declined 20% to under 9 million in the fourth quarter of 2022. According to ComScore data, the amount of time people are spending consuming legacy media content is getting shorter every single year. The influencer economy, however, is skyrocketing. It's set to surpass $500 billion by 2027, according to a recent Goldman Sachs report. In 2023, 30% of consumers trusted content creators more than they did 6 months ago, according to a report by Sprout Social. And since that report was published, the numbers have only ascended. Rather than confront the wildly unpopular policies that the Democratic establishment continues to cling to, liberals convinced themselves that they only had a messaging problem. They began crowing online about how Democrats simply needed a left Joe Rogan. Quote, "Liberals need to build their own Joe Rogan, somebody who can speak to the people that he speaks to," the nation's Ellie Meissner.
So look, what is the first comment? What is the first thing that comes to your mind about Joe Rogan? Like, if I ask you about Joe Rogan's intelligence, you're probably not going to tell me that you think he's really, really smart, right? So it's not his intelligence. It's not that he's super professional. It's kind of the opposite. He's, you know, he's got the intelligence of your average dude. He has CTE intelligence. He's got fight intelligence, right? But yeah, you know, he's got like, you know, kind of, you know, he's repping like average intelligence, and he's also not too buttoned up, not too formal. Look at what we saw the other day from Adam Friedland and Richie Torres. We saw a human being, a flawed human being, an emotional human being, a human being unpacking his baggage from childhood, right? The shit that he had heard from you know, being a child, and had finally come to realize, like, I was inculcated with this settler colonial mentality that is now being used to justify genocide. And like, they're changing what it means to be a Jew, right? And it breaks me up. Like, you know, I'm gonna, like, he's talking about how his family's gonna react to the interview and such, right? And then you, on the other side, you got a fucking NPC. You got somebody that just says the fucking talking points, right? Every time that, you know, you say that there's a starvation, they say, well, that's because Hamas is stealing the food, right? They gotta, that's the difference, right? The Democrats think that Richie Torres is the model to follow, because that has been traditionally, you know, the kind of, like Richard Nixon, Watergate, chat. What was that about? What was Richard Nixon going after? Richard Nixon was looking ahead was looking at the Democratic primary, and he had chosen essentially who he didn't want to run against, a guy named Muskie. What is his actual name? Who was Muskie in 1972? Sure, I'll go with that. Edmund Muskie, American statesman and politician, political leader. Let me see if I can find his Wikipedia. Anybody else notice that Wikipedia used to be like the number one, like when you'd search something, Wikipedia was like the #1 entry, and now you gotta go to another page for it. Okay, I'm trying to find United States Senate. Yeah, he ran in 70. He ran in 68. Wait. Nominated for vice president, sorry. With Hubert Humphrey, and then he runs again in 1972. Right? So on February 24th, 1972, a staffer from the White House forwarded a letter about Muskie to the Manchester Union leader. The forged letter reportedly the successful sabotage work of the committee to re-elect the president, that's President Richard Nixon. Members Don Sergetti and Ken Clausen asserted that Muskie had made disparaging remarks about the French Canadians. Okay, that's a different thing. Evidence came... Wait. I thought there was something about his mental health. So the Canuck letter, the letter that implied that he said bad things about French Canadians, was... But look, I mean, like, that's something that Donald Trump would do easy, right? In the 72, basically, Nixon is trying to expose Muskie as being a loose cannon, as being too emotional. I think there was also an element of... I thought there was an element of mental health. Same paper released an article that portrayed Muskie's wife, Jane, as a drunkard and as racially intolerant. On the morning of February 26, Muskie gave a speech to his supporters. His speech was viewed as emotional and defensive. There we go. So this is the old view. This loses you elections. This is a bad thing. You act emotional, and you lose. He gave the speech during a snowstorm, which made it appear that he was crying. Later, he claimed that it was merely melted snowflakes that you were seeing on his face, not tears. The press reported that Muskie broke down and cried. There we go, shattering the candidate's images. I thought they also got a hold of his medical, some sort of like medical information about therapy, but yeah, they basically sandbagged, they rat fucked this guy. I guess that's the language that they would have used in 1972. They rat fucked this guy by portraying him as overly emotional. Adam Friedland was definitely overly emotional in that interview, but you know what else he was? He was real. And that's what they're not getting. That's what the Democrats do not understand, right? We're not looking for controlled and professional and calculated. We're not looking to panel tested and vetted consultant strategies. We're looking for people who are real because we trust real people. When you show a little bit of emotion, right, it shows that you're human. And when you play the game like you're in 1972, you don't appear to be human, and people react badly to that. Anyway, that was a little bit of a stun lock there, but
Style posted on X, the lesson that many Democrats seem to have taken from their stunning loss in November was just more podcasts. A slew of DC political consultants, many with zero experience in the influencer industry, recognized an opportunity. Soon, organizations began sprouting up and soliciting millions of dollars from donors. The billionaire and millionaire donors that Democrats are so reliant on were seeing headlines about the party's failed influencer strategy. and they wanted to put money towards changing that. But they also had no clue about how the internet works. The mainstream media, as usual, only made things worse. Instead of accurately explaining to readers that the Democrats' platform itself was the problem, traditional news outlets convinced a lot of rich people that if Kamala Harris had simply paid the right Twitch streamers or done a podcast or two more, she would have won. So it's into this climate that these nonprofits and consultancies start to emerge. One of the most high-profile ones is a nonprofit called Chorus. Chorus launched with a splashy profile in the New York Times written by journalists Shane Goldmacher and Ken Bensinger. Chorus billed itself as a nonprofit advocacy organization and creator-led hub dedicated to helping independent media figures expand their reach and push democratic policy. Chorus also positioned itself as a quasi-newsroom, akin to what conservative groups have built on the right, but for liberal creators. According to a pitch deck that I obtained, Chorus claimed that it wanted to change how progressive content creators operate by providing ongoing stability, resources, and support that legacy journalists and conservative commentators count on. I'd love to know how.
The thing that's really confusing me about like their attempt to provide stability, and that's real. You know, if you want to get content creators on your side, stability is one thing that we don't have in this industry. But, giving people a stipend, even a large stipend, like $8,000 a month, it just kind of reeks of a lack of recognition of even the needs of content creators, right? Stability. Why don't we have stability? Because we're working as we're working as independent contractors, and we don't get benefits, right? If they're going to try to do something for creators, shouldn't it start with health insurance, maybe? Like, even very successful content creators have trouble getting health insurance, and when they do get it, they're paying way too much for it, right? So yeah, I mean, this does seem predatory, as Keith Edwards said in when he talked to Taylor, and yeah, they're not taking the actual needs of the content creators into account. They're using them as a means to an end, and trying to use Chorus to basically control them. Chorus is an incubated cohort. Sorry, Chorus is incubating a cohort. So incubating, assisting, helping out, taking care of, teaching, etc. Right? A cohort, right? Each group of content creators they take on is like a cohort, just like your cohort of classmates in college, getting a progressive message in front of millions of Americans, right? And but now Chorus is deciding what that progressive message looks like. These content creators, that's their job. That's what they're good at. They are successful as content creators. They are trusted by their communities because of their progressive message. And Chorus is treating that as like, well, we're just going to paper over whatever, we would like to edit your progressive message for you. We give creators message guidance. Wow, that's not something we really need. Look at that, what they're giving, right? Production and editing support. That is probably helpful. Booking guests like yourselves. Book guests like yourself. Wait, what does that mean? Okay, so this is maybe this is written to elected officials. Book guests like yourself. We will help them get in touch with elected officials. But again, it's the guests that they want you to talk to, right? They're gonna book the guests for you. It's kind of taking some agency away from you. 2, our initial cohort of creators had an audience of 40 million followers with more than 100 million weekly views. 3, there are hundreds of creators signed up, ready to speak out to elected officials and amplify your content. Yeah, look at that. Amplifying the content of politicians, okay? I'm sorry, but that's a content creator who has a pattern of amplifying the content of politicians is a content creator that is not going to be trusted by their audience.
how progressive content creators operate by providing ongoing stability, resources.
What does this help the progressive voices? Help the best progressive voices scale across new platforms, incubate the new generation of online influencer voices with mentorships and growth programs, use sophisticated data analytics to measure the real impact on voter and issue engagement, build centralized editorial booking, production, and newsroom support, cross-promote progressive creators into other cultural spaces, and I mean, God, this is obviously PR speak here. Integrate lifestyle content into the progressive arena.
Sources and support that legacy journalists and conservative commentators count on. I'd love to know how legacy journalists have that kind of support, but that's another issue. Chorus said that it would, quote, leverage the tenets of its cohort to help creators hyperscale their audiences and break through across platforms and
Daryl Barnett, you just got weaseled.
genre.
Also, Winnie Cat, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
It also said that it would, quote, recruit, train, and support high-impact content creators who want to elevate essential issues and bring news into the cultural space. It would do this through financial support and shared resources like studio space, editors, researchers, bookers, and legal
Metalface, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
fact-checking services. Chorus boasted that the brand was able to amass 50,000 followers on social media accounts and that it had already attracted at least 4,000 donors to support its mission. From the beginning, it was clear that Chorus was tightly aligned with the Democratic establishment. In January, Chorus bragged that the organization was the first to host a, quote, creator-led forum for the Democratic Party chair candidates. That same month, Chorus announced a partnership with Impactual LLC, a centrist Democrat consulting firm with deep ties to the Democrat donor space. The content creators that
8 minutes and 50 seconds left on the butterfly goal. This crazy butterfly goal that I think I messed up in setting. I think I meant for it to be 5. How about this? I'll put a butterfly in if we get 2 more yellow super chats in the next 8 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, because I did intend that goal to be 5, not 10. I kind of messed up.
Chorus initially touted as being part of its founding group also included several holdovers from the Creators for Kamala days. But as Chorus's fundraising deck made it around to donors, it also ended up in the hands of some big-time talent agents and managers that represented or knew some of the less pro-establishment creators featured in the deck. Some agents balked at their clients being included in a fundraising deck without their prior knowledge, and other anti-establishment or pro-Palestine creators who had never signed up to be part of Chorus were confused and angered that their images were being used to...
Eric FM, I don't understand the problem with this. Why are so many people hating on Taylor Lorenz? I mean, it's the same kind of hate people get when they call out Vosh, right? I mean, back before the lowly thing, right? Or Destiny. It's parasocial. They've got 90 plus creators in the current Chorus cohort, and all of the fans, all of the parasocials have now been activated. This mean lady does not like your content creator, right? And you know your content creator, they're really nice. You know, you don't like, they just give the most basic like clap back, and it just gets uptaken. I don't know if you saw the tweet. Taylor also called out Ariana from the leftist mafia. What? Oh, I didn't realize she was in the Chorus chat. You know, I don't know. I didn't see a lot of Taylor actually calling out individual recipients of the Chorus money. If anything, it seemed like they were being, portrayed more as the victims. So did leftist mafia cover this? But that's the whole thing. You're seeing somebody right in chat right now being like, "Oh, Ariana from leftist mafia? What the fuck? What the fuck?" Right? And I don't think it's as much about Ariana or Booker Squared or any of the recipients of this money as it is about like Brian Tyler Cohen and the other, you know, the other co-founders of Chorus, right? I mean, I would hope that she's got more smoke for the manipulated than for the more smoke for the manipulator than the manipulatee. But yeah, I mean that's what's activated so many people against Taylor, right? She has literally taken on 90 fandoms, and I don't know if there's a way to get around that.
Raise potentially millions of dollars without their consent. In addition to the fundraising.
But yeah, I mean, anybody got an update? Anybody want to give me a rundown of they both Ariana and Twitter were going back and forth on Twitter. Yeah, goddamn. When you said Ariana at first, I thought we were talking about, what is her name from the Huffington Post? Ariana Huffington or Ariana Grande? I was thinking that was not the first Ariana that came to mind, but yeah, I mean, there's like, I mean, and you could see how tempting this would be, chat. It's hard to do this job, right? It is very fucking difficult. And look, you know, waving $8,000 in front of somebody's face is an easy way to get them not to think about the threat to their independence that something like Chorus could actually represent. This is an easy way to get people to see the bright side and not look at the downside as much.
Deck, the faces of several influencers were also featured prominently on the Chorus website beneath a giant donate button. Users who clicked the donate button were taken to a fundraising page that read, quote, "Supporting Chorus means supporting independent online voices and building the next era for online news and conversation." But donations made via that page did not go directly towards the creators pictured. Multiple influencers featured on Chorus's website were frustrated that they were included on the page and used to solicit small dollar donations without their consent. Progressive YouTuber and former Media Matters staffer Kat Abugazaya, who's running for Congress in Illinois, was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising decks without her approval. She asked that her image and name be removed.
Oh, Jasmine Crockett responded. Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, an example. I mean, I don't know. Part of the benefit of Chorus, I guess, is supposed to be to get you in touch with politicians, right? Which, you know, could, like, I don't know, if you need to talk to somebody, you know, that's a good thing. But at the same time, the service is for the politician, right? If you are a content creator, you're kind of the product. The customers are the Democrats. Eric FM, it's apparently one creator from the leftist mafia was getting a stipend. I guess I take it from Chorus. I actually was not aware of this. I didn't watch the leftist mafia last night.
And no longer used for fundraising.
Did they talk about it on the show?
And marketing purposes. When I asked Chorus about this back in April, Chorus's co-founder, Brian Tyler Cohen, issued a statement through his comms director saying, quote, "Chorus came together quickly on a few Zoom calls with creators after November, and we've been running at full sprint since then. As a creator, I would never want to put another creator in a difficult position for any reason, and we removed Kat when she asked." Ali O'Brien, a progressive creator who was featured on Chorus's website below the donate button, said that the company must have just taken an image of her.
I'm sorry, we got to rewind that. This is kind of wild, right? And the way that the kind of responses that you're getting from BTC here. So I think these people are Chorus, you know, part of the cohort.
Featured on Chorus's website.
Oh no, you're right, Kat, yeah. What the fuck? So yeah, Kat I'm gonna mispronounce her name. This is the YouTuber that's running for Congress and using social media to promote herself as a candidate and actually doing pretty well at it. Apparently she was not a part of this at all, and they just throw her shit up there anyway.
And included in fundraising decks without her approval. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer used for fundraising and marketing purposes. When I asked Chorus about this back in April, Chorus's co-founder, Brian Tyler Cohen, issued a statement through his comms director saying, quote, Chorus came together quickly on a few Zoom calls with creators after November, and we've been running at full sprint since then. As a creator, I would never want to put another creator in a difficult position for any reason, and we removed Kat when she asked. Ali O'Brien, a progressive creator who was featured on Chorus's website below the donate button, said that the company must have just taken an image of her off social media. She said, quote, I did not even know that I was on this website. I am not financially tied to them at all. V-Sphere, known as Under the Desk News, who has over 3.6 million followers on TikTok, told me, quote, I'm not in any collective at all. That's my problem with the way it went down. I don't think anyone should be pitching me other than me. What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media. Chorus's effort to act as a bridge between creators and political leaders ruffled the feathers of influencer management companies and talent agencies as well, whose job it is to negotiate opportunities for their talent. Representatives for big-name creators told me that they felt like Chorus was luring their clients with promises of access to political leaders, quote, then they go to a bunch of donors who don't know anything about the creator space except that we need a left.
All right, so I'm going to give you some names of the leftist content creators that are dogpiling Taylor Lorenz right now. Rational Disconnect is calling Hasan Piker a tanky. Yeah, anybody, like, what, you're a tanky? Chat, you're a tanky if you don't want dark money in democratic politics, if you don't want dark money corrupting, you know, your lefty content creators, right? You're a fucking tanky, says Rational Disconnect, a channel that I will no longer watch. I don't think I've really, you know, Girl with a Microphone is up here. Oh, of course, the Ethan Stan. Jesus Christ, do I need to put this on screen, I guess? I don't know. This is messy. Yeah, I mean, like, that's, you know, you would expect. Wired has officially started retracting and changing part of Taylor Lorenz's argument. How embarrassing for her. How embarrassing for you, Girl with a Microphone. Please pray that I never bring your content up on stream. Gotta respect Taylor Lorenz's ability to lie about her own credentials. Is this the Banksy of journalism? Okay. I mean, right-wingers hate her, and now shitlibs hate her. Wait, that cow is an anti-vaxxer? Sorry, what? Is this person calling Taylor Lorenz a cow? This is Sean DeBlack bringing this up. Scoop, powerful dark money. He's retweeting Taylor Lorenz.
You know the crazy part about that, specifically?
Oh, yeah. So Sean DeBlack is a member of Gen Z for Change, the organization that was, I think it was called like TikTokers for Biden at first, and then they changed their name. So yeah, his a group that he's involved with gets mentioned by Taylor.
You know the crazy part about that, specifically from like the influencer side of it? They were offering influencers like thousands of dollars in order to post only good things about the IRA. And if you were like, hey, I'm going to be a little bit critical in my video, and they'd be like, oh, you're critical, you don't get the money. And so if you see influencers that are like, this is why I always say, if you see influencers that are unable to be critical of Biden to any degree, there is a good chance that through some maybe proxies or organizations, they're getting paid to say the things that they are getting
Sean called this.
paid.
Sean called it. This is more than a year ago, chat. This is current affairs. Who is this? Nathan G. Robinson is the current affairs guy. Picture retweeting part of Taylor's article. Oh, geez. Look at that. Hopefully we're talking about, it would be an insult to my dead son for everyone to have health care. Wait, what? Wait, when was this? God damn. That is... Hopefully he rots in hell and rests in piss. The problem with this tweet is it looks like she's talking about Biden's son, right? Because he's, Biden's still alive. Joe Biden is still alive. This just in. Anyway, Trump, we're not so sure about. But Joe Biden, wouldn't it be crazy, Chad, if Joe Biden outlived Donald Trump? How crazy would that be? When was this? Must have been in 2020. It would be an insult to my dead. Oh, what did Biden actually say? I wonder. Anyway, this is one of those things where you try to post something about somebody and you get a bunch of based in the replies. This got very, very messy. Yeah, very, very messy, very, very quick. Just like the butterfly goal that I have completely fucked up. We need proof of life. Just stick it to Trump. Biden should get the Nobel Peace Prize if he outlives Trump just to piss him off. Wait, Chorus is nonpartisan is a new one? That's just from Taylor's account. If that's true, then why do the companies own confidential decks that I obtained to frame Chorus as a solution to the Dems messaging problem? Why is that exactly how Chorus framed itself in the media before my story came out? 10 years behind, we're losing the narrative. They're showing like conservative versus progressive engagement on different platforms. Obviously, X is the worst, but Facebook, is bad. Instagram is bad. YouTube is closest to even. TikTok is actually favoring progressive by this measurement. And then what is this last? Threads? Oh, God, who cares about Threads? But yeah, wait, no, progressive is winning on Threads too. Okay. Why? How come nobody measured Blue Sky? How come nobody measured Blue Sky anyway? I want Blue Sky to be a thing. By the way, if you look in the pinned right now, you'll find a link to Blue Sky. And if you are the type of person who likes to use Blue Sky, you can click on that link. You can follow my account and hey, maybe even give that thread some engagement. So some real engagement, like, comment in the replies if you want your opinion about the goings on, and feel free to like it and or repost it if you want to as well. Oh, here's Olivia Giuliano's response.
Because it's just sort of...
Oh, this was Taylor's live stream. So the last night, I think a few hours before I went live on stream, Taylor went live on TikTok. And I still haven't seen anything from that stream.
Frustrating. Everyone is willing to just believe lies.
The article that Taylor Lorenz wrote about me and a number of other content creators who are part of the Chorus cohort is filled with factual inaccuracies. First and foremost, we are not paid to make content. We are not paid by the Democratic Party. Chorus does not have any creative control.
Okay, I gotta point out that Taylor didn't say that you were paid by the Democratic Party. What the fuck? You're kind of proving Taylor right here. There's been a lot of self-own. All right, so I just found a this is Olivia Juliana. Let's blow this up and see what's going on. Oh, with Hillary Clinton, huh? Okay. Cool beans. That's who we're just so we're clear about who we're hearing from here.
Any of the content that I make over any of the people that I talk to, and they have never and will never tell me what I can or can't.
Anybody want to ask Olivia Juliana what she's doing posing for pictures with a TERF? Like, I assume this creator supports trans rights. I would hope so, right? My last message, would it be okay to DM you a link on Twitch? Sure. If it's a link to, if it's like a YouTube video, I usually just have people tell me the title so I can search it. This is getting bad, chat. This is messy.
Cannot say. The contract that we sign does not pay us for content. It is the same as somebody giving seed money to a small business to build their infrastructure so that that business can go on to be self-sustaining.
So that that business can go on to be controlled propaganda, right? So that they can come to rely on it, and they come on. No, they just gave it out of the goodness of their heart, right? They no expectations. They just want to, hey, you're doing good work. Here's some money. Even if you go on, even if you talk about nothing but Gaza for the next 3 months, right? Even if you even if you support primary opponents of major establishment Democrats, the money's still going to keep coming. I don't fucking think so.
In the future. That is effectively what Chorus is. It offers small creators and content creators technical trainings and operational guidance on how to build their own long-term self-sustainable platforms. If you want to get into the weeds about all of those things, you can go watch the videos that were posted by Elizabeth Booker Houston and Ali O'Brien.
That's Booker squared.
By the way, two people who are part of this cohort who have been consistently critical of the Democratic Party since all of this started, which debunks the other claim you have, which is that we have to be nice and uncritical of the Democratic Party.
No, I'm sure that Brian Tyler Cohen has no problem uplifting critical progressive voices. That definitely sounds like BTC to me.
It might be easy to convince people on the outside and to convince other creators that the things that you're saying about 1630 and about Omidyar and about journalism are all true. Unlike a lot of other creators and people on
Excuse me? Again, chat. Omidyar donated to 1630. That's the dark money group that her paycheck, that Olivia, she doesn't list pronouns, so maybe I jumped the gun in saying that, I thought it was surprising, to see her with TERF Hillary Clinton here.
the outside. I have experience in the nonprofit world, the nonprofit compliance world, and in journalism, which is why I am absolutely dumbfounded that your article was even published in the first place. When you submit a piece of content or a piece of writing to someone in an editorial manner, they go through a rigorous fact-checking process. So the fact that your article, which
But why are you spouting the Omidyar? Sorry, chat. The Omidyar thing. This is Pierre Omidyar is the guy. All right, the guy in 2020 donated to 1630. Right, 1630 is the organization that supports Chorus. Right, and then after 2020, he set up a grant. I think with some public money as well. That is what Taylor receives, right? That is the That is the grant that they're trying to imply that Taylor Lorenz is receiving 1630 money. She's not. She's receiving she's part of a program that's in the name of a person who donated at one time to 1630. Do you see how fast this is? Ship of Theseus shit. This is stuff that I'd expect from right-wingers, honestly.
Which was riddled with factual inaccuracies, was published in the first place, is mind-boggling to me. And you're also trying to convince people that the problem here is accepting dark money and that there is a lack of disclosure. Well, Taylor, once again, you're either a liar, a hypocrite, misinformed, bad at your job, or maybe a combination of all of those. You yourself—
Bad at her job. If she was working for 1630, she'd be fired. How about that? How about that? She'd be fired because they're putting money into these chorus people, right? And if they were putting money into Taylor Lorenz too, and Taylor Lorenz starts to criticize their other project, yeah, she'd be fucking fired.
Have received funding from Omidyar through their Reporters in Residence program.
But I am in a
From Omidyar, right? Not from 1630. And this isn't dark money. This is like on everything. This is like the opposite. I don't know. Who is this person? Olivia Juliana. She spoke, I think, at the, she was one of the speakers at the DNC at the convention last year, right? Now, remember who wasn't allowed to speak? Advocates for doing something about the United States' support of the massive genocide in Gaza. That's who was not allowed. Anybody that showed any concerns about that, right? So that tells you something right away.
reporting fellowship that is an LLC, that is completely separate from even the organization, the nonprofit organization of the Omidyar network.
Yeah, so there's Pierre Omidyar himself, right? That's the person. He donated to 1630 at one time. Right. And, you know, although 1630 is a dark money organization in that they do not disclose all of their donors, that was one donation that was disclosed, right? The fund is a separate thing, is an LLC.
Columbia Re. Super chatted $5. As a Star Wars fan, I'm insulted that Olivia is saying all this cringe crap while wearing a Star Wars shirt.
No, she's basic.
SMH.
Yeah, no, she's basically like, I mean, this is some Sith shit, right? Look at that. Star Wars is backwards. She flipped the image. She must be with the Empire.
1630 Fund is a fiscal sponsor. It is a larger charity that houses smaller charities for the sake of logistics and operations.
The LLC that I'm part of has not accepted any money from the 1630 Fund.
You, Taylor, receive money for independent journalism infrastructure building from the Omidyar network, whether you're accepting it from the nonprofit or from an LLC, you are still accepting money from the same funding pool.
It's not political.
Because Omidyar gave money to 1630 in 2020? What? None of this fucking makes sense, but look, if you're a fan of Olivia Juliana, you probably don't have a lot of motivation to look into this. You like a simple check of the facts, right? Makes her take incoherent. But if your whole thing is like, I love Olivia Juliana, oh my God, somebody said there's something bad about my favorite content creator. And all she's got to do is this. All she's got to do is this because she knows that nobody's going to look into it any deeper.
It's nonpartisan, and I'm being paid as part of a reporting fellowship. It has nothing to do with politics.
Yeah, Taylor, so are we. Because Chorus is a non-partisan, non-profit. It is not an entity of the Democratic Party. You are in the same...
Non-partisan? What the fuck do you think that means? What do you think that means? Could you go... Like, okay, it's nonpartisan. Show me the content creators supporting Republicans. Show me the content creators supporting the Green Party. Show me the content creators supporting the PSL presidential candidate that ran in 2024. You can't find them because they don't exist. Non-fucking partisan? That is a load of dog shit. Wow.
Structured program.
Truly, no one's paying. I'm not taking money from any dark money group. I'm just not. And if I ever did, I would tell you.
When you go to your Substack, there's no disclosure that you have had any kind of operational or seed funding for your independent journalism pursuits, which is how I know that you know the difference between being paid for content and being paid to grow your own independent infrastructure.
They just did it out of the goodness of their own heart, chat. Why is she yelling? I don't know. It's maybe her audience likes being yelled at. I don't know. I mean, this is basically what this is all the Democrats have, right? It's like, why aren't you supporting our candidate? Even though our candidate isn't giving you any indication that she'll be any better in terms of Israel than Biden was or than Trump will be, you should assume that she will be anyway. It's all shh, hush, hush, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, right? You should have gotten the dog whistle that Kamala was going to do something. She was going to, I don't know, fucking put 10 extra calories into Gaza in the form of aid. I don't know.
You were following...
It's a debate tactic. I mean, yeah,
your own ethical guidelines that you put on all of us, you would have a disclosure on your Substack, and yet you don't. I am part of Chorus. I accepted money to be part of a technical and operational training program and a mentorship program. I have absolutely no shame about being part of Chorus. I am someone who has been on my own, working and busting my ass since I was 19 years old to be able to build a better life for my children and give them the safety and security I never had. And next year, when I go back to college and I'm able to finish and become the first person in my family to graduate from college, I will have absolutely no guilt in accepting money to make myself more independent in the future. And
I would say that the worst element of influencership, which Taylor did not attack, right? She, in fact, criticized, some Silicon Valley tech bros that, looked at influencers as being, a passing trend, right? But the worst part about the influencer culture is the manipulation of audience by parasocial means. Oh gosh, don't you want Olivia Giuliana to go to college and be the first person in her family to graduate? Oh gosh, are you against that? You don't want people to, you don't want people to improve their lot in life over their parents, like really? Oh my God, it's so manipulative.
And the fact that you have the audacity to go after creators and say that they are corrupt and that they are twisted for taking...
She didn't say that. Chat, did I miss something? Did I miss the paragraph where Taylor condemns the influencers themselves, the content creators themselves?
Money that could help them build a platform that could sustain them and their families for the rest of their life is disgusting, and you should be embarrassed and ashamed of yourself.
Again, there you go. This is straight Dylan Burns, right? But Dylan wants to run for office. No comment, chick. How could you dare imply that Dylan Burns is anything less than stellar on trans issues? Do you want to take that dream away from him? Do you know that he's had a hard life? This is the same fucking shit. And I won't even go into it because it got very fucking personal. He divulged all kinds of personal details about his life and his suffering and everything else in order to fucking activate a hate mob against me that didn't leave me alone for 2 years. This is the same fucking shit. The same fucking shit, right? Like, it's all about like the abuse of empathy. These people are empathy abusers, and I'm fucking sick of their bullshit. And if I have to go dark woke to fight this, I will, okay? If I have to actually take a Skulls Unlimited sponsorship, Skulls Unlimited international chat, I will, okay? If I have to call... Sorry, I'm gonna stop with the...
Especially because you yourself have taken the same exact money. To everyone out there who's watching this, who you may still not believe me, you may not find me trustworthy, you may think that I'm a paid Democratic shill, that's fine. It's within your right to believe that. If you're still here and you believe the things that I'm saying and you actually want to build a coalition to beat back Donald Trump and beat back fascism.
That's right. Taylor's pro-fascism, pro-Donald Trump. That's right. No, she's not trying to make the fucking Democratic Party better. She's trying to help Trump win. There you go. We should just allow the Democratic Party to pursue the least authentic path of a social media strategy, and I'm sure that will have no ramifications. That being said, chat, I did put a new butterfly goal up. It's only up for 24 minutes, but for the next 24 minutes, 5 light blue super chats will get you a butterfly. So if you are highly motivated and highly engaged, then let's go. Let's make this happen. I'm trying out different strategies. I don't know how I'm supposed to be using the super chat goal, so we're trying different things with it.
I'm happy that you're here.
Luffy Loves Life. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch.
Joe Rogan, and they raise money from them. These are dollars that belong to the creators, the marketer said. Another representative at a major Hollywood agency who asked to remain anonymous told me that Chorus, quote, has no respect for how the entertainment industry works. They think they're smarter than the agents and the agencies. You can get away with that in the short term, but they're going to get the party blackballed. There are only so many times that agents will allow some middleman to take ad dollars from our entertainers before they're like, F these people. And they're getting very close to that. After I reached out to Chorus for comment about all of this back in April, Chorus sent an email blast out to the creators in their network reading, quote, some reporters are reaching out to creators about Chorus and it seems with not great intentions. To me, this set off immediate red flags. As a journalist, anytime you reach out for comment about something and the company or organization immediately starts smearing you, especially when they're bad-mouthing you to people who have nothing to do with the story, claiming that you have not great intentions, you know that there's more to that story. Let me just also say that claiming journalists whose job it is to challenge power, investigate wrongdoing, and report on news happening.
You give your donations to Choki. Choki, did you have an opinion on tonight's bonus content? We are 72% of the way there. So, you know, it's kind of looking good. I've also got a new way for you to, I'm trying out new butterfly goals, including this that I think is a very easy one. It is a butterfly goal that is shorter. It's 30 minutes, but it also, it only needs 5 super chats, and those chats can be those super chats could be literally anything. So we're gonna see if like this can work as a strategy, but remember, your time is limited. All right. If you know, this will not come again.
On their beats, have some.
Do not teach me the wrong lesson about sort
of bad intentions is really poor form. The job of a journalist is to be annoying. It's to piss people off, and especially to piss off people in power, and to hold organizations to account. So I kept digging and talking to creators. I spoke to several creators who attended an early Chorus activation at the Capitol for Trump's joint address to Congress. The influencers were brought to the Capitol by Chorus to create content promoting Democratic messaging. It was marketed to the liberal content creators as an opportunity to interview members of Congress. But when they showed up, it became apparent that Chorus hadn't actually booked interviews for anyone aside from Brian Tyler Cohen, who co-founded Chorus. One creator who attended the event told me, quote, it was essentially go to the Rayburn building and go trick-or-treating for interviews. It was so embarrassing, and it didn't put us in the position to make good content. After
Chucky, check out the poll. The other option is the other options are Vox Populi or putting it towards a video game stream.
Knocking on the doors of lawmakers' offices unannounced, the group of creators was able to generate content that ultimately garnered over 53 million collective views. But afterwards, they were asked to submit that content that they created to Chorus in order to get their travel costs reimbursed. This irked the creators, who felt like Chorus now wanted to use their content to put into a deck in order to show the Democrats who hired Chorus how successful their activation was, when in reality, the creators say that they received little to no support. V Sphere of Under the Desk News told me, quote, it was Chorus's first test as a collective, And I wasn't there, but it didn't look like it went so well. Creators made good content, but they would have made that content without Chorus. Through a spokesperson, Brian Tyler Cohen responded to me saying, quote, while not everyone who went to DC with Chorus had the same experience, this trip led to dozens of interviews and posts that generated an audience more than 50% bigger than the speech itself. I'm proud that an organization only a few months old had that kind of impact, and we're iterating so the experience and our reach can be even bigger next time. But a few months later, influencers began reaching out to me again about Chorus. They told me about a new creator program that the organization was recruiting people for. I was interested, and so I started digging. Before long, someone leaked me a private group chat where dozens of Democratic political influencers were discussing whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. As I write in Wired, the influencers were being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. But the contract, which was sent to them from Chorus, came with some major strings. The influencers in the group chat debated the details and whether or not to try to collectively bargain for changes in the contract. Lorenzo, a non-binary creator.
Yeah, so it's not a pinned comment that you're looking for, Choki. It's the poll. It's the poll for the YouTube chat. It's literally right up there. It's also right up there.
In Columbus, Ohio, with over 884,000 TikTok followers, asked the group, quote, should we send a joint email or are we just going to send things separately and hope they change everything for everyone? Eliza Orlins, a public defender and reality TV star, posted, quote, any Newsies fans here? We're a union just by saying so. A reproductive justice influencer named Perry, who posts under the handle @WomenInAmerica, posted in the thread, quote, reading through this revised Chorus contract like, you win some, you lose some. I also think there's at least 4 other things that should change, laughing face. But the vibe I got from their email was that there would be minimal, if any, changes. Erin Parnas, a Gen Z news influencer who has been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite, posted to the chat, quote, I don't feel strongly about pushing, to be honest, in regards to the contract. Quote, they aren't going to modify it anymore. Seems like a take it or leave it. The influencers who made up the chat have millions of collective followers and are some of the biggest names online posting in support of the Democrats. In the end, the majority.
Okay, so I'm trying to give a chance for people that super chat but can't afford to do like a teal super chat like this. There's literally, literally 5 super chats of any variety will get a butterfly, but if this doesn't happen, we're not doing light blue again. All right. So
majority of creators in the chat ended up signing the deal. I found out that the secretive program
if you want for light blue super chats, which I think is anything like above $1, basically counts towards that. If you want that to be a thing, a way to, I would love to bring more people in to participate on the butterfly goal. I'm just trying to see what works here. And so far, I am coming up with empty, right? I swear to God, I'm not trying to make the butterfly like the impossible to, attain, impossible to catch thing. I'm trying to make it as easy as I possibly can. But yeah, this is, it's not, it's not working.
That the influencers were discussing in that chat is actually a massive new initiative. The goal of this new influencer program is to try to tip the balance of power on the internet towards the Democrats. And
maybe, I don't know, does the poll not show up for some people? If Choki's not seeing the poll, maybe other people can't see the poll either. One in chat if you can't see the poll.
The program is being funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund that is working with Chorus. The 1630 Fund is distributing as much as $8,000 per month to influencers.
Yeah, Twitch, you will not see the poll because guess what? The poll's not on Twitch. The poll's on YouTube. So I thought I'd made that clear, but
the program kicked off last month and the creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part.
Wait, you can't see it? Play something? You can't see the poll?
Rather than launching the program as a public...
Oh God, that's the whole issue. Yeah, oh my gosh. Anyway, it's YouTube. YouTube's... It's so frustrating, chat. YouTube doesn't count super stickers. Although I think they're awesome. I mean, if you would I think communicating with a sticker is. Wait a minute, I gotta do something here. YouTube is frustrating me today, though. Especially, I didn't even have any idea that people couldn't see the poll.
Facing initiative, however, where creators could openly and transparently use the funds to invest in their businesses, the program is being run in secret. Creators told me that if they were even so much as to acknowledge they were part of the program, the contract stipulated that they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially. Influencers included in communication and an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 fund include Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the DNC last summer, Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed pro-DNC meme account.
Can anybody tell me if that is as cursed as you see the one on the screen, but do you see the one in chat? Joel, thank you for the see that is what I'm trying to get to. Yeah, it's almost like YouTube's doing like a compliance test, right? Like those standardized tests where like it's like the question isn't hard, but it's like it's more of a test of can you follow the directions, can you read the directions and like follow the precise, whatever it says and shit. Like I think it seems like that's what YouTube's doing because they're like, it's very confusing. Yeah, a super sticker should be equivalent to a super chat, but for some reason it's not. And then they're telling you that you gotta. They're telling you, yeah. They're like telling you that I don't know, chat. It's frustrating. It's too complicated. I want to get my own website so I can just do something simple. Like everything should be simple. Everything should be streamlined. Everything should be easy to understand.
Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal, Sander Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings, David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics, Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, Lauren Pietra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for the Occupy Democrats, and dozens of others. According to copies of the contract that I obtained, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the
super chatted $5. Another one for the butterfly goal.
Another one for the butterfly goal. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of we got we're at 3 out of 5 with 12 minutes left. I don't know. It feels overly complicated. It's cute, but I got angry a couple of months ago when I donated a throne for gaming. Gaming was winning, but I didn't realize gaming was a special category. So it is like, well, yeah, because here's what's special about gaming. Look at that. At the end of every stream, all of these numbers here, right? All these numbers return to 0. You know what doesn't return to 0? Gaming. It continues to build until there is 100%. And then we have a gaming stream. But you're right, it is too complicated. I gotta figure out a way to fix this. I have got to fix this somehow, chat. I don't know how. Brave, nobody ever suspects the butterfly? Yo. Who would suspect the butterfly? I think I'm adding 15 here.
1630 fund, or thus functionally that they're being paid at all. Here, I'm just going to quote a bit directly from my Wired piece, which is linked below. Dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus and the 1630 Fund about a financing opportunity this spring. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online and were asked if they'd be interested in being part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help, quote, expand their reach and impact, creators told me. Following the initial outreach from Chorus, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations within the contract. According to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. One creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named told me, quote, if I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with Chorus. If I get Zor on and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to have to give that to them.
I should find a way to play Peak on stream. Can somebody explain to me what Peak is? I did see that Hasan is gaming again, and I'm sure he's getting great numbers, as always.
The contract also prohibits standard partnership disclosures, declaring that
some people donate for propaganda, others for butterflies. Mid multiplayer game. Shaking my head. Burple is not impressed with Peak.
creators will, quote, not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're
Okay, that's 5. That's Butterfly. Yay. See, chat, I swear to God, I always want to make the... I know, I'm not trying to tease you with the Butterfly. I am just trying to make... I don't know. I feel like I should just... We need to simplify somehow. Because if one person is confused and says so in chat, that means there's like 15 people who are also confused but just are either lurking or, you know, they didn't say anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like one chat about something represents like multiple viewers with that are dealing with that same thing, if that makes sense. You'll shut up? Wait, no, you didn't shut up about the I mean, I don't know. Or do some people really like the game Peak? What, can somebody tell me what it is though? Like, what do you do in Peak? Got distracted from Taylor and Chorus content, which is actually interesting. Yeah, that's the other thing. Somebody said that I should change up my super chat goals more often and maybe like have more like cheaper, like count like cheaper donations towards it. So I thought I would give it a try. Yo, just saying. Just saying. Just Super Saiyan. Just Ultra Instinct. That is an awful lot. That is a very hot coffee pot. That is an awfully lot of gifted memberships. That is very generous of you, Just Saying. And I think you just sent us over the rainbow, over the bonus skull, into bonus skull territory. It's a climbing game that, okay, I figured because of the name Peak, yeah, it would be like a climbing. It sounds interesting. I might as well. And is it a free game to? Anybody know where you get the game and like how much it costs? You've got my interest. You've piqued my interest. NCC plays the query and chat chooses dialogue. The query? You mean chat chases me? Like that kind of query? Yellow and orange butterfly is best butterfly. Did they just donate and dip? I don't know. They could be maybe they're lurking. No idea. It's like $8 on Steam as a chat. So it's got yeah, you're talking about, okay, so this is a game that's what do you call this? It's like integrated. Let me go ahead and acknowledge the people that just received weasels right now. Just saying 1986 just gifted 10 memberships. Ari Kitsaragi, you just got weaseled. Surge Cloud, you just got weaseled. Passing Wind, that's one way to pass wind. You just got weaseled. Mr. K, you just got weaseled. Jimmy Mona, you just got weaseled. Love, in cursive. Love in cursive, you just got weaseled. The Furry One, you just, yeah, Furry One indeed, because you just got weaseled. Iron Fawns Vasquez, you just got weaseled. Hanan, you just got weaseled. Laws, you just got weaseled. And Joel says, can you put my super chat towards video games? Absolutely. Absolutely.
members of the program, quote, without chorus.
I think this was a chatter who is usually in like commentary streams and that they're trying to kind of, you know, like when they came in here, they were like, wait, how come there's just one super chat goal and then it never like re-ups, like, right? You know, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I never thought of doing multiples. I guess that's a thing that people do. Okay, anyway, God, I need to lock in. I need to concentrate. This is messy, but this is important. And we need to figure out what's going on. Here, I'm bringing it back just a little bit, and then...
Many creators express concern about some stipulations within the contract. According to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. One creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named told me, quote, if I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with Chorus. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to have to give that to them. The contract also prohibits standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will, quote, not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program, quote, without Chorus's prior express consent. It also forbids creators from, quote, disclosing the identity of any funder and gives Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, told creators on a Zoom call that I obtained a copy of, quote, there are some real advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit. It gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with this structure, avoids a lot of the public disclosure or public disclaimers. You know, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on reports filed with the FEC. I reached out to the Federal Election Commission about all of this, and they declined to comment. Already, creators in the program are creating content together. In a new weekly series titled Good News in Politics, 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through liberal political wins. The caption read, "Follow these creators, bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling." There is zero disclosure from any of these creators on this post or others that they are part of this program or accepting money from the 1630 Fund. Elizabeth Dubois, Associate Professor and University Research Chair in Politics, Communication, and Technology at the University of Ottawa, who's researched ways that influencers are reshaping the political system, told me for Wired that, quote, we are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best. Dubois added in my article for Wired, quote, sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages. She added that political orgs and dark money groups are increasingly, quote, using this information environment in a way
I'm going to pee really quick. I'll be right back.
That allows them to circumvent transparency safeguards. For my Wired story, I also spoke to Don Heider, the chief executive of the Marcella Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University. He told me that the restrictions outlined by Chorus and the 1630 Fund violate ethical norms. He said, quote, if the contract for getting money from a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have basically taken the rule book and thrown it out the window. And this is the part that really shook me too. As an independent journalist and content creator myself, I think that trust is so absolutely important. With big public media companies, we know where their money is coming from. And with influencers, we should know where their money is coming from too. Of course, a lot of influencers post undisclosed sponsored content. And I reached out to the Federal Trade Commission also about all of this. But I just think in terms of journalistic integrity as a content creator covering news and politics, you should be transparent about who's paying you. For instance, say you're watching one of my videos and I'm suddenly talking a lot about the Democrats, how they're the future and how they're amazing and how we all need to vote for them and support their failed policy agenda, blah, 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 blah. Then it turns out that I'm actually getting paid tens of thousands of dollars from the largest and most powerful Democrat dark money group. It seems to me that that's the type of information your followers or audience have the right to know. And I'm sure creators will say, oh, but Chorus never told us explicitly what to say. And sure, maybe they didn't write out exact lines for you, but the creators who joined this program are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins, according to a Chorus representative's comments on a Zoom call that I obtained. Those messaging check-ins are led by Brian Tyler Cohen on rapid response days, and the creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans, often with lawmakers. And again, I just have to say it again, because even if Chorus never explicitly told any of these creators to take down specific content or that they weren't allowed to say certain things, I still think the fact that the contract itself doesn't allow for transparency shows that this is not an ethical agreement. We should know who big Democrat influencers are taking money from. So let's talk a little bit about the 1630 Fund, which is funding this whole initiative. As I wrote in Wired, the 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in Democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals. The organization was first founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups like the Koch network. And since Citizens United and Trump's presidency, money flowing into the organization has soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 liberal causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million to groups aimed at helping defeat Trump and flip the Republican Senate majority, according to the organization's public tax filing, which was first obtained by Politico. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the 1630 Fund's revenue in 2023 alone, according to its tax filing. The largest donor to the 1630 Fund gave the group $50.5 million, with others donating $31 million, $21.8 million, and $13.6 million. And the way the organization is set up, because it's a dark money group, we have no idea who these people are. We have no transparency on the organization itself or what goals these funders giving tens of millions of dollars want to achieve. Robert McGuire, the research director for the open government group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, told Politico, quote, "Altogether, this is absolutely one of the largest fundraising machines I have ever come across. I am really struggling to think of any other group, especially recently, that could rival it." The 1630 Fund is powerful, and it's extremely intertwined with mainstream Democratic establishment politics. Chorus is described in contracts that I obtained as a project of the 1630 Fund. Dr. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist, spoke to me for Wired. He told me that the type of program the 1630 Fund and Chorus are seeking to run has, quote, been happening in the right wing for ages. But Hyder said that the structure of the 1630 Fund and Chorus program raises the question, quote, is it ethical to match the tactics of your opponents? This sort of secret funding has been happening on the right for a while. Last fall, a federal
Epstein tax secrets leaked. I think that's the conversation, emails between Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein about Palantir, actually. You know, about literally like suppressing dissent via like surveillance technology. The Quarry is actually 85. Wait, is the Quarry another game? Is the Quarry a different game? And does that mean like Quarry is in like rocks and stuff?
federal indictment revealed that the Russian state-sponsored media network RT was secretly providing millions of dollars in funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing influencers including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the National Republican Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000 on work with Creator Grid Inc., an influencer marketing company whose website says it, quote, connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers. Democrats have long criticized the role of dark money groups in politics. Trump and the Republicans have repeatedly refused to openly disclose paid financial partnerships to the public. But now it seems like the Democrats are seeking to replicate this dubious system, but use it to push pro-Democrat messaging. And let me just be clear, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with some of this funding stuff if it was going to actual impactful progressive creators or journalists. I still think that the funding should be disclosed publicly, like undeniably. But there are so many struggling creators on the left that are producing highly impactful, culturally relevant, and urgent work on crucial issues that are struggling to get by. These independent creators are doing real accountability journalism on a shoestring budget. But that's not what creators in the 1630 Fund program are doing. They're not doing investigative journalism that could actually get laws changed.
What is this? The reason the Democratic Party is so unpopular right now is because it's seen as not fighting back. So it's just a poll.
They're not exposing wrongdoing by the police or
how Democrats went. This is what I'm talking about 2020, right? Democrats think this is political kryptonite, and it is probably kryptonite for their donors more than anything. And look, defund the police doesn't work if you just cutting the budget. Like, that's not what anybody's asking for. They're asking for you to take that money and put it into something that is going to have a knock-on effect of lowering crime and improving people's quality of life, right? Recognize that crime is not this, mysterious. Crime is not an effect of society not having harsh enough punishments. Crime is not when you see crime, it's not like a sign that the sentences are not hard enough, right? That there needs to be more people need to be incarcerated, right? It's a sign that something's wrong with society.
or military. They're not revealing ICE surveillance networks or FOIAing the government for secret contracts or really doing any sort of accountability work. Many of them are simply creating pro-Democrat slop that fundamentally does not challenge power, does not challenge capitalism, and ultimately does nothing to reform the barbaric system that got us here. And it makes sense that this is how the Democrats would structure this type of program, because the Democrats still fundamentally do not want to acknowledge the reality that their centrist policy agenda is widely unpopular. They seem to think that if they can just pay enough pro-DNC shills to push boring content towing the party line, that will be the key to success. This strategy is bound to fail. It refuses to recognize the fundamentally decentralized nature of the online media landscape, and the Democrats are once again trying to dictate who gets a voice online. They want to control which creators are allowed into the movement, and they want to build these bottlenecks for access to lawmakers instead of making politicians more responsive and more accountable to the public. Programs like the one being run by Chorus and 1630 essentially seek to turn the very real and organic grassroots influencer ecosystem into a managed PR pipeline for centrist liberals. This is just replicating the same type of gatekeeping that's rampant in the mainstream media. And the result of all of this is subpar content that doesn't actually move the needle at all. Because the truth is that social media algorithms actually don't care if party insiders approve of certain messaging. What matters online is authenticity and relatability. And I just want to dig into this gatekeeper stuff just a little bit more because it seems to be such a consistent problem in the Democrat world. The Democrats spent months after their loss last fall bemoaning that there were no Democratic candidates or figures who could rally organic, widespread support, especially online. But when Zohran Mamdani built a massive grassroots movement that motivated hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers to vote and millions of young people to get more involved in the political system, Democrats sought to sideline him. Even today, Democratic establishment leaders have refused to rally behind Zohran and other left-wing, even slightly anti-establishment progressive online figures. The right-wing internet is chaotic, but ultimately the Republican media world isn't trying to build more gatekeepers or brokering access. And most importantly, they're willing to embrace content creators who don't always parrot the party line. And while this program might be the latest attempt, it's not the only one out there. As Teddy Schleifer recently reported in the New York Times, quote, at donor retreats and in pitch documents, liberal strategists are pushing the party's rich backers to reopen their wallets for a cavalcade of projects to help Democrats find the next Joe Rogan. The proposals are meant to energize glum donors and persuade them that they can compete culturally with President Trump if only they throw enough money.
Ask, why Joe Rogan? Why would you think that you can replicate Joe Rogan as an online content creator when Joe Rogan didn't even get famous as an online content creator? Joe Rogan got famous, like what, news radio, so as a sitcom actor, and then as a reality show host, right? And yeah, then as a podcaster. But that's just, I mean, anybody can tell you this about podcasts, right? You can't just fucking make a podcast and expect people to. I've got a friend, chat, who, you know, whose podcast I've been on, and you know, they're trying to do it organically for nothing, and it's really a struggle. It's almost like you need to do something else on some platform in order, like the podcast hosts that people. Anyway, I don't think they should be trying to replicate Joe Rogan. There's so many other ways to succeed, and I don't even think Joe Rogan is like the apex when it comes to, you know, creators that have that relationship of trust. Yeah, Fear Factor is that a reality? Would you call that a reality show? Yeah, also did interviewed UFC fighters and did fight commentary.
Money at the problem. In addition to Chorus, there's And Media, which stands for Achieve Narrative Dominance. And Media was founded last November by Marissa McBride, a Democratic strategist who leads a donor group called Mind the Gap, and a slew of other establishment Dems who met at the headquarters of American Bridge, one of the largest Democratic donor networks. These Democrats want to run And Media as a for-profit company, and they're trying to raise $45 million over the next 4 years. They've already raised $7 million, and their business plan claims that And Media will directly fund influencers and help produce their content. And Media also wants to build a liberal creator talent agency and make deals with flagship creators. Another Democrat influencer media effort is called Project Bullhorn, which will supposedly pool money together in order to back creator projects. As Teddy reported in the New York Times, quote, the money is running through Jason Birkenfeld, who has advised the political giving of Eric Schmidt, the billionaire former chief Google executive, and others. Mr. Birkenfeld pitched the project to major Democratic contributors at a briefing featuring Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey. Project Bullhorn is seeking to raise $35 million in its first year, and it plans to raise a fund specifically to back left-leaning content creators on YouTube. They also want to create a matchmaking service to book liberal content creators on YouTube shows and podcasts. Because these people are definitely also capitalism pilled, they of course want to run these things like a business. Project Bullhorn plans to include a for-profit arm that will, quote, have the potential to reap significant returns, according to a pitch deck obtained by the New York Times. Another program called Double Tap Democracy was recently started by Rachel Irwin, who led a $30 million
Okay, chat. The butterfly fell out of my hair. I guess we got to put it back. With one yellow super chat. No, just kidding. But seriously. Double tap democracy? That sounds like what Trump's doing. Why the fuck would you call? Do they know what double tap means? Do they even know what the, like, what double tap? That it's talking about zombies? Like the way that in a movie, people always, like, you know, they kill a zombie, they're like, that was really close. I thought one of us was going to get bitten by that zombie. Good thing that we shot the zombie, nothing else to worry about. And oh no, here comes the zombie, he's still alive because he's a fucking zombie. So you double tap, you shoot the zombie again to make sure the zombie's actually dead. Double tap democracy? Double tap democracy? Make sure democracy is fucking dead? Trump didn't do enough harm to it? We need to double tap democracy. What did they think that double tap meant? Like something online? Like tap it twice? Like where's the confusion? Like, how does something like that get approved, right? If this is a business, you'd think that somebody would be like, hey, by the way, double tap kind of has a different meaning than what you seem to be thinking here. Maybe we should think about a different name. Maybe we should go back to the drawing board. Israel's been double tap. Yeah, good point. That's the big, the more recent context that double tap has been used talking about. But actually, Daryl Barnett, did you know that you're wrong about that? Yeah. No, you're wrong. Israel didn't double tap that hospital. Okay. That's fake news. Israel triple tapped that hospital. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, but I think they just found new video that shows there was a third strike. There. So yeah, if you don't know what I'm talking about, chat, hospital got bombed by Israel in Gaza recently, and as people were responding to try to help the victims, it was bombed again. And more and first responders were attacked, right? And we knew this, already, but more recently it's come to light that there was actually a third strike, right? So they struck it 3 times, which, look, the US did this in Iraq. That was what was on that collateral murder video that Chelsea Manning helped to bring to light, right? That the United States was killing civilians and then killing people that showed up to try to help the civilians. Did you see bad Hasbro translation of the Hebrew? Wait, what? Translation of I'm guessing the Israeli press conference on that incident. Are we talking about that Netanyahu statement? They translated that Hebrew, or yeah. So if you don't know, I think what Choki's referring to is that Israel, if you look at their public statements in English and then look at their public statements in Hebrew, oftentimes the English version is somewhat sanitized, because the English version is mostly for an American audience, right? And the Hebrew version is for consumption inside of Israel. Inside of Israel, you could be a little bit more honest about what the actual goals are. For the American audience, they try to minimize the implication that they're going after civilians. Translated Netanyahu's press conference.
Influencer program last cycle for Future Forward, the biggest centrist Democrat super PAC. Double Tap Democracy is already working with at least 2,000 influencers who have smaller followings to push Democrat messaging. And Rob Flaherty, the top official behind Kamala Harris's 2024 campaign influencer strategy, who also oversaw Biden's White House digital team, is also apparently seeking to raise money for a new for-profit company called Channel Zero, which will boost Democrat messaging. Channel Zero will allegedly provide back office services to content creators who already have large followings, according to the New York Times. Rob Flaherty is also advising Project Echo, a new 4-year, $52 million influencer program from the liberal nonprofit group People for the American Way. People for the American Way is spending about $10 million of its own money and pitching donors on the rest, according to its president. I also got leaked documents about another high-profile project from the Democrats that has not been announced yet. I'm planning to report all of that out in the future, so please subscribe to my Patreon to support my work. It's linked below. The Democrats are extremely unpopular right now. According to a new Wall Street Journal poll, 63% of voters hold an unfavorable view of the Democratic Party. The party's popularity is at its lowest point in decades. Only 33% of voters have a favorable view of Democrats, and just 8% of people, again, 8%, that is so low, have a very favorable opinion of Democrats. Meanwhile, the Democrats have a net negative favorability rating of 30 percentage points. One of the researchers who conducted this latest round of polling told Politico, quote, "The Democratic brand is so bad that they don't have the credibility to be a critic of Trump or the Republican Party. Until they reconnect with real voters and working people on who they're for and what their economic message is, they're going to have problems." Donald Trump sucks, okay? He is a fascist who's currently dismantling civil liberties and enacting draconian immigration restrictions, among so many other atrocities. But Democrats continue to bolster centrist politicians and influencers who treat Trump as some unique threat and not a symptom of our broken system. The Democrats performatively resist Trump while voting for his policies and partnering with the Republicans on censorship laws like the TikTok ban or the kids' online.
I was scouring Twitter a moment ago. It looks like Ariana from the Leftist Mafia is no longer hiding that she knows people in chorus. It's heartbreaking.
Safety Act and sending billions of dollars to Israel to facilitate a genocide. If the Democrats really want to become relevant again, dumping tens of millions of dollars into these secretive influencer programs isn't going to do it. The party needs to stop catering to billionaires and putting the interests of their mega rich donors over hard-working people. They need to stop doing things like throwing disabled people or trans people under the...
What is this? Third Way circulating a memo shared by Playbook DC featuring a new blacklist of words Dems shouldn't use. Privilege, violence, as in environmental violence, dialoguing, triggering, othering, microaggression, holding space, body shaming, subverting norms, systems of oppression, cultural appropriation, Overton window. Yeah, this is an incredibly ignorant. So yeah, look, part of the culture war is a war over language, right? And if the response of the Democrats to Republicans' attempts to marginalize their language, or even in this case, a lot of what we're marginalizing is the language of liberation. That is ceding, I don't know, the linguistic front, I guess you could say, to the Republicans. Yeah, this is bad. This is real bad. The biggest thing about this, right? I'm not saying that I haven't heard people use these terms in an ineffective way, all right? Because I absolutely have, but it's when they try to. The problem with this is like Democrats don't believe in liberation. So when they put these words in their mouth, when the when the language of liberation comes out of the mouth of somebody who doesn't believe in liberation, it's really easy to see, and it comes off as unauthentic. The problem is not the language that you're using. The problem is not that the words are unpopular. The problem is that anybody with eyes can see that you don't fucking believe in this. That you're not serious about this, that you are literally like trying to placate a base, thinking that like, yeah, like, I mean, look, language is important, but it's not sufficient in and of itself. And Democrats for a while tried to treat it like it would be. Hey, if we say holding space, if we talk about holding space, if we say we care about microaggressions, we don't want to be othering, we don't want it to be triggering anyone, then maybe we can get away with not doing jack shit for workers, right? Maybe we can get away with being nearly as bad as the Republicans are on economic issues, right? That's the problem. When this kind of stuff becomes a fig leaf, when this kind of stuff is used inauthentically to paper over a threadbare platform for the party, yes, you're gonna have failure. Overton window, that's a funny one, right? That's not liberatory language, but what that is maybe consultant language, I guess. I mean, it comes from a right-wing source. I think the original source of the concept of Overton window is, I mean, the person that brought it into, prominence was Glenn Beck. I don't know who actually wrote about the Overton window that Glenn Beck was getting it from. But yeah, it just reeks of like, you're speaking in a too meta of a way with Overton window, right? Your campaign should not be like, talking about, I don't know, the like strategy of campaigning. That's too meta. Existential threat. Oh, we can't say existential threat. Nothing's an existential threat, I guess. radical transparency, stakeholders, the unhoused, food insecurity, housing insecurity person who immigrated, birthing person. Yo, Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian getting a shout out. Cisgender, dead naming, heteronormative, patriarchy, LGBTQIA, BIPOC, allyship, incarcerated people, involuntary confinement. Yeah, they are. Yeah, unironically, cats eating birds. They are shifting the Overton window to the right with this tweet. But yeah, this is the third way, right? This is an old, bad centrist organization in the Democratic Party.
The bus and kissing up to far-right fascists. Instead of blowing millions of dollars funding...
It's a dude's last name, but yeah, the question is, who is the dude? Center for the Free Market Think Tank. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. And look, that's not that. I'm just describing the Overton window is kind of the outlier there, right? A lot of the other things are, either words that are used and put into circulation by marginalized groups, or or liberatory language, right? Even that they would put liberatory. If I tell them liberatory, third way will add. Don't say liberatory. Don't say liberation. Don't say liberatory. Don't say resistance. Don't say Palestinian. Just anti-intellectualism. Don't use big words to scare people. Kind of, yeah. I mean, you do need to be cognizant about your audience, right? If you're using words that go over your audience's head, that's obviously not going to be effective. Maybe you could find what chat I talk about. I talk about economic liberation an awful lot. And I generally will not use language, straight, I won't use the kind of language that you would only understand from reading Marxist literature, because I am speaking, I'm talking about shorts chat. I'm generally speaking to an audience that has not read that stuff, right? I'm not going to use Marxian terms to describe economic liberation. So yeah, I'm but that's not me saying that we can't talk about workplace democracy. I talk about it all the time, and honestly, in a mixed group in Shorts Chat. If you don't know chat, Shorts Chat appeals to we get all political ideologies from far right to far left in Shorts Chat, right? We get large, basically YouTube sends me a lot of chatters in there. And the thing that connects with the largest percentage of those chatters is actually the language of economic liberation. They're hungry for it, chat. They don't get this. This is a special treat, right? That I may be the first person. Imagine if I was the first person to serve you mango sorbet. You never tried mango sorbet before, and I'm just here, give this a try. And you're like, whoa, what the fuck is this? It's just mangoes frozen and blended together. It's mango sorbet. You didn't know that existed, right? This is how these chatters react, right? And this is the underlying thing, the underlying message that cuts through everything is the language of economic liberation.
Lame pro-Democrat centrists online who ultimately have no cultural impact and only exist to feed a steady stream of chum to blue MAGA MSNBC moms. These organizations should put that money towards backing labor reporters, climate investigators, housing organizers, tech accountability advocates, border correspondents, on-the-ground documentarians, all of whom already command enormous trust among their communities. They should look for influencers who are doing things like scrutinizing the police, uncovering scams and fraud, documenting city council meetings, and making real change. They should fund creators who scrutinize power at all levels and attack billionaires. They should put money towards the unglamorous stuff that creates real change. They should pay for journalists' research help, FOIA fees, legal defense, pay for editors and producers and cross-platform distribution for this sort of work. And they should distribute this funding through transparent, no-strings-attached grants and contracts with explicit editorial independence clauses. The Democrats should ban these ridiculous non-disclosures around political funding and insist on radical transparency. Maybe if they can do all of that, or at least some of it, they'll be able to rebuild some modicum of credibility. In the meantime, we all need to start asking hard questions of influencers pushing political messaging.
Marx is pretty accessible. Yeah, but Random 3PO, you understand, like I understand, the part of Marx that is not accessible. You understand the, particular language that is a hurdle that people get caught on, right? And you also understand that there's different ways to say the same thing. Look, Marx was accessible when Marx wrote, right? A lot has changed since then, including people's propensity to even read.
We should not be platforming people who are not open and honest about where their money is coming from. Unlike a lot of these influencers, I'm not getting tens of thousands of dollars in secret Democrat slush money. My work is supported by you, and every single dollar helps. Support my work on Patreon via the link in my bio, or buy a paid subscription to my newsletter, usermag.co. That's usermag.co. On my Patreon, I give exclusive behind-the-scenes updates on my reporting, bonus video content, monthly Q&As, bonus podcast episodes, and more. Drop a comment below and let me know what you think of this story. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Read my full Wired story on all of this, which has a ton more detail and information via the link below.
All right, so yeah, there we go. There's the Taylor Lorenz video. This came out a day or two after the Wired story itself. She is currently under attack. It seems like she's getting hit from all sides. And I mean, I guess, I'm guessing she expected this, given the fact that she's taking on not just one parasocial fandom, not just Olivia Juliana, but 90 plus Olivia Julianas, and Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman. Taylor Lorenz should be allowed to slay one man every day. Agreed. Emma Vigeland, Wired has been one of the most reputable outlets in 2025, breaking major stories about Doge, finding metadata showing that Epstein's cell video was edited. They have editors and likely lawyers that they consult before the publication. Gotta need a better excuse than fake news. What is this similarity of statements creators are now? Oh yeah, this is what Zara is actually currently working on this, chat. Do you remember the time that we caught Chud Logic, Xander Hall, and was it Lonerbox? I can't remember who there was maybe even 4 people, right? Saying the exact same thing about me, right? And this was during the height of Twitch Bowl. This was when these creators would have been in a Discord together talking. All of these creators described me in the same exact terms, like almost word for word. And so, when Zara was editing that video, I think it was a video, I think it was about Xander Hall or something. I think I was reacting to Xander Hall. Maybe it was Keffels. Was Keffels in there too? But anyway, she put right up at the very beginning clips of all of these content creators saying the same thing. And it kind of shows that there's talking points going on. It kind of shows that this is a strategy that they've adopted together. So what do you do when a fucking mob, when a group is attacking you in a coordinated way? The same thing that Zara did. This is the like visual version of what Zara was doing in that video that Taylor's doing, showing David Pakman after a recent Wired hit piece, now fully debunked. Okay, we don't have to worry about that anymore. It's been fully debunked because David Pakman said it's fully debunked, right? False claims started circulating, and sadly, some people chose to unsubscribe. I love that you're getting unsubscriptions, David Pakman. I love that you're losing website membership. I'm sorry, that's even worse for you than YouTube subs, than losing YouTube subs. Substack and unfollowed on YouTube. It's actually called Unsubbed on YouTube, Dave. I think you're thinking of Twitch, where you can unfollow somebody. Please don't unfollow me, chat. Please stay followed to me. Anyway, that outcome is exactly, even if I have some harsh words for your fave today, please do not unsubscribe. That outcome is exactly what the author was hoping for, the author being Taylor, when they put out mislead. Are we they-theming Taylor? Okay, whatever. I don't think. Anyway. If you want to support what I do, please consider subscribing. Oh yeah, so he's like, put back my numbers. Taylor took my numbers. The mean lady, she took my numbers away. Please put them back. If you care about me. If you want David Pakman to be all right. If you want my family, my wife, my children, my dogs, my cats, my parakeet. If you want the parakeet to be able to eat tonight, you better get a membership on my website. Anyway, this is Aaron Parnas. Because of a recent, is this the guy that they compared to the Walter Cronkite of the Gen Z Walter Cronkite? Is this the? Yeah, I think this is the guy they called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite. I still don't know why he's called that. If you Walter, I don't know that much about Walter Cronkite other than when he started showing showing how bad the Vietnam War was going for the United States. That's when Johnson, I believe it was Johnson, said, "We've lost Walter Cronkite." Basically knew that that the PR effort supporting the Vietnam War was not going to continue to work. So anyway, because of recent Wired hit piece, it has now been debunked. Debunked totally. Fake news. We don't have to worry about it, right? Misinformation spread like wildfire, and several people decided to unsubscribe from my. This is what Chorus told them to do. This is a strategy, right? That this is what's going on in their group chat right now. It's what the author wanted to spot. Yeah, look at that. They are reading from the same. They're a chorus, chat. This is Chorus. They are a chorus. Damn. Well, I'm glad that she's terminally online enough to know how to fight this shit, because not many people do. It is pretty, like, chat, like, some people see like 3 large streamers talking shit about them, and they just say, yeah, I guess I'm gonna get off the internet, I guess I'm gonna quit. Oh well, like, fucking delete their account, right? Just close up shop. Because it is like, how are you gonna fight 3 people that are way bigger than you? Ooh, look, this is the Debt Collective. The next time somebody on the center left says Biden wasn't able to cancel student debt, consider that they might just be getting paid $8,000 to say that. It's getting a lot of hate here from BTC fans, nonetheless. What is this playing? Olivia Juliana? Remember Olivia Juliana? 8,000 a month to reach reach youths. I've never seen youths plural, but sure, I guess. Is like paying a forest fire to plant trees. Damn. Oh, geez, this is a Jonathan Haidt fan here. Knowing better YouTube. Every so often, I come up with an analogy that's almost so perfect. That community note. Spokeswoman for a company that market. Wait, she debunked this on Breaking Points. Notably, they never say how it's been allegedly debunked. Yeah. Wait, is Ethan Klein going after Taylor Lorenz again? Taylor is threatening me for sharing goodtrouble.tt. That was one of the creators, right? It's hard to tell on Ethan's Instagram rants like when they went down. All you get is it was 35 minutes ago from when this person looked at the story. We don't really know what day this was. How old is August 29th? So this was posted by Ethan's Attic fairly recently. Threatening me for sharing Good Trouble TT video. Okay, so this is a video, I guess, like claiming that somehow the Omidyar fellowship that she's on is connected to 1630. It's not. We went over this. It's been debunked, as they say. I mean, this is, I don't know. It's Ethan sharing something. So yeah, I mean, like, she's saying, you know, this is defamatory. It does sound like it's a content creator saying something that's not true. If they're like implying that, you know, her fellowship is something other than what it is, that would be defamatory. However, I don't know about like, you know, how the court has seen, you know, retweeting something as, you know what I mean? I don't know if the court would see that as the same as posting something. Ethan could easily say that he thought it was true. And it'd be hard to disprove that.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, so I'm supposed to look for Ariana. People said that Ariana was going back and forth. Oh, there's Jessica Burbank. Wait, Omidyar is the largest contributor to 1630? I don't think this is true. Omidyar donated, I believe, 25 million to 1630 in 2020. This was before Chorus existed. This is before the fellowship that Omidyar also was part of funding. The fellowship that bears Omidyar's name was even created. Same 1630 that's fighting the campaign for campaign finance. Well, I did point that out. I did point out that Chorus, like, they're not completely sinister, right? I did point out that I thought it was good that even though they are a dark money group, they are, you know, they are at least ostensibly on the side of campaign finance reform. Seemingly, Jessica Burbank is the one who started the complete lie that I am somehow funded by 1630 or that Omidyar Network's reporting is. Omidyar Network has received zero funding from 1630. I have, the only link, chat, is that the Omidyar donated money to 1630 in 2020, right? That's the only connection. They are somehow turning this into she's supported by 1630. I've received zero funding from 1630. This is disgusting thing to do to another reporter. Now, people have speculated that maybe Jessica Burbank has got some kind of beef with Taylor Lorenz. That this isn't so much about Chorus as maybe something between, like some personal feelings that Jessica Burbank had. I don't know where those might have stemmed from, but I do aim to find out. This screenshot is from a refund, 1630 sent from a program that Omidjar funded years ago before Reporters in Residence program. Yeah, that's the fellowship that I'm talking about. Reporters in Residence program, right? Even began. The fact that Jessica Burbank is spreading complete fabrications about me in a coordinated group chat of influencers is revealing. The other possibility is that Jessica Burbank is friends with somebody from the Chorus program, or unless she's somehow tied into it herself. Jessica talking about how she's leveraging her connections in media to spread this stuff too. What other journalists has she been boosting this smear campaign to? My story with Wired is factual. Participating in a coordinated smear campaign is so low. Here's a statement from Omidjar on the network's Reporters in Residence program. Neither I nor they have ever received funding from the 1630 fund. I have never received $1 from any dark money group or political organization. Okay, Omidjar Network receives no funding for Reporters in Residence program via the 1630 fund or any outside sources. Our program is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. More information about where we focus and how we invest is publicly available for our website. Jessica blocked me, then posted a video saying, I don't know why Taylor is singling me out. I'm not, but you are in a group chat with a bunch of influencers orchestrating a smear campaign to discredit my factual reporting by pushing conspiracy theory about my journalism fellowship. Chat, let me look at the time. God. This hate between the factions is, I don't know if this is hate between the factions, Rachel. We've got a Democratic Party that's dying, and we've got people with new ideas that could, save it, but it's only going to be saved if it understands that you can't. If your constituency wants something, telling them that they don't need it, they can't have it, that's not realistic, and shut the fuck up. That's the word. These are the words of a dying party. All right. It's overtaking the Epstein files and Trump's. I don't think there's any, this is a big story, Rachel, in our sphere. I don't think this is a big story outside of our sphere. I don't think it's in any danger. The only thing that's are going to overtake the Epstein files and Trump are other stories from the Trump administration, right? For instance, today, the judge has overturned Trump's tariffs, right? So maybe there's going to be an effort in Congress to pass those tariffs. I don't think Trump will have an easy time at that. That's the kind of story that might supplant the Epstein files. Luckily, Rachel P., I don't need to change your mind. Luckily, Rachel P., like the thing that I'm saying is you can look at a poll. Go look and tell me how popular the Democratic Party is right now. All right? The base is already convinced. I don't think that you're coming from a bad place. I understand that, it sucks to see this, and you'd rather see everybody get behind an effort to fight fascism. But the first thing we got to do is stop the Democratic Party from stepping on rakes. they're worse than useless right now. And anybody whose politics is to shut people up in their criticisms of the Democratic Party is actively preventing them from getting better, whether they realize it or not. But anyway, let's not get one chattered here. Let's move on, because I've got a lot to cover. I'm tempted, chat, to bring you. Look, I want to give you the Hasan thing because I think it's important, but there's also some stuff from yesterday that I really meant to at least take a look at with you. Now, I don't like this network. This is The Hill. This is a right-wing network. They used to be popular back when they had Brianna Joy Gray as a host. They fired Brianna Joy Gray over her statements on Gaza, right? Which is very much the issue that is at the heart of this Chorus Media thing, right? Very much the concern of having, young voices be manipulated by people like Brian Tyler Cohen, who, has not said a damn thing for the most part about Gaza. And when he does, it's generally not good, right? That's the concern. That's the concern, is people's independence, right? God damn, I fucking hate this network. I hate this network so much. Is it going to give me a tie-ad?
Liberal strategists have even reportedly pushed party donors to invest millions of dollars into funding and developing the
Robbie Suave is still there. He should have gotten off this sinking ship.
Next Joe Rogan.
The liberal Joe Rogan. We love that line. But on a related note, tech reporter Taylor Lorenz is out with a new piece for Wired titled "A Dark Money Group is Secretly Funding High-Profile Democratic Influencers." Lorenz writes, an initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. She continues that the structure of the program highlights the vast differences between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass online influence. Republicans have spent decades building up
the old folks gotta go. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Rachel, but I mean, I don't think it's necessarily about age. I think it's about mentality. I mean, look, you got people like Bernie Sanders that, goddamn, like, if only he could, live, if only Bernie Sanders could be made young again, right? I think that he's got, God, I mean, it's complicated. And I'm remembering, so yeah, anyway, none of these people are perfect, but I don't think it's necessarily about age. I'm not like, fuck the gerontocracy. They're like, as this chorus thing showed us, there's plenty of young people with very boomer mentalities, or at least the naivete to be drug around by people with a boomer mentality.
Powerful independent media ecosystem, though the right-wing influencer world is far from transparent. Here to join us is more on this subject. Taylor Lorenz, welcome back to Rising.
Thanks for having me.
So Taylor, in this piece, I mean, we've alluded to some of the most important points there in the introduction. The thing that really struck me was this is money that's coming from a dark money group, or an organization that's funded by dark money. And one of the requirements or suggestions to these influencers was that they would have to keep it secret that they were being paid.
I do want to say something that I agree with Rachel about, and that's that shit is kind of blowing up right now. And I think that maybe, turning down the tempo and turning down the temperature and not reacting, as knee-jerk might be helpful. Because what I don't want to have is good people who, who could be helpful to the movement in the future, getting pulled to the wrong side of history, which is what this is, right? You got a dying party, and now this dying party is like using your favorite content creator potentially to try to pull you onto its side, to try to get you to defend this fucking rotting donkey caucus, right? And I'm not saying necessarily that the Democratic Party needs to be done away with. That is very much a decision that will be made by the Democratic Party, right? And it's way easier to change an existing party than it is to create a brand new party and everything like that. And again, we got like less than 2 years until the midterms. We got less than 4 years until the presidential election, and building a party takes a long time. So yeah, I mean, I don't want. I don't like the way things are fracturing. There are some people that are probably worse than useless, right? There are some people that are not going to be convinced and that are going to have to be left behind, and that sucks. But I don't want, I don't want reactions out of anger to be the cause of people that really could be part of the future, getting sucked down that sewer drain into the fucking dead enders of the Democratic Party, right? And this does give them, so yeah, we're kind of fighting to rescue as much of the coalition as we can.
Just talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so according to the contract that we got, which was for members of the highest paid tier of the program, they were explicitly not allowed to say anything about the funder or the fact that they were in the program. When I started reporting this story, actually, Chorus reached out to a bunch of the creators and said, you will be kicked out of the program if you even talk about it. You cannot acknowledge this. You cannot respond to any reporters.
Okay, so first point that needs to be debunked. The idea that Taylor Lorenz didn't reach out to any of these Chorus creators. She tried to. Chorus literally told them, don't talk to her. Right? So why is there not more input? Look, chat, when you're working on a story, as a journalist, the practice, even as a commentator, even as a commentary YouTuber, such as myself, apparently, I've been classified with a commentary, for better or for worse, right? You want to get you want to at least reach out and try to get their opinion, try to get their input. If there's something that you've missed in the story that they can show you, not that they can just tell you like that's not true, right? But show you the receipts. This is how you know that's not true. Then you're going to change your story, right? And you're going to be very glad you reached out to that person because you didn't, because of talking to them, you didn't print something that wasn't true. You got a better story at the end of the day, right? So this is a common practice, and it's a responsible practice. And yeah, people that are going to be talked about negatively maybe deserve the chance to have some input, to at least have a quote in the story that's about them, right? But it's not that Taylor didn't try to do that. She did. She was stopped by Chorus. They wouldn't let their content creators talk to Taylor Lorenz. This is an organization which, much like the Democratic Party, will brook no disagreement. And that's a huge problem. That shows that they are on the side of the donkey carcass.
Respond to any press requests. So it was all being done completely in secret. They were not allowed to talk about the dark money that they were receiving according to this contract.
And if they had signed up for this, there were also conditions on who they could interview, if I'm understanding it correctly. In other words, you would have to run it past this group Chorus as to whether the person that you wish to interview kind of passed muster in their opinion, in their eyes. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there were two parts that stood out that also creators we spoke to raised, questions about. Number one is that you have to loop Chorus in on all your interviews, even external interviews. So, say you got a big interview with Zohran Mamdani, right?
Emily French, this is the problem is the taint this puts on good faith leftist content creators. This is why the Majority Report is furious with Chorus and how Lorenz is being treated here. Yeah, and we do have that as a potential bonus content item Now, I want to point out, in fact, I should probably look at the bonus content poll again. Oh yeah, chat. I also did another super chat goal. This one's for a second butterfly in my hair, and we're looking for 10 light blue or greater super chats. So basically, I think anything more than $1 turns light blue. And if we get 10 of those in the next 30 minutes, I will put a second butterfly, possibly even a smaller, cuter butterfly in my hair. So trying a bunch of different ways to do the butterfly goal just to kind of see what works. And if you want to contribute to it, now you are no longer gatekept by having to do a teal super chat. At present, light blue super chat will suffice. So we're just trying that out. The other thing, let's see, that I want to look over here. Okay, yeah, Hasan versus his chat over Taylor Lorenz is in first place. Second place, though, Majority Report reacts to Taylor Lorenz. So I hope I've got this all counted. I feel like I've got to add a few more things up, but we're at 117 right now out of 200. We're going to get at least one bonus item that will likely be, it looks like right now, that will be the Hasan fighting with his chat over there, fighting with parts of his chat, fighting with elements of his chat over Taylor Lorenz, right? And the second place is Majority Report, like the Majority Report. So if you want to see both of these, Majority Report and Hasan, then we need to get to 200. Otherwise, we'll just cover the Hasan stuff. And I don't know, I'll see if I can get to Majority Report some other time. The other thing is that if you don't have donated, or if you do donate, make sure to let me know in the comments where you want your donation to go. Like, right, if you what you want it counted for. And as you can see up here, we got like, +3, +7, minus, well, Vox Populi is its own thing. But yeah, if you let me know which of these topics you want to see, I'll add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And that'll get added to the overall score on the poll at the end of the chat. So you could even change what ends up winning when you do super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, if you sign up for Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch. Whew. Trying to do that as quickly as I can, because I know that that spiel gets old. But anyway, that's where we're at now, with the possibility of maybe covering both of these or just one of them. We'll see what happens.
Who the Democratic establishment seems to, for whatever reason, not like, even though he's wildly popular. You would have to loop Chorus in on that interview and potentially book things through Chorus Newsroom as well. And so creators felt a little bit weird about this. They're like, well, why do I have to go through Chorus for an outside interview that I set up? Now, the other thing you mentioned, which is the sort of content restrictions, any content used with funds, that Chorus gave was subject, according to this contract, to certain restrictions on that content. And basically, Chorus had somewhat of an editorial control of that content. And if you're accepting $8,000 a month to make content, and then Chorus has any sort of editorial control over the content, I think that's hugely concerning. I mean, maybe just because.
Oh God, good point, Burple. Does Vox reduce gaming? No, Vox does not reduce gaming. Yeah, gaming just adds up, right? Basically, when you put it towards gaming, it builds up until it gets to 100%. And when it gets to 100%, then I do a gaming stream.
I'm a journalist, and I believe in zero editorial control from a dark money group over anything. It's just, if it's sponsored content, it should be labeled as sponsored content, in my opinion.
And what is the editorial direction that you think they would exert pressure on in terms of the content?
Well, according to the deck that we have, the goal is to push Democratic Party messaging. That is what the deck sort of makes clear, is to push. They want to build this new generation of progressives. They talk about, like, Chorus is one of these groups, as you mentioned, that emerged after the Democrats' shocking loss to kind of create that liberal Joe Rogan or whatever. So the goal of this influencer network is to bolster support for the Democratic Party ultimately.
One thing I was curious about, Taylor, in the piece, we know that this offer was made. We know this contract was offered. you had got access or got records of a group chat where some of the influencers were skeptical of some of the conditions that we were talking about. But do we know who signed up and who didn't?
Oh yeah, so we know a lot of them, especially because a lot of them have been outing themselves in the comments of my posts, getting very angry in the comments saying, well, I took the money and XYZ, here's why it's okay. But there are still a lot of names that we don't know. So influencers were told that 90 creators were set to take part in this program. I think we have a couple dozen people confirmed, but 90 is a lot. So there are definitely creators out there who are quite big, I would imagine, who took this money and who have not, they didn't out themselves as part of this program, and we didn't know about them because, again, there's just a lot. There's a lot more creators allegedly in this program than we were able to find.
What is your guess? What is your sense for how much of political influencer world is has the audience that those people have because of some special insider connections rather than it being, totally authentic? On the right, there is an issue where every now and then I see identical talking points among a bunch of right-wing influencers that it's clearly someone, introduced this concept to them. We've talked about Laura Loomer, setting her eyes on certain members of the Trump administration she wants gone. That could be for a variety of reasons. It could also be because someone told her, and I have no knowledge that she was paid necessarily for anything, but
Anybody else bothered by their audio? This is like I think Breaking Points has improved their audio, but this is almost like the Breaking Points audio, but worse, right? They used to have a real issue. Burple, thank you for the gifted membership to Layla Sims. Layla Sims, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Certainly someone directed her to this person and this person for that reason. So this is a problem on the right, even though I think there's more of an authenticity for a lot of people on the right, or they came to their audiences naturally in the first place, and so people are now trying to leverage the audiences they have. How would you describe the dynamic for liberals and progressives?
That is cap, and I really want Taylor to push back on it, right? Some of the right wing, I don't know, maybe there was less efforts to astroturf this thing years and years ago. So yeah, like people, Glenn Beck, I don't know, got popular from Fox News. Tucker Carlson got popular from Fox News. I'm trying to think of some examples, but to act like there's not a whole hell of a lot of money sloshing around in the right-wing chudosphere is such bullshit. We know about Tenet Media. Do you really think that Tenet Media is the only example of this? Do you really think that's the only AstroTurf out there? That's the only, wow, what a weird thing. This happened on the right. Ooh, wow. No, don't act like this is a left-wing problem.
Well, so what you just said is totally right. Like the right is seen as more authentic, and that is because that there's not this effort from the top to sort of control who gets access and who gets power and sort of like gatekeep. Whereas the Democrats sort of seem obsessed with gatekeepers, and they can't stop making these. They want to invent new gatekeepers when old gatekeepers don't exist. So this dark money group and this chorus company are sort of.
I don't think she's right about this. Trump has got a stable of right-wingers ready to just glaze him up at the drop of a hat.
Seemingly trying to become those gatekeepers. I think another issue is that the Democrats criticized dark money for a long time and have criticized its role in politics. And I think that this situation just reveals further the problems that we have about the influencer world. Because you're right, this does happen on the right too, right? Like this is I've written about some of those influence campaigns. But we want to get rid of dark money in politics so that we know who's posting these political.
With the right, it's more of an effect of Trump himself. He's malignant narcissist who does not like to hear. You've seen what those cabinet meetings sound like, chat. They start off, everybody glazes Trump. Everybody sits there and tells Trump what a great president he is, how he is the best, how he's the second coming of Christ, right? Yeah, she's. I think she's talking about Tenet and similar situations now.
Messages or who's biased. If I take $50,000 from a dark money group, first of all, that makes me uncomfortable because I don't even know who's funding that group or what their sort of goals are. But say I take that money, people should know, like the people following me should have a right to know my funding. And I think that we should know the funding sources of these political influencers or of these influencers who are calling themselves journalists. There should be a level of transparency, and there's not. And in fact, they talk on the call about sort of how they've avoided that transparency.
So, I agree with the point that you just made, and I think the vast majority of people would agree with that, regardless of what their own ideological position is, that if people are presenting an opinion, we should know if that's an opinion they have come by honestly, or it's an opinion that they are being paid to express. But is it at all plausible that we will reach any greater transparency on that, Taylor? Because I don't see who would enforce it or how you would enforce it if people simply don't wish to communicate that information themselves, or if it's not uncovered by journalists such as yourself.
GB, thank you for the super chat.
Yeah.
Butterfly.
I think there's also like a difference between paying, like the rules that we have are very much around like, I am a group or a brand and I pay you directly to read these talking points on screen, and that is sponsored content and that should be disclosed. Sure. But you're seeing these like alternative deals, right? Where things are run through this nonprofit and it's more like, oh, we're just paying you to sort of support you. And yes, you have to attend regular messaging sessions. And yes, you're only in this program because, you espouse certain views, but, we're not going to say that directly. Like that is sort of, I think to me, a little bit dubious. So I think that the way to fix this problem is to have more transparency on funding. Like the 1630 fund should have to report that they gave XYZ to these companies. I think that this company, Chorus, should have a lot more transparency in terms of here are the creators that we paid as part of this program. Here's a list of who's in this program. I'm doing this, like reporting residence thing right now with the Omidyar network, not a dark money group, very much not a dark money group. But, they issue a press release, hey, we're doing this, or they put it on the website, like so that there's a level of transparency of like who's in these programs and who's not in these programs. And Chorus is running this program, but they're running it in secret. And that's, I think, where we see this sort of like breakdown.
I saw that you yourself were accused in the last few days of taking money from it's called Bark. It's something to do with phones, and I saw a lot of journalists talking about that. And you said they got it wrong, and you even said you might.
Here's my prediction. I predict that Pod Save America is going to say something bad about Taylor Lorenz, right? She's not just taking on like the phone issue that they're talking about. Is her fighting back on an effort to make a law, a law, as in U.S. law, or as in, like enforced by the cops, right? Against students having cell phones in school. You can deal with it. If cell phones in school are a problem for a teacher, for a class, then the teacher, the thing that they do is they have a basket. When you come in, you put your phone in the basket, right? And it's as simple as that. But they want to make this a law thing, i.e. the school resource officer is the one who enforces the no. So she's fighting against this. This is an effort from Jonathan Haidt, who is a centrist, right-wing author, and who has a lot of people's ears, including the ears of the Podjohns, right? I think he started off as a liberal and then became a centrist. And I mean, realistically now he's just kind of reactionary. But yeah, this is a Jonathan Haidt effort, and that's not where they're going to stop, chat. They want to take us back to a moment in time before the internet, which is madness, honestly. There's a lot that's gone wrong with the internet, but there's a lot that's gone right with the internet. The point should be to make the internet work for average people rather than, what's happening now, which is in shitification, right? That's where our legislative effort should be placed, rather than like trying to make new laws against children having cell phones in class. But anyway, that's why they're bringing this thing up about the Bark sponsorship, implying that she's got a conflict of interest, that she is only saying don't ban cell phones. And again, chat, remember, she's not saying don't disallow the use of cell phones. A teacher can do that. A school can do that. You know, a PTA can vote on stuff like that. She's saying don't make it a law.
Take legal action. Can you fill us in on what that was about?
Okay, I was being a little dramatic on Twitter. But yeah, no.
Morebear, you just got jellyfished. Thank you for the gifted sub, Burple.
People saw me promoting a product that I like, and then accuse me of accuse me of taking money from the company. And the company even issued a statement saying
that towards gaming. Absolutely.
Taylor Lorenz did not take money from us. But I think it's actually so perfectly illustrative of this point, which is that the American public goes online every day. They understand the concept of sponsored content, and they understand sort of vaguely that there are people, political organizations, brands, whatever, paying for certain messaging to be out there. But they don't have an understanding of how these platforms work, the nuances of the influencer marketing industry. And by the way, it's very complicated, and there are so many nuanced things. So I'm not faulting the American public for this at all, but I do think that the FTC and the FEC need to issue stronger guidelines around this and just encourage transparency.
Teachers made the phones the problem a lot of the time. In my experience, I had a few teachers who claimed they would take our phones if they saw the outline of them in our pockets. The thing that needs to be said about this too is that a phone is often the only electronic device, right, that you can afford if you're poor, right? You don't have a laptop to take to school. You don't have a tablet to take to school, but you do have a phone to take to school. And a lot of, students on the lower economic stratum will use their phones for things like recording lectures, for things like taking notes. So, taking away their phones in this case actually could have a disproportionately negative effect on students that don't come from money. So,
transparency and educate the public on how these marketing tactics work, especially because, we're going into this world where I think both the Democrats and the Republicans now, the Republicans have long valued the internet, but the Democrats are also sort of starting to understand the world of online attention. And, look at what Gavin Newsom's doing, and all this stuff. We need to understand kind of like who is being paid, where people's money is coming from. I'm always transparent about where my money is coming from. I will say hey, I get money from here, I get money from here, I get money from here. But most people online, they're not going to, people don't know, right? You're scrolling by and even if that person is transparent, you don't personally know. So I think we really need a lot more transparency, and we need a lot more visibility into these dark money groups generally. Like dark money itself, somebody gave $50 million to the 1630 fund. I think it was last year or 2023. That's a huge amount of money. Who is that person? What is their policy agenda? What do they hope to achieve by giving $50 million to this massive Democrat dark money group? Are there stipulations with that? Did 1630 Fund have any say over these influencers, or what ideology they expressed, who was led into the program? These are all questions that we deserve to know. And they're things that we don't know because these dark money groups operate in secret, and there's just no transparency on the sort of online marketing world.
Taylor Lorenz, great conversation. Thanks for joining us on Rising.
Great conversation, terrible audio in chat. In case you think that The Hill just has an incompetent audio technician on duty, their audio used to be good, right? Before Brianna left, their production was so much better. It feels almost like they sold their cameras and their microphones off and just replaced it with the cheapest shit they could find, the cheapest used shit. I don't know. This network is fucking cursed, and good riddance. I'm a little bit worried about Taylor going on. I guess she's just going on wherever she can get on, but again, The Hill isn't really The Hill. This show is regarded as being centrist because it's got a left-wing host and a right-wing host. Obviously, the network is supported by right-wing money. The Hill as a enterprise is a right-wing enterprise. That being said, it does not get I don't know why she's going on this, right? Maybe she doesn't realize that they don't get the kind of views that they used to when Brianna was a co-host. Because the other place I've seen her recently is Glenn Greenwald. which, you know, Glenn Greenwald, apparently they have some beef in the past, like, right? They hated each other, but I guess Glenn is going to agree with her on this issue. And, you know, I don't know if that's the ally you want.
Joining us now is Taylor Lorenz, who, as often, is at the
Hear what I mean? You can hear that kind of over-compressed, like crunchy, dry sound in Ryan's voice. It used to be worse. They did improve it slightly.
Center of some internet discourse, this time around the move.
Okay, so I want to point out this took place a day ago. This took place, I think, definitely before her video came out, if not maybe even before the article came out. They're not talking about the issue of chorus here. They're talking about the phones in schools bill, right? Which Ryan and Emily are in favor of, right? Breaking points, like I said, it's a, you know, they've got left-wing hosts, they've got right-wing hosts. It has an interesting skew, which I would say is neither right nor left, but you know, bears like certain characteristics. It's generally like pro free speech. Yeah, it's maybe you could call it like maybe it's got a little libertarian streak too. And this like a law against kids having cell phones in school, that's not very libertarian. So, you know, they're kind of like bucking their normal way of conducting themselves here. And so, but again, they're height pilled, right? They've been influenced
by schools that are opening up this week and next to ban phones inside their walls.
And again, since this isn't directly related, we're just going to watch a little bit of this because I think the question about Bark Mobile or whatever comes up and she explains it. So I wanted to get her. Oh shit! 8 months ago, the case against cell phone bans in school. I didn't realize she'd done.
Told my 14-year-old that we were going to be talking about this, and she is utterly shocked and appalled that I think that they should actually have to put their phones away when they go into the school.
She's Team Taylor.
And that I disagree with you on this. She's just apoplectic, 100% supportive of your position. From talking to other friends of hers, as well as like I was reading the Jackson Reed like student newspaper about it last year when they introduced the ban.
Fuck is that?
I think if you polled the students in high school, it'd be roughly 99%, if not 100%.
Wait. That's a magnet.
Opposed to these
they gotta use that thing to open their bag, and then what they put the phone in the bag. It basically locks the phone away while they're in class.
So like they have
but it looks. Is this at the end of the day? Are they getting out?
View on this that I think does need.
It looks like they're going in. I'm confused.
Considered. It's unusual that kids would be wrong and adults would be right. I think that they are wrong. I think that we're right. But I want to hear out your, the best arguments for my daughter's case because she frankly wasn't making it. She's like, I want to be able to text my friends in class. I'm like, that's not a good argument.
No, we don't want that.
No,
we don't want that.
She's like, only when we have breaks though.
Of course.
Okay.
So here's the thing. First of all, no one wants their kids, or no one wants any kids on their phone during class distracted. Like no one, no normal person would make that argument.
She agrees with that.
Yeah. And there's a big sort of a wide range of options between laws that are often enforced by campus resource officers, police, and we can get into that, versus rules or norms or other ways of sort of like curtailing cell phone behavior use during class. So my opposition is specifically to the laws. If schools, if teachers want to have certain policies, if they want, everyone to put their phone in a basket or these little pocket things that they make now for classrooms, that's totally fine. I think that.
Anybody in chat ever used one of these little pocket things? Like it opens and closes with a magnet, it looks like.
It's great. I would encourage teachers to kind of cultivate their own learning environments. But I think once we get into these blanket laws, there can be a lot of unintended effects. And I think that we are not discussing a lot of those unintended effects. And specifically, I'm concerned with the sort of civil liberties implications with this.
Which should be an easy sell to breaking points, right? Civil liberties. This is their skew. right? If there is any skew between the right wing, host and the left wing host, if there's a common thread, it's this kind of thing.
The laws.
So yeah, if you could flesh out what some of the civil liberties implications of that might be. I think Ryan and I are both on the same page. Particularly, Ryan has done reporting on this over the years about how some of the unintended consequences of sweeping laws that are, they're able to be implemented. They get the political permission structure to be implemented by lawmakers because they're addressing a serious problem, and then the attempt to address a serious problem has unintended consequences because they're able to do the power grab. Everyone was sort of desperate for some type of solution. So I don't object to the idea that there may be unintended consequences here. Tell us a little bit about what you think they might be, Taylor.
Yeah, so we've had tech bans in the past, and I would say the closest corollary to this is actually the beeper ban. This was a little before my time, but back in the early 90s, there was this really big panic about beepers. Kids had the beepers going off in class, like pagers were a new thing. This was a big distraction at school, and there was a lot of concern about beepers, and the implication was that people use beepers for like drug use, so there was this moral panic around them. We saw how those laws played out, where basically hundreds of kids ended up having interactions with police. Some kids ended up with criminal records. In one Chicago school, dozens of kids were arrested. And kids were just having these regular interactions with the police. Already, I talked to a parent in LA just last week who was talking about this exact issue where the teachers rightfully in certain environments don't want to enforce these bans, or the administrators. And we have an increasing number of police in school, campus resource officers, which has actually skyrocketed since the days of those beeper bans. And those are often the people that are sort of tasked with enforcing these bans. So it ends up just being this quite discriminatory policy where they just sort of harass kids. They, and it leads to more interactions with kids and police. So I'm sort of against that. I also think that we have to look at this law in the context of this broader legislative and political effort that we're seeing right now to restrict kids from access to the internet. And I can get into that more broadly, but I think a lot of people have been sort of talking about things like age verification and these other things. And this law is very much tied, like these laws rather, are very much tied in this broader political effort to sort of censor the internet.
And before we go into some of that, I wanted to get you to address the related controversy that you're inside now. You've been going back and forth with a couple people on Twitter, including Rachel Cohen Booth, who flagged. Maybe we can put up what do we
decided to say that I was paid by a phone company. I am not paid by a phone company. Never have been paid by a phone company. I don't know what, that really bothered me.
But you did put up the tag paid sponsorship on a post.
No, I didn't. No.
Let's put out her in their case and then have you respond to it. Their case is that, so you did a TikTok for that about Bark, which is you can tell us in a moment.
Child safety software, yeah.
In the post, it said #ad, and it had a link that had a long code at the end of it, and you said
a tracking code.
Yeah. You said you're doing this in partnership with Bark. So people.
Well, and the screenshot we had right there did have the tag paid partnership,
so
which I think you've explained.
I know, guys. Oh my God.
No.
That's
what we want you to say.
This is such a derailing thing. The way that on TikTok, and I understand for people that don't use TikTok, they don't understand this. There's only one way to tag promotional content. So you click promotional content on TikTok, it comes up as paid. And that just means that the brand can put money behind it. It doesn't mean that you got money. I've been extra careful where even things that I'm not paid for, I'll mark it as promotional because I am making something promotional, like, hey, I really like this product. But me making a free promotion for child safety software that I use, that by the way is completely.
It's not a phone that they're selling; it's software. I think this should look if they're worried about the danger from the internet and from phones for kids. It seems like this would be the kind of thing you'd be in favor of.
Is unrelated and is actually on the same side as you guys on these bans. It's just so absurd and ridiculous. And I think it just shows the attempt that people will go to.
Wait, I'm sorry, the company's on the same side as Ryan and Emily? If you want to see smug, watch the rest of this interview, right?
Unrelated and is actually on the same side as you promotional, like, hey, I really like this product. But me making a free promotion for child safety software that I use, that by the way is unrelated and is actually on the same side as you guys on these bans, is just so absurd and ridiculous. And I think it just shows the attempt that people will go to to sort of smear and attempt to discredit anybody that even raises issues with this. I have been reporting on this topic for 8 years. Like, I've been writing about all of these laws, the broader political effort. I've been talking about people like Jonathan Haidt, who are going into these school districts and specifically lobbying for these laws, the interest groups around that. This is something that I've covered for a long time. And I'm actually, you know what, who's actually paying me is this program, this Reporters in Residence program that I'm in right now, where I got into the program talking about covering these laws. That's what I am being paid for, is basically this fellowship program. So it's just very silly. But yeah,
and I mean, that you did post or somebody posted screenshots of the company saying,
yeah, the company has said many times on the record she's not paid.
Wait, where's the company saying that? You're literally just making all this up. It's wild. I know you're older and perhaps you don't understand how these platforms work, but the shade. The fact remains, I was not paid by Bark, and Bark is not a phone company. I'm sorry I called it Bark Mobile. I thought that's what it was somehow. Yeah, it's software. They make child safety software. Delete me? Wait, what is this? Oh, that they're not showing the right stuff. They got some technical problems here on Breaking Points, and they're showing. I think this picture refers to the code, the tracking code that she mentioned earlier. I don't think they have the statement from the Bark app. Or I don't know if it's an app, some kind of phone software to make the phone safe for kids.
But it's like, I think people will just jump to anything where they just kind of want to make up a narrative because they want to discredit this issue. And this is very normal in moral panics. I write a lot about moral panics. And I'm not saying that necessarily kids being on their phone in class is moral panic, but this issue is very tied to a broader moral panic about cell phones, where people are convinced that they're, making kids sort of mass unalive themselves and things like that. Not to use YouTube lingo.
You could see why people thought from the way that it was presented.
Sure, of course, but also well, of course, I can understand people getting confused. But at that point, you have me responding, and I was at a funeral that day, so I didn't have the chance to respond quite so quickly as people might have liked. And then the company issuing multiple statements saying, this is just not the case. You've misunderstood the situation. But,
Okay, so the question on the moral panic.
Yes.
It does seem to me, well, first of all, just in my own life, I'm not a kid anymore. My brain is better formed than kids that are still developing. But even myself, since smartphones have come around, I think I read less. I do more audiobooks. I used to be able to sit down and read 10, 20, 30 pages at a stretch and then take a little break or something. Now it's like a page and a half.
I'm sorry, but Ryan, you got to work on yourself and stop blaming your cell phone. Jesus Christ. I mean, look, maybe blame life, blame modern life, blame the fact that, it's impossible to find a good work-life balance, and you got reading is something you got to kind of do on your own time. Yeah, I don't know. This idea that the cell phone is stealing my attention, I don't know about this.
And I find myself distracted or scrolling. Combine that with the rates of anxiety and depression that we're seeing in this society. Why are we wrong?
Well,
to link these
you could
things?
Combine that with the rate of baggy pants, Ryan, and you would find also a correlation. That doesn't mean that those things
actually skinnier.
Yes, they did get skinnier since the 90s, and then they got wider again. Jesus, Ryan. Oh my God. Oh my God. For anybody who needs to hear this, yes, baggy pants are back in. You can bring out your Jankos from your high school days, and you can wear them again, and your kids will think it's really cool.
In that period of time.
Skinny pants.
It's not exactly how baggy pants look in this day and age, but
So what I would caution people against is making these broad-based sort of conclusions. We actually had
literally. I'm not distracted from the book to look at my baggy pants.
Well,
distracted with the
but
phone.
you are making that correlation that just does not exist in research. And we have the top researchers, people like Candace Odgers, who wrote a great piece for The Atlantic on this
New metals coming back for real.
topic. Alice Marwick, like people that have studied this issue in depth for years and years and years, coming out and saying, hey, we actually do know the cause of some of these broader issues, anxiety, all of these other things. We know those causes and they're not related to phones. There is no correlation between those things. And it is just a fact based on the research that we have that is just not a sort of a clear correlation. That's not to say that Ryan.
What does she say they are?
Oh gosh, you have to read her piece. It's kind of long and I don't want to mess it up, but all sorts of things. I mean, 1 in 6 kids is growing up below the poverty line. Like, I don't know, just all of these other things that kids are dealing with. Like they're growing up in a pretty stressful world and they're told, just the way that I was told that video games were, destroying our lives back in, when I was growing up, we had the video game sort of.
Anyway, check out the rest of the interview if you want to. It's on Breaking Points. Let's see. Again, I'm like running out of time. Been streaming for 6 hours. Okay, let's let me check on the poll again. Yeah, Hasan versus his chat on Taylor Lorenz is still in first place. Majority report reacts to Taylor Lorenz still on second. We're at 137 out of 200. If we make it to 200, I'll cover Hasan and the majority report. Looks like right now we are gonna at least cover Hasan and his reaction to all this Taylor Lorenz stuff. God, I wanted to show you the Glenn Greenwald. I wanted to show you the Glenn Greenwald thing too. But let me show you the Brian Tyler Cohen thing before I forget about it. Yes, BTC responded. I didn't show you this yet, did I?
At the risk of giving an internet troll more attention, I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired.
I'm sorry, is Taylor Lorenz an internet troll? Did she troll you? Did you catch some feelings, BTC?
Initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing in this statement is true. The article is about...
Hey, Robinhood, better question. Yeah, Robinhood says these people seem disconnected. Have they been on a college campus in the last 4 years? Better question. Have you ever tried doing a impression on a college campus? Have you tried doing an impression on a college campus lately?
Which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what
I hope you catch the reference.
It is a scholarship program to teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left...
I want to say something that's wild. It's going to be kind of wild, chat. And it's this. Brian Tyler Cohen is what Gavin Newsom is trying to be, right? This is slick, this is polished, but from BTC, it comes off a little bit more authentic than Gavin Newsom's slick and polished. I don't know. Like people that are glazing gruesome Gavin Newsom right now, if you're looking just as far as like charisma and such, right? I would say that BTC's got a better chance than Gavin at becoming president, right?
Up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, it does not control...
No, it's just like Progressive Victory. They didn't pay for content because I think that would have been illegal, at least on Twitch. That would have violated Twitch terms of service, right? They paid them for meetings. It was very creative workaround that they did, right? If you were... if you wanted to receive your money, your Woo Bucks, your Progressive Victory money, you just had to attend meetings essentially, and that's how the coordination, that's how it happened. It didn't happen for like it's not a deliverable mode of payment. In other words.
talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say.
See, it's a loose leash right now. All right? It's a loose leash. There's not a lot of, the thing is that you've got to run stuff by Chorus if you work for them.
What this program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings.
I like Gavin's tweets, Rachel P. I just wish they weren't attached to a guy that looks like a used car salesman.
To optimize their content online. For example, we've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are 0 restrictions on their content. And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort...
Oh my God, chat, anybody feel like they're watching an infomercial?
...has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote.
And this is the mentor, right? This is the, this is the paragon of like what you should be trying to strive for. Now, granted, he's had a lot of success in a very short time, but if what Democrats are looking for from content creators is authenticity, this is not it. This is a different model of content production, right? I don't know how this form of content is going to look in, say, 10 years, right? Like I said before, a lot of people watch the Adam Friedland, Richie Torres video and were like, gosh, Adam is just completely, he's losing it. He's crashing out, right? He doesn't look like he should be on, online at the moment, right? So some people looked at it through those eyes, through the old eyes. And Richie Torres he's saying just what he needs to say. He's buttoned down. He's got talking points for everything. But a lot of us looked at it and we saw on one side a human being talking about a genocide in the only way that you can as a human being, with fucking tears in your eyes. If you're being real, if you're connecting with what you're talking about, if you're connecting with what's happening, if you're aware of the, and not just going through the motions, right? Then you're a little apoplectic about it, right? And Richie Torres is just like nowhere near. There was a conversation between a human being and an NPC, is what I saw, right? This is NPC shit. And like I said, I don't know how this is going to look in 10 years, but the trends are not good, right? This works now. This got him 4 million followers on YouTube. I don't know if this is the guy that you want to, if you got a coach for content creators, I don't know if this is the guy that should be the coach. The game is changing, all right, and we got to keep up. This is the whole problem. This is what happened in 2024. The game changed. The Democrats did not keep up.
And with regard to keeping it a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the
Infallible fell. I got the same reaction to Greenwald.
Program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free to talk about Chorus. And we immediately followed up to confirm that in writing. Creators have videos about Chorus. They've got donation links to Chorus in their bios. I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds of thousands.
Rachel K, my one warning, my one disagreement with you would be, and I'll make this prediction now. Please don't let this be like a prophecy that comes true. All right. If Gavin Newsom is the Democratic candidate, the Democrats will lose. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he goes up against JD Vance, who is even more of an NPC than Gavin Newsom, right? That's the one opponent I think maybe Gavin could handle. Gavin plays well in California. I don't think he plays well in the rest of the country.
The people, it is not a secret, and it never was. There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC, or the Democratic Party. We have literally nothing to do with the DNC. I spend 0 minutes of my day thinking about the DNC. The creators do not toe any party line. How could we? There isn't a party line. Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And frankly, Chorus creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck, and quite often, they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is APAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to guess that most...
It's dark money. Wait. What? Like, listen to this answer. Listen to this answer, all right? This is telling right here.
And quite often, they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is APAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to guess that most Chorus creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that
Twitter seems to disagree, BTC, and I feel like I've seen a few things. Like I've like the few times I've seen him even tangentially address those issues, it hasn't been good. Nothing could be further than the truth. Here's the problem. not APAC. 1630 is a dark money group. We don't know where their money comes from. That's what that means. It's not transparent. I don't even know if BTC would know. I don't even know if the co-founder of one of their projects that they're supporting would have that information. Did he talk to 1630 and be like, hey, am I going to be okay if I say that we don't have any money from APAC? That being said, APAC's not the only bad source of money that you could have. Like, in general, like, the bigger the donor, the worse the politics. That's the problem with the Democratic Party hewing to its donors ever since the 1980s, right? They've been chasing Ronald Reagan's dark money. I mean, what was that? That wasn't more than dark money, right? That was a slush fund. That was like the they've been chasing Reagan's strategy ever since.
The 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented...
I'm sorry, are you going to say the Pledge of Allegiance to 1630? What is this? What is the body language he's using here?
Donors to 1630 Fund is the same person...
Hand on my heart, swear to God, wouldn't lie to you.
...funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of.
Whoa, what? Okay, that's a straight up lie. Dude, you could get sued, Brian. I think you just defamed Taylor Lorenz.
One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same...
Oh my God, no, he's actually not lying. But he's being a weasel. It's not...
person funding...
The person, okay, the person, yeah. This is so frustrating.
Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's...
Wow, it's almost like she's on the chorus stipend too, except that she's totally not. It's almost like she's receiving... do you see what he's doing? Chat, if you're some BTC fan and you don't know any better... You know what you just heard? You heard that Taylor Lorenz is getting paid by 1630. Right? Little ship of Theseus, ipso facto. Like, that's what that comes off on. And that's absolutely not true. Now, I listened really closely to his words. And yes, he is technically avoiding libel. He's just barely avoiding libel there. But the implication and the conclusion that you're sort of like leading the witness to here is grotesque.
Criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money from. I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else.
We heard this from Booker Squared. We heard this from Juliana. this is the meeting. These are the talking points that they gave out. They did a fucking meeting, and they gave out talking points, and we're hearing the talking points from every single person on there. This is why it's called chorus, chat. They speak as a chorus, right? They meet together, they coordinate, and they all come off as the same voice. And if you're going to be part of this, you cannot call yourself an independent content creator. And that's the problem. We need independent content creators, right? Not people that are being groomed. And sorry for the implications of that word. I'm obviously not, implying any sort of, untoward connotations in that word, but I do mean like, groomed in the classical sense of being groomed for a position or something. They're being, they're being groomed to serve the Democratic agenda. And it doesn't fucking matter if you're connected to the DNC because you've got a fucking Vulcan mind meld with the DNC. All right. You're already right there. Including the, the attempts to kind of, pay lip service towards what's happening in Gaza while having not said anything about it for the majority of that conflict. I'm sorry, for the majority of that genocide. Let me be real clear.
Stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this work full time. We've had numerous creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full time. That is what we want.
If you were really about doing that, why aren't they getting like health insurance? Why there's a million things you could do for creators to make their lives less precarious. Why aren't you doing that? Why is it just a stipend? It almost seems like it is it's a very loose collar and a leash that right now, oh no, they can go wherever they want to, they can walk around the dog park, but they're on a fucking leash. What happens when that leash gets pulled tight, chat? Either they lose their income source that they've come to rely on, or they heal. They heal for chorus. They speak in the chorus.
I'm really proud that we can give creators that security for as long as they're in the program. We want people to create pro-democracy content full time, and we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent and their bills while doing it. If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the next cohort, we would love for you to apply. That's our whole goal. It's to build up an army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible. I should note that while I started this program, I have never and will never get paid. I do this 100% as a volunteer. I have never earned a dime from Chorus, and I never will. I want every dollar that we raise to go to creators so that they can do this important work without spending 8 hours a day working at some different job. I've been saying for years that the left needs to build up its creator space. That has never been more true than it is right now. Influencers and creators...
Well, right now, BTC's building up his creator space. And what he's got is the parasocials of 90-plus communities built around content creators, some of whom I assume are good, some of whom have done the right thing, unlike BTC, during this ongoing genocide. BTC a little late to the party on that. This is the first time I've ever heard him say anything like that, to be honest. But the concern is that their content is not going to be what it once was, and you're going to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. You want authenticity, you want realness, you want independence. This is not the way to get it.
Have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The left is a decade behind right now. We desperately need incubators teaching and amplifying new content creators, and not just Chorus, by the way. There are other programs in this space doing the same thing. I want all of them.
Oh yeah, Taylor went over those as well, yeah.
To succeed. We need all of them to succeed.
Do you see what's going on, chat? Like, look, if somebody said something bad about me, probably some of you would, on Twitter, some of you would defend me, right? And I mean, that's great, but you should probably look into it, because you don't want to be defending somebody that where the charges are actually like legit, right? And with all of these content creators, with all these influencers, right, they're going to have armies armies of shooters, right? And now Brian Tyler Cohen has got them kind of like defending him. Like like I said, I don't blame the individual content creators. I understand somebody waving $8,000 a month in front of your face. That is life-changing money for most of us, all right? And yeah, even though they're not including, insurance or, some of the things that creators really need, with that kind of money plus, whatever income you're already earning, you maybe could afford that stuff. You could pay out of pocket or actually, you know what I mean? I don't want to undersell how much that's life-changing money. I don't blame most of the creators in this program. I blame the founders. I blame the leaders. I blame these senior content creators who now seek to groom a bunch of TikTokers into their image, right? That's who I blame. But now you've got all of their parasocial fandoms coming out to defend you. And I think this was the plan. Right? I think that BTC knows that, like, yeah, he's big, he's got a lot of reach on YouTube, but he is very vulnerable because he is out of whack with where the base of the Democratic Party is, right? And the only way to defend this is to, portray himself as some kind of benefactor to your favorite content creator, and then, you feel like an attack on him is an attack on her.
There are people like Taylor Lorenz who are desperate to tear the left apart, and in fact, it becomes clear who her—
Oh yeah, that's right. Taylor Lorenz wants Trump to win. That's correct. That's definitely true.
Efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenz because I know that she actually believes what she says. Do you get what I'm saying?
So yeah, I
don't know. That's a wash. That's a wash. Like a endorsement from Candace Owens, and it wasn't like Candace Owens was saying, like, I like Taylor Lorenz because she's so bad, or she's causing so many fights that she's going to help the Republicans win. She's going to split the Democrats up. We didn't really see what Candace was fucking on about. Yeah, Candace Owens is a weird one. But yeah, definitely Tucker Carlson, not much of a fan. So I call that a wash.
Really don't align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
Oh my God, what the fuck? Tucker Carlson doesn't like her. What a piece of shit. This guy's a weasel, chat. I'm calling it. And not the good kind either. Not the good kind. That is not a good thing, Brian Tyler Cohen.
I continue to believe that the left needs massive investments into the independent media space. I'm really proud of the program that we've built. I'm really proud that we've allowed creators to do this work full time. I'm really proud of the independence that they have to say whatever they want to say in whatever way they want to say it. I'm really proud that our creators are seeing their channels and their pages grow. My goal is to see an army emerge from the left to take on what's happening on the right. Taylor Lorenz and Republicans don't want to see it, but we do.
Yo, Brian, we can have an army arise to take on Trump, all right? But I will tell you the same thing that the Chapo boys told the Hillbots back in 2016. We can work together to defeat fascism, all right? But the contingent that has failed to protect us from Trump, which is you and the rest of the Democratic establishment, needs to bend the knee. It is not going to be us following along, voting for your shit candidates year after year after year in the name of a harm reduction. We can ride together. We can fight together. We can have each other's back. But there needs to be a recognition that what you've been doing, what you and the rest of these shithead Democrats have been doing since the early 1980s has not worked. It is a failure, and it leads to the death of the Democratic Party as the representative of the left. All right? And as much as I distrust and despise the establishment of the Democratic Party establishment, I also recognize how hard it is to build a party. And I do not relish the idea of having to construct a new left party in the wake of the death of the Democratic Party. You all are killing it. You need to recognize that you're headed for an iceberg this doesn't need to be a circular firing squad. We don't need to shoot at each other. All right. But we are also not going to line up to get shot by a bunch of fascists. And that's where you're leading us, whether you realize it or not. Anyway, chat, that's Brian Tyler Cohen. Huh? And like I said before, he does do some good work. He covers a lot of stuff. He's there's stories that he does that might not even get picked up if it was not for him doing it. So I don't want to completely I don't want to poison the well about this guy. I just this is not the right response to the criticism that you're getting. This is denial. This is cope, and there's no recognition here. All right. So what else do we have? Glenn Greenwald. Fuck. Do we have to do the Glenn Greenwald thing? We got to do a little bit of it, don't we? Glenn Greenwald. I do not relish this. Hasan is always, talking about how Glenn is good on certain issues. I'm a little bit more skeptical towards this guy than Hasan is.
Now, User Magazine, although she writes for many other...
Again, shit audio. What is it with right-wing libertarian or centrist libertarian type programs? The Hill, Breaking Points, and Glenn Greenwald, and their garbage audio.
Media outlets. She also does reporting on her YouTube channel titled...
I also want to point out, chat, let's see, let me just go over this one more time. I'm going to go into the bonus content after this, right? So we're at 137 out of 200. If we get to 200, I can justify sticking around to cover 2 topics. If we don't, I'll probably only cover 1. So this is the last chance to do that. Looks like the timer ended on the butterfly goal for the second butterfly. That's okay too. Somebody requested that I do multiple goals for that. So I'm trying to make that happen for you. Start another goal. What should we do for this one? How about 5 teal super chats in the next hour? And I'll put a second butterfly. A second butterfly will hit my hair. Oh my god, what did I hit? What did I hit? Okay, we're okay. Wait, am I okay? Close. There we go. That's good. All right, I'll watch some of this. Maybe thinking Adam Mockler or Luke Beasley. Wait, what about them?
Lorenz. She has previously been a staff reporter for the Washington Post and the New York Times and has written and reported for numerous media outlets. She has a new exclusive story that she reported in Wired magazine today entitled, quote, "A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers." We want to talk to her in depth about that, as well as the work she's been doing in warning of and reporting on the dangers to free speech by new online censorship provisions, such as the UK's Online Safety Act, and particularly the growing movement to, under the guise of age verification and protecting children, requiring your...
Just saying, it would be interesting to see someone join this scheme who is anti-establishment or and pro-Palestine to get inside information. Some of Taylor's information... How did we not see this? Maybe this is in the Hasan. Maybe this is in the Hasan. Content that we're gonna do as a bonus. She got her information from, or maybe it was in this interview actually. She got a lot of her information came from people that were interested in the program, right? people that were interested in the program, that attended some meetings, and then got some red flags, right? Did not like what they were seeing in terms of the contract, did not like, what they were being asked to do, and contacted Taylor Lorenz because, they wanted to whistleblow, right? That's where a lot of her, information came from. But and also I want to point out that there are pro-Palestinian content creators, at least a few, I think, in Chorus. It's not the kind of thing that's likely, you know what I mean? It's definitely like for what they're looking for, they probably want people that are more malleable, but also, if you can get to a young content creator and kind of put a financial incentive in front of their face, start them off on a very loose leash, and then gradually tighten the leash, you can have an effect even without punishing them, even without pulling the leash absolutely tight. You can have an effect on what kind of content they do. There could be a kind of self-censorship of somebody who recognizes, all right, this is not going to be super popular. This is not going to make me, this is not going to win me a lot of brownie points from Chorus. So, it is a soft power effort at the moment.
Your identity be submitted before allowing you to participate in multiple platforms on the internet. Taylor, it is great to see you. Really appreciate your taking the time to talk to us tonight.
Glenn, I'm surprised you would say it's great to see me.
It is great to see you. I have had that experience many times where you have arguments based on differences with somebody, and then I think when you talk personally, especially about reporting.
Oh yeah. Sean was part of what were they called, TikTokers for Biden or something back in the day. Then they changed the name to Gen Z for Change. They were embraced at first by the Biden administration before some of them started to ask tough questions, and Biden, cut off their access and pushed them away.
That I think is important. You can have more constructive conversations. So I am glad to see you. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, I wish you had given me this benefit of the doubt years ago, because I've been covering these issues for years.
No,
I know. These issues for years.
I know, and maybe I could say the same. You have your own show. You could have invited me on as well. But in any event, we'll get to some of that, I think.
You're welcome anytime, Glenn.
All right.
See what I mean? Do these two have like a negative history? Have they gotten into it on Twitter or something?
I'll definitely invite myself on. But since you're here, and I do want to get into a couple of those kind of past differences in a very civil way, but only as they relate to the things we want to talk to you about tonight. So you have this article in Wired, and it basically narrates how this dark money group is paying Democratic Party influencers, content creators, podcasters who generally support the Democratic Party, money in secret, meaning requiring them to keep it secret. Explain what this group is, kind of who funds it, and how it's functioning.
Yeah, so the 1630 Fund is this massive, powerful, liberal, dark money group that sprung up in the wake of Citizens United. And this is when dark money really started to become a big thing in politics. Really, I mean, I think Citizens United was 2009, but it was really in the 2010s that these groups started to emerge and start doing funding. Now, they're mostly on the right. A lot of dark money is on the right, but this specific dark money group funds liberal causes. So they raised, I think, something like $400 million they distributed in, according to Politico, in 2022, I think it was. They do a lot of work in this space. And what they're doing recently, which I uncovered in my story, is that they're running this influencer program. There's been all of this talk since the Democrats lost so spectacularly last fall about finding like the liberal Joe Rogan. They discovered the internet exists, and now they're trying to figure out what to do with it. And this is the strategy that they've come up with, is essentially funneling this dark money to influencers through Chorus, which is this content creator, liberal content creator kind of network.
One of the things that I don't understand about, and I never have understood about, and it is true, it's like Democrats had no interest in going on these massive podcasts during the 2024 election, or even before, in anyone paying attention.
I forgot about this. Yeah, now I remember. Ari Katsuragi is reminding me here. Glenn accused Taylor of doxing libs of TikTok, generally egged Tucker and far right to abuse her. Damn.
The internet understood the massive audience and reach that these podcasts had. I mean, much larger than the cable shows that or Face the Nation or Meet the Press that these Democratic office holders would love to grow on. It was kind of this massive thing growing under the nose of a lot of people in media who just don't pay attention to anything.
And if you don't know what's wrong with Glenn Greenwald, I've run into chatters who like legitimately don't. They have fond memories of Glenn Greenwald from the 2000s and early 2010s when a lot of his content was against the surveillance state, against the war on terror. He's lined up with the forces of transphobia, more or less, and it's even more disheartening coming from a LGBT person himself. Right? People just didn't realize that this wasn't a leftist, this wasn't a liberal, this wasn't a progressive, this was a libertarian guy that didn't like what the Bush administration was doing. So, on those issues, as Hasan will always remark, he's pretty good. But he's gross in terms of trans issues. And I think that's not it. Yeah, I think generally like an anti-woke disposition, right? He basically parrots right-wing culture war talking points. Can I get this to... Oh no, it's trying to play you music, Chad. I'm not trying to play you music. Let me play you Glenn Greenwald instead. There we go.
New, and I know you've been reporting on this kind of internet culture for a long time.
Yeah, kind of like Matt Taibbi, I guess, yeah.
But it strikes me that the way these shows that they're so worried about, like Joe Rogan, like Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schultz, a lot of these kind of biggest programs that became pro-Trump influencers, they really emerged organically. It's not like they had dark money funding them. These were people who went online, started having just like normal conversations, often comedians. And in the course of that, they started attracting, you kind of call them normies who weren't that interested in politics. And then they became political to the extent it related to their specific concerns. Things like censorship or woke suppression, things that they...
Woke suppression, there we go.
...perceived were harming them. I don't understand how Democrats think that they're going to compete with that by taking either people who are already having an audience full of liberal and Democrats and just shuffling money to them, or trying to create it in some artificial way where they're kind of forced to just do political content. Like, what do they think is their goal here?
Yeah, well, I want to be clear. There is tons of money on the right in terms of dark money.
Thank you.
The Republican ecosystem is flush with dark money. But the difference is that it's more bottom up in terms of their media strategy than top down. So you're right, especially the comedians that you mentioned. I've never heard of those people taking dark money at all. But there are a lot of conservative influencers, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, others, that have taken dark money or have taken money where they don't exactly know 100% where it's coming from, who the funder is. And that's not great. But usually the way it works and what I've seen from my reporting is that these Republican groups will sort of...
Yeah, Charlie Kirk is just awash in AstroTurf money.
Notice someone online. They might not even have interaction with that person online, and they'll just sort of start pumping. They'll start boosting them in the feed. They'll start doing paid media for them, like just sort of organically like testing things and boosting things and trying a lot. The Democrats are obsessed with control. We know that they love this like top-down sort of structure of media because they're such institutionalists. And so with the influencer industry, not only did they sort of malign the influencer industry for years, but now they're sort of seeking to gatekeep it in various ways and sort of like, have this more top-down control over it, not some sort of organic thing. And I think it's very notable, too, that the content creators that they want to fund don't have any organic traction. Most of them are just these sort of centrist neoliberal, people that frankly will never call, a genocide a genocide. They'll never speak out against Israel. They'll never speak out against, all of the censorship stuff. They're not rocking the boat, basically. They're happy to toe the Democratic Party line. And I think that's a problem because those are not the people that have cultural currency online. If the Democrats want to win, they need to start working with people that frankly don't.
And again, chat, that's most but not all of the chorus dark money recipients.
Like honestly, they just need to change their policies and so many things. But yeah, it's a very different strategy. It's more of a top-down strategy where the Republican, even though there's also a lot of dark money in the Republican world, it's more bottom-up.
Totally. I mean, like, and yet you can, kind of plant your flag either in like any faction or party. You can say, I'm a Democrat. I'm here to like promote Democrats, defend Democrats, cheer for Democrats, and criticize Republicans. You can say, I'm in MAGA. I'm here to mock liberals and the Democratic Party and even like parts of the anti-Trump Republican establishment. And you can build a big audience that way, big in terms of the number of people watching, the amount of money you're making. But I really question how much influence you actually have, because the people who are going to gravitate toward those shows are people who already love the
no, Stephen, I don't think you're tripping. The chair to her right looks wonky to me too.
Democratic Party and want to hear validation, right? And the problem with the Democrats is not the people who love the Democratic Party. As you say, it's even younger people on the left who
so chat, we're doing
stayed home, or in some cases even voted for Trump because of their anger over the Biden-Harris support for the genocide.
We're going to do one more butterfly goal tonight to try to get to 2 butterflies. It's 5 teal super chats is what I put on there, and you got 47 minutes left. The other thing I want to remind people of is we're on track now to do 1 bonus topic, and it'll probably be, it looks like right now it's going to be Hasan versus his chat over Taylor Lorenz. Make sure if you've donated and you want to, add your money to any specific topic, let me know now, because this is your last chance. Also, last chance to donate. If we get to 200, then we'll actually cover both Hasan. We'll cover the top 2 topics, which it looks like is Hasan and his chat. Hasan versus his chat over Taylor Lorenz. Hasan fighting with chatters who are parasocially attached to some of the chorus creators. And Majority Report react to this whole chorus thing. So if you want to see both Hasan and the Majority Report, now is the, this is the last video I'm going to watch before we go into the bonus content. So if we're going to hit 200, that's got to happen soon. Same thing with the butterfly goal. We got 47 minutes left. And if you have donated or you wish to donate and you want that to affect the poll in some way, let me know now. Because we are coming up to the end of the free half, and we're going to be jumping right into the fun half.
In Gaza by arming and funding Israel. So what is the nature of these contracts in terms of the constraints that it imposes on the influencers who they're paying?
Yeah, there are some significant constraints, and certainly there are restrictions in these contracts that I myself as a journalist would never feel comfortable agreeing to. There are parts of the contract that talk about that you cannot speak, you cannot ever disclose the name of the funder who's funding you. You can't disclose that you're part of this program. You have to funnel your bookings. Like when you get a political booking, say I get to interview Zoran, one creator said, you have to then potentially funnel that through Chorus. So Chorus and the 1630 fund, like they're trying to act as these sort of like middlemen.
So do you understand this? She talked to a lot of people that were at least interested in Chorus. If not, I get the feeling that maybe she even has some sources that signed up for Chorus, right? I don't get that she's trying to go after these people, right? I get that she's got her eye on the bigger fish here. On the people with more control over what's going on, right? Her sources were some of these creators that either thought about or did, take the chorus, take the chorus partnership.
And kind of control access to certain politicians, control who gets a voice online. And yeah, that's a problem. I think that there's concerns about editorial independence. Also, there are restrictions on the type of content that can be created with using Chorus funds. So if you use Chorus funds, which some of these creators are getting $8,000 a month, it's pretty much probably most of their budget for that month. They can only they can't talk about specific candidates or causes without approval from Chorus. And I think that alone is...
Yeah, she's echoing a lot of concerns that she heard from people that were either, considering the program or that are in the program. And this is the part I wanted you to watch. Again, I don't like Glenn Greenwald. I don't think it was a good choice of hers to go on Glenn Greenwald's show. I don't know. I don't know why she decided to do this. But given that his audience is right wingers, this is the only platform where she really gets into this explanation of her sources, which I think is pretty important. So I wanted you to see this. And it's trying to play music again. Let's manually press the play button. There we go.
Enough of a restriction for anybody that considers themselves a journalist, I would say, to not do it. And the fact that they can't disclose it. Like, all these content creators are coming out now and they're like, well, what's the problem? We're getting paid. And it's like, well, the problem is that if my article didn't come out, you guys would have kept taking this dark money and no one knows where your money is coming from. That's the problem. There's no disclosure.
to me, as journalists, that is by far like the most obviously ethically offensive provision. I don't think journalists are required to publish all their tax returns and say every source of money. But if someone is paying you specifically to influence what you're reporting or what you're analyzing and what you're saying, and you don't disclose that to your audience, you keep that a secret, that's a huge betrayal between yourself and the people who think that you're telling them the unvarnished truth.
And Glenn, these people had to attend daily messaging check-ins, according to, I can't remember if that was in the Zoom call or the contract. It was a Zoom call. They talked about the daily messaging check-ins. I don't think that journalists should have to go to messaging check-ins, actually. I don't think that we should promote specific messaging. There's a lot of things in here that, to me, maybe are fine with a pro-Democrat influencer, but if you are presenting yourself as a journalist or presenting yourself as like fact-based sort of like news coverer person, which a lot of these creators are, I just think it's not ethical. And yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, of course, look, no one's asking every journalist to post every single tax receipt or, every single thing, but this is a significant amount of funding. And this is an ongoing, program that is frankly operating in a very like high interest space. So I think that they should have disclosed it just the way that I disclose things. I'm in a, reporting fellowship right now. I disclose that. Like, it's not that hard.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big controversy in Brazil over Rumble. Rumble is banned in Brazil, and I write about the free speech implications of that. And at the end of every article, there's a note that says, I have a program on Rumble and have a relationship with Rumble. I would never dream of not disclosing that while talking about the very entity that is part of.
If you're Brazil and you've been run by Bolsonaro, another wannabe dictator who tried to do a coup, is it possible that you might not want to let Peter Thiel get his hooks into your nation through Rumble? Is that a ridiculous anti-free speech, concern?
In my income stream, but the specific sentence you wrote in the article about the content restriction, which is incredibly creepy, quote, the creators who are part of the.
Yeah, you need call the meeting something else. Then you need contact every day. What these people are getting, Stephen, are talking points. We saw that, right, in their pushback against what Taylor has brought to light. They met and they repeated the same talking points in all of their content, like they were Fox News employees, right? You've ever seen that? Was there a Media Matter in this or something where they take Fox News reporters and they show how they're using the same talking points, and sometimes memos leak from Fox News where you see that Roger Ailes, this was back in the day, actually wrote down those talking points, actually told all the reporters on Fox News to say those same things. This is, first of all, a pretty disingenuous way to run a smear campaign against somebody like Taylor Lorenz. And second of all, if what you're looking for is authenticity and to gain the trust of these viewers of these influencers, I don't think that putting talking points in their mouth is the way to do things, right? What they're learning the wrong lessons. Democrats are learning the wrong lessons. First of all, you don't need a liberal Joe Rogan. You need a better platform. The reason that Democrats didn't have social media people on their side is that Democrats were selling a shit sandwich. They were selling the most lethal military in the world. Who the fuck wants that? They were selling abstractions and harm reduction in the place of an actual platform. That's why Democrats lost. They don't need a Joe Rogan of the left. They don't need to buy 90 influencers. They need to get their shit together, stop being so out of touch that they don't know what the base even wants, and they need to start doing things for that base and less stuff for their donors. That's the pathway forward here. And it is trying to play music once again. Let's try manually.
This program join the incubator, and who join the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. Now, on the list of the people you've identified are some, I think, pretty recognizable names. David Pakman is a pretty widely watched YouTube host. There's Olivia Giuliana, that young abortion activist who got a lot of notoriety for speaking out about abortion. I think has attended, has been to the White House several times when Biden was president. And then I think Brian Taylor Greene, is that his name? Brian Tyler Cohen. Tyler Cohen is one of the, I guess, co-founders of this. I presume he's making money from it as well. And I saw the response.
Sorry. Nope.
And nobody justified the fact that they were.
Brian Tyler Cohen has made clear that he's not making any money from this. All right, Glenn's assumption is not true. That is, you could say a lot about Brian Tyler Cohen, and I have, but he's not making money. This is not a cash grab for him.
Actually getting money and then duty bound not to disclose it. They basically, in responding to you quite angrily, acting as though they've been defamed, simply fabricated accusations that you didn't make and then proceeded to denounce those or reject those as untrue. So I think we have a clip from David Pakman responding to you that I just want to show, a short clip, and then ask you to respond.
And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies, and they're not minor inaccuracies. First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC. People writing saying the Democrat.
Again, I'll say the same thing about David Pakman that I did about Brian Tyler Cohen. He doesn't need to be connected to the DNC. All right? He has done a Vulcan mind meld with the DNC. They are one and the same, right? He is DNC pilled without needing to be bought and paid for or astroturfed or anything like that. We just David Pakman we're talking about, right? BTC is a founder. David is, I think, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. But since he's been in the game, like if I were to speculate, I would guess that David is acting in the capacity as a mentor, as somebody who's been in social media for a long time, and they would, you think, would be able to offer some good advice to these young creators.
The Democratic Party is telling people what to say. At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period. Number two, I do not get clearance for anything I say. I do not run interview questions by anyone at Chorus.
Now, Taylor, I read your article this morning when it came out, and then I read it again preparing to speak to you about it. And a lot of people on my staff did as well. We're all like, where in the article did you say this was the DNC funding it? Where in the article do you say that they have to submit what they want to say every day first and get approval? Like, he's denying things that you didn't say and ignoring the things that you actually did. But what...
Wait, I'm sorry. Unless Emily French, did you see some information suggesting Pakman's a founder? I mean, maybe I don't know. I know that BTC is one of the co-founders. I don't know who the other co-founders are, but I didn't want to necessarily pour cold water on what you're saying if you've seen a source that I haven't.
I mean, this thing, like, this is not a DNC arm. Like, right, technically it's not an arm of the DNC, but these are people who are active in Democratic Party and liberal politics. That's who they're funding.
And also, Chorus...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
It drives me insane, Glenn, because Chorus was funded. Go read the great New York Times. I think Ken Bensinger wrote it. A piece on Chorus after they launched after the election. That Brian Tyler Cohen is talking specifically about solving the Democrats' messaging problem. Their pitch decks have all this stuff about how the Democrats' messaging problem is broken and they're here to fix it and all this stuff. So yes, they are not the DNC, but they serve the Democratic establishment, and that is what they exist to do. And to sort of act like they don't, or there's some like neutral party, is just absurd.
What was the word that Juliana used? Nonpartisan. Juliana said that Chorus was nonpartisan.
Yeah, I didn't check, so I can't say definitively, but I will bet any amount of money that when Those disclosures came out about Tenet Media, which was linked to Russians in some sketchy way, paying people like Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson. I'll bet any amount of money that David Pakman and probably some of the other people on the list were expressing all kinds of outrage and indignation at the ethical transgressions of not having disclosed this and not knowing where their sourcing came from. What can you tell us, though, about who is providing the funding? Like, is this just grassroots funding, or are there big donors particularly behind it?
This is the opposite of grassroots funding. Right. You cannot get more opposite. Like the 1630 Fund, again, is this powerful dark money group that allocates hundreds of millions of dollars. I think it was 2023 or 2024, their largest donor gave $50 million, one donor. Second largest donor, I believe, was 30 million or 40 million. It sort of went down from there, down to like 13 million. Like, these are people with massive amounts of money and massive amounts of influence. You cannot give $50 million to a dark money organization and not expect something, or not expect to have your policy agenda.
Yeah, chat, how many times have you heard a conservative talking about a left-wing content creator and saying, oh, they're probably on Soros money, or any kind of left-wing enterprise whatsoever, right? The common refrain is that this is Soros money, this is Soros, right? Normally, it's really easy to be like, no, it's not, you anti-Semitic freak show. All right, George Soros does not have his tentacles in every single like left-wing effort. Like, shut the fuck up, right? If you were to say this about any chorus creator, chat, you'd be wrong. All right, not that Soros is like the evil monster that the right wing makes him out to be. He's just a centrist, like liberal. A capitalist, right? He's not a communist or a socialist like they say. He's but yeah, you wouldn't be speak. They're like, every single person there can no longer say, "Shut up, you anti-Semite! I don't take Soros money," because they do. 1630, one of the donors that is I think has outed himself, has acknowledged that he's donating, is actually George Soros. So there you go again. Like, and what I'm worried about, chat, is the authenticity and the trustworthiness of these content creators, right? I do think that there are probably a lot of really good content creators in this chorus group. And I think that their worth is undermined, their relationship with their audiences are undermined by being a part of this.
Realized. And I put all of these questions to the 1630 Fund and to Chorus. I asked them, who is this? Like, do you know, does it make you nervous? Also, what role did 1630 have in picking the specific influencers? For all we know, the person that gave $50 million to 1630 could have had some sort of input on the ideology expressed, the creators were allowed, ideology of the creators allowed in this program. So it's just shocking to me. And I just think that we need a lot more transparency. And then you see the liberals double down and say, oh no, well, this is what the Republicans do. Again, as you mentioned, they criticize the Republicans for that constantly. And as they should, rightfully so. I criticized Tim Pool. I criticized all those people that took that dark money. You should never take significant amount of money from people that you don't know where it's coming from, especially a shady group like that. So I can't remember the original question. I'm on a tangent, but it's very hypocritical.
But the question is, who are these big donors? But precisely because it's a dark money group, we don't know, right? That's what it means to be dark money. Exactly.
No. And that's the problem. If you give $50 million, we should know who you are.
All right, let me ask you this, Taylor, because I want to ask this question in a delicate way because I don't want to be misunderstood. $8,000 a month is to most people, it's a lot of money. I mean, it's a $96,000 a year salary for basically just being an influencer. Most people would love to have that, either as their main job or as supplemental income. But I understand pretty well the economics of online content creating because it's something I do and have done for a few years now. And just let's stick with David Pakman for a second. I'd be willing to also bet an enormous amount of money that he's making well over 7 figures, like for sure $1 million a year between his income from YouTube, between his sponsors on his show, and between his patrons paying money into that Patreon account every month.
Wait, Soros, Chorus, Hormus? Is that a 40K reference?
would say it's well over $1 million, probably over $2 million. I don't want to.
Oh, Hormas is in Hamas.
Get
Okay.
any further, but it's a lot of money. Why would somebody be willing to jeopardize their integrity for, in the context of what he's making? I don't mean for most people, but in the context of what he's making, kind of a relatively small amount of money.
Absolutely. I know this is something that I was curious about too, and I asked these questions of the creators that I tried to get in touch with, like the higher profile ones. I've sort of tried to ask even the creators that were lower profile, like the creators that I did ultimately speak to in the program. I was like, this is not the vast amount of money in the grand scheme of things. But I think it's this desire to be close to the establishment. I think it's access. Chorus, again, provides access to lawmakers and the Democratic establishment. And I don't know. I mean, I think they just want to be part of a group. And I empathize with that. Like, listen, not everything, sometimes you do want to be part of a cohort. These creators are clearly some sort of a clique where they're all defending each other, in the comment section and stuff. But I don't know. I think it's kind of shocking that they are willing to make such compromises for such a low amount of money in their sort of world. Because you're right, 96,000. I mean, look, that's a
Yeah, people commented this to David Pacman. And then again, I don't know what David Pacman's role is. I know that BTC isn't taking any money. He's a founder. One would expect that Pacman's in there in a mentorship kind of role. So maybe he's not, like I said, $8,000 is probably not a lot to BTC, not a lot to David Pacman.
huge amount of money for a journalist even, but like in their world,
They just wanted to be a part of a group. Yeah. And they don't know about they were skeeved by Vosh, right? They were like, I would have been a white leafer, except that, I don't want to be associated with a lowly horse guy.
these are people that have these giant revenue streams. And it is revealing that they're willing to sell out for so little.
Right. I'm not saying I'd be more empathetic if they were getting huge amounts of money to like do something as unethical as this, but just from like their own self-interest, I don't understand why they'd risk its disclosure for what for them is a relatively small amount of money. All right.
Only on Rumble. I don't know if there's more to that interview on his Rumble channel, but yeah. There's Glenn Greenwald. All right, chat. Well, with that, I promised you, if we hit 100, I'd do bonus content and just check and make sure that what's winning. I haven't heard from anybody who's donated as far as, wanting me to put their donation towards a specific topic, and haven't heard of, there hasn't been any more donations. So I think it's looking like we're going to get one bonus segment, and it's going to be Hasan. His name is Hasan. That's right, Alex Jones. His name is Hasan. The majority report, I don't know. I guess we'll have to get to it when we get to it, unless somehow we get to 200 in while we're watching this Hasan segment. Let's try productions. Hasanabi Productions. I should write them a theme song, and then they should use it. Hasanabi Productions. They may or may not have this piece of content. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like no. No is the answer. All right. Hasanabi Daily, Hasan Daily, is that what it's called? There's another Daily. Let's take a look at this. This is probably going to be the best one. There's one oh yeah, there's like a little piece of this that I have seen another version of this segment that's a little bit longer. I'm guessing maybe that's because it contains the Glenn Greenwald stuff. But yeah, let's go ahead and watch this. I am gonna take a really quick break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if I can listen to my phone while I am
independent, but like Dem aligned influencer strategy, influencer marketing group. And at most, like the argument that I've heard is, well, Republicans have been doing this. Why can't we do it as well? Which is fine. I mean, it's not wrong.
Oh, geez. Steven Sayers, I was about to answer your question, but it looks like Hasan has got your answer right here.
We'll start off here. This is Brian Tyler Cohen. So Brian Tyler Cohen owns Chorus, like, which is supposed to be this like well, not independent, but like
He's the co-founder.
Aligned influencer strategy, influencer marketing group. And at most, like, the argument that I've heard is, well, Republicans have been doing this. Why can't we do it?
There's your argument, Steven.
As well. Which is,
what does Hasan say?
It's fine. I mean, it's not wrong. It's wild.
Yeah. Fighting fire with fire is not wrong. But you shouldn't assume that the dark money is going towards undermining Trump when these are the same people that constantly undermine you progressives, right? That's the problem with the Democratic Party in general, is they would rather like rat fuck Bernie than have Bernie, win the primary and go on to beat Trump.
Watch Asman be on the side of the dark dem money and defending these guys is insane. Wait, what? I mean, he has no politics, man. He doesn't care. He has assumed the same exact role that many of my weirdo haters have assumed, which is, oh, is Hasan on board with this? Is Hasan on board with this? Then I'm against it. Like that kind of thing. If I came out and defended this, he would be blistering it. He would be sending daggers in that direction.
At the risk of giving an internet troll more attention, I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing.
I think that chatter was wrong. Asman actually agree with Taylor. Oh, thank God. At least he didn't go to that direction. Jesus Christ.
And this statement is true. The article...
Steven Sayers, you got more faith in the Democratic establishment than I do. All right? That's all I got to say. And I hope you're right. I hope they learned the right lessons from the last election. My guess, though, is that no, they did not. They're still trying to create a Joe Rogan of the left rather than the simple fix of making your platform better. Right? Telling your base to shut the fuck up about Gaza was not a winning strategy. I would like to see a winning strategy.
Was about Chorus, which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what Chorus is. It is a scholarship program.
No, Asman has surprisingly defended Taylor on this, to be honest. I mean, this is like this is the most middle of the road article. Okay, who is that chatter that said Asmongold actually attacked Taylor Lorenz on this and defended?
Anyway, I'll be right back.
Who was it? Where the that chatter? Let me see this. First of all, why are you sending the fabricated information? Chatter lied to start drama. Where is that chatter who lied to start drama? Okay, who is tarnishing the good name of Asmongold? Where is it? All right, we got to take him out back. Me, watch him right now. Literally watch him right now. Right now, he's showing the article as we speak. Wait, what? Literally watch him right now? Wait, he's live right now? I'm so confused.
Because the material harm that this is doing, this dumb dick conversation, but it is worth mentioning that this dark money that you are rallying so hard against also funds climate change orgs and voter rights organizations.
Oh, no. Shut it down. No.
Okay, I don't get it. He literally clearly says, I hate to say it, but I actually agree with Taylor Lorenz here. Not only is it potentially illegal, not disclosing a paid promotion, but that's why every sponsor says #ad, but it's also fundamentally disingenuous rap behavior, embarrassing, pathetic, dishonest. That TikTok is a drama format that's trying to get you to watch him, just an FYI. I like Good Trouble. I actually like Good Trouble. I like some of these people and I have no issue with a lot of these people that are like getting money from this group. Okay? I think you were wrong in your assessment, chatter. Unless Asmongold is just going back and forth on his position.
I'm going independent. Doesn't say it anywhere. It doesn't say. Oh, but if she's if you're independent, you get 8,000.
Wait, what? She's not getting $8,000 a month. What is happening?
Guys?
This is one of those situations where it feels like people that tune into this learn less.
I love how people that you write slop articles and you get mad that people make slop videos. What is this? What are you doing? Like, what are you thinking?
Okay. One of the things that's really frustrating about these sorts of conversations online is like someone writes an article, okay, for Wired magazine. Someone writes an article in general. And then instead of addressing the claims that are being made, most people just turn around and go, "No, you." And I think a lot of people don't have the capacity to understand that, like, that's not an effective counter. Okay? You can't know you your way out of like a court case, for example. If there is an issue and your audience wants to understand like where this funding is coming from or why you didn't disclose this funding that was coming from, you can't just turn around and go, well, the person who wrote this article also gets funded by a different like grant structure, right? Like this is not an effective counter, okay? This should not be an effective counter. Unfortunately, it is a very effective counter, okay? First, what you need to do is actually address the main point of contention, okay? Good Trouble said she did this in his video and showed proof. No, what they're saying is that Taylor Lorenz is a part of the Pierre Omidyar like independent media fund or something, right? That's what it is, right? I mean, look, Pierre Omidyar, who also is responsible for The Intercept, is a very interesting. He's one of the few billionaires that's interested in at least like allowing some independent media and investigative reporting to take place. That's the reason why he funded The Intercept early on. I don't know if Taylor Lorenz, I think Taylor Lorenz confirmed that she actually had gotten, she's a part of that grant program. That grant program gives independent reporters and investigative reporters in general money from time to time. It's entirely different, however, from like a shadowy PAC. It's entirely different than like a Democratic Party aligned donation structure to Democrat content creators. Yeah, she is an Omidyar Network fellowship currently, which is completely different and is public. Yeah. I think they might have given money to Dropsite as well. They give money. It's a fellowship. It's like a scholarship. Okay, there's a difference between a scholarship program and a Democrat Party donor aligned shadow donation group funding liberal content creators with some fairly rigorous standards, right? Yeah. Brian is lying. I have zero financial ties to 1630 and neither does the Omidyar Network's LLC reporting program, which is not a dark money org. It is nonpartisan. Brian took dark money and failed to disclose his funding. I didn't take dark money and disclosed my funding. Yeah, I don't think that the fellowship structure is the same as what's going on here. Omidyar Network receives no funding for the reporters in the residence program via 1630 fund or any other outside sources. Our programmatic work is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. More information about where we focus and how we invest is publicly available on the site. Brian Tyler Cohen's debunk was just 5 minutes of him speaking to a camera with zero documents or contracts shown. I don't know how everyone's taking this video of him refuting it. Yeah, so from what I saw, a lot of people basically just turned around and said the exact same things. Most of it was this is not true, but even if it was, Republicans are doing it as well, so we have to do it as well. And also, it's just not true. They just kind of gave us money with no obligations whatsoever. And if we wanted to report on it, if we wanted to disclose that we were getting money from these guys, then we could openly disclose it. We just chose not to disclose it, right? So none of it actually tackles the main points of contention on the Wired article, or at least like the expose that came through from the Wired article. I mean, you could be pro-liberal, pro-Democratic Party, and you could have been totally on board with like the messaging, right? And that's part of the reason why you got money from this group. Like, that's fine. People do independently and organically believe these things as well. It's just like doesn't just exist in the ether. It's not, you don't always have to be paid to say these things. Not everyone is like a Richie Torres, right? Having said that, however, I think it's important for people to disclose their funding in general.
To teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, it does not...
Open Presence, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. You're the only way for you to fund the Piker Broadcasting Service is PBS.
Whoa. Hasan's the new PBS? Wait, your braless dog brings me a paw unasked? Did you expect your dog to have a bra? Or, like, what is the... New PBS just dropped. I'm gonna tell my kids this was PBS. My phone just died. Just frustrating. Mostly because I use a free proxy and it gives me like a random server. And this time I got US, which means that like I can leave YouTube open while I'm in other apps. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. Because every time it dies, I gotta roll the dice again. And I'm like, oh, Romania. Damn. Japan. Netherlands. Always the Netherlands. Dutch commercials. And it really does. It really does. Whatever VPN I use. Those are the commercials I'll get on YouTube. So I can choose from Thai commercials, Japanese commercials, Romanian commercials, Dutch commercials, or sometimes, yes, American commercials. And it makes me remember, it's weird. It's like seeing American commercials again. It's kind of a blast from the past. Yeah, wouldn't a dog have like 8 cups? Not a paw given. You mean you went like this and everything? You did like the thing? And not a paw was given? Charged to 80% when it reaches 40%? What? That's smart. Is that real? Hashtag learning, it must be real. That's the hashtag of knowledge, chat.
Is by subscribing for $6 or for free. It's 30% off for September, which has started early.
Control who they
What?
talk to or...
Is this a special promo for Hasan? Or is this just Twitch trying to desperately be like, please, you want the discounted subs early? Here you go. Oh yeah, Petfuls, especially on mobile. I mean, I guess I've heard that you can block ads on mobile. I probably shouldn't be talking about that though. That's gonna get misunderstood. We're just talking about different countries' commercials. That's all.
Work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that...
AKA the best way to learn a new language, by listening to ads for Lazada and Lotus Shop Online.
We do. Period.
But I don't understand. If that's the case, where is Taylor Lorenz getting this information from? Right? Because, look, the reality of the matter is, I have stood by Taylor's journalism and her reporting, and she's been consistent, right? You can't, either there is a massive up here, like, and either she like didn't see the correct contract or something, or someone fed her misinformation. Like one of her on background or off the record resources just either deliberately spread misinformation, just lied to her completely. And then not only did that person lie to her, but that person lied to a team of fact checkers, the editorial team. And at no stage did the legal team at Wired magazine look at this and go, this doesn't seem correct, right? The report says that they looked at multiple contracts that had stipulations. Yeah. So did they just like make up a bunch of fake contracts and then feed it to Wired magazine? If that's the case, why would they have done so? Like there are too many points of failure and too many lies on behalf of like in order for me to arrive at this conclusion that like this reporting was untrue, there are a bunch of independent influencers that must have gotten together and like fed the same exact fake information to Taylor Lorenz. And it
like a chorus
feels too incredulous. Okay.
Full stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say. That's not what this program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example,
but even this guy saying he got money, his saying he just got money for fun, like his counterpoint to Taylor makes no sense. No, this is the person who owns Chorus, okay? So Chorus.
Everybody thinks Brian Tyler Cohen is just another content creator caught up in this dark money scam. Little do they know, he's the mastermind. He's the evil genius sitting in his lair of inequity, creating his own army of shooters. He's doing feudalism. You see what this is? The stands are the peasants, right? The chorus members are the lords. And then BTC is the emperor, right? He's the... And just like a king or an emperor could count on all of the armies from all of their vassal states, from all of their lords, right? BTC can count on all of the shooters from all of the influencers. And he just got himself an army, chat. This is like, I don't know. We've never faced anything like this, right? The BTC army. And I've got some of that SEO hanging around my description, chat. This is a very dangerous place to be.
This is an out and about like DNC affiliated.
Luckily, chat, we've got our sponsor. Luckily, we've got our sponsor. No, not False Hope. Wait, no, our sponsor's Skulls Un... Wait. Our sponsor, Skulls Unlimited. Parody, satire. Obviously, not really, but it sure looks like it. I don't know. I'm practicing, chat. It's a practice run for when we get the brand deal, when we get the sponsorship, and get a logo put on the stream. Like Skulls Unlimited. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta take this down before Skulls Unlimited. Wait, which? Oh shit. No, that's the weasel. Where the fuck is the skulls? All right, we gotta take off the sponsorship before we get in trouble for real. We gotta get serious. Stop being so silly and watch the rest of this video.
Influencer structure, right? So that's out in the open. That's not actually even a point of contention here. The reporting expanded on that, on who is backing Chorus, the 1630 fund, and who is actually funding the 1630 fund in general. Okay.
Yeah, I get a free skull. I get paid in skulls.
And so when Brian talks about Chorus,
that's a problem. Chorus pays you money. Skulls Online only pays you skulls. And it takes a lot of advertisement to even earn one measly skull, like a rabbit skull or a squirrel skull, let alone a rhinoceros skull, an alligator skull, the shark teeth, some of the really distinctive Skulls Unlimited items. I feel like I'm basically advertising for them already. It feels like a, what if we could actually get sponsored, chat? Is there any way? Am I a dreamer? Am I the only one who thinks that maybe I could get sponsored by Skulls Unlimited and get paid to just rock that logo and to talk about skulls? That would be the best partnership I could imagine. Would they have a problem, though, with being a meme? Would they know that they were a meme? Would they rewatch old VODs to find this video of me acknowledging that Skulls Unlimited is a meme? They only sold human remains? That's what I thought too. That's what I thought too. And then I found there's a wide selection of skulls. Human skulls, yes. Many human skulls, but also skulls from all kinds of animals, big animals, small animals, and that the way that the skulls get cleaned is by unleashing beetles on them. Did you know this, chat? I learned this today. I never really questioned the method. I thought that somebody in a grow slab would be scraping the flesh off, and that's how a skull gets cleaned. I would have assumed that it was a laborious process, in a foul environment, and just a really distasteful kind of job to have, right? What do you do for a living? I scrape the flesh off of skulls and clean them. No, let's have a beetle for that. Let's have a nano machine for that. Let's have literally anything else other than dudes existing where their job is scraping I don't know, somebody out there probably likes scraping a skull with their scalpel, and I'm just yucking their yum right now, sorry. Anyway, chat, I'm not doing good so far on my Skulls Unlimited sponsorship. I will get better though.
That's his program. That's his actual thing. That's his personal nonprofit.
We've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are 0 restrictions on their content. And by the way, the program...
Don't they have liquids to clean them? I think they have beetles. I think they unleashed... Maybe the beetles have a liquid. I never really questioned how the beetles got the job done. I assumed that they would just eat, with their little beetle pincers, go nom nom nom. I don't know, but maybe you're right. Maybe there's a liquid involved. Maybe they squirt a liquid and re-swallow it after it's digested. Is that that's the type of digestion? Exodigestion? Like a starfish, right? I realize now I made the chat think about how a starfish digests. Leave it to the Beatles. You may say I'm a dreamer. Oh my god, but yeah, I think they used beetles. They released the beetles on 85% of the skulls, I guess 15%. Maybe they drop in a vat of vile foamy liquid that dissolves everything, or I don't know. Or there's a dude scraping. Or there's somebody out there making a living scraping.
Program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it...
The CPU lottery? What the fuck is that? There's a CPU lottery? What? Wait, is this true with CPUs? That randomly some of them are really good? You just like... You just happen to get a good CPU? Is that real? It would seem like they would be standardized and, you know... You get a certain kind of CPU, it'd be... Overclocking... Well, that's stuff you have to do to it, right? Okay, maybe I don't understand the CPU lottery. Sounds complicated. Wait, I'm thinking of the Vine where they're brushing bones and fossils and then a hammer comes in.
It a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free to talk about Chorus. And we immediately followed up to confirm that in writing. Creators have videos about Chorus, they've got donation links to Chorus in their bios. I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds of thousands of people. It is not a secret, and it never was.
Yeah, I don't think that's the secretive part. I don't even think Taylor was saying that that's a secret. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Unless, I don't think Brian is misunderstanding the reporting, right? Like, because the reporting does not make it seem as though Chorus is this secretive element here. Chorus has a website, and on that website there are content creators, many of which actually work with Chorus, and some that do not actually.
And if you're a Democratic politician, you can buy yourself one. You can buy yourself a content creator, a real, organic content creator with all the rough edges.
Work with Chorus that are even...
Until we sand them out.
Used in the pitch decks, for example.
Until we hollow them out.
Example. Even in the Wired article, if you guys remember, like Kat Abu-Ghazalek, who is now running for Congress, who used to work as an influencer and also had used to work at Media Matters, was demanding that she no longer be presented in the pitch decks, for example. So they were like, so that kind of stuff is...
Fuck? Seriously, Purple? That's real? Like, CPUs are a variable... I never even thought of that. So some computers are legitimately just slow. And it's not because they just are. It's because of the particular CPU they got. Like,
is this comes across like a little bit of a straw man. Like I think they should just be like, yeah, we're getting money from Democrats and we're getting money from Democrat donors. And this is a normal part of the process on the Republican side. And we're trying to build a robust liberal media ecosystem. And I think the major issue here was that we did not disclose who we were getting paid from and whether or not some of the content that we were putting out there was an actual ad or was a demand being made.
It has to do with how GPUs are made using acid etching? You mean they don't use beetles? They don't use beetles to etch the GPUs? Can I get a GPU with certified beetle etchings? Because I feel like that would run fast as fuck.
By either Chorus or Chorus as a middleman for...
It would be called the Scarab, the chip. It would be called the Scarab.
1630, which is the...
With a K.
The actual backer, right? Lying, read the article. She says creators told Wired that the contract stipulated.
No, somebody's gonna look that up, and it's gonna be like a fascist metal band from Norway.
And essentially cut off financially if they even as so much acknowledge that they were a part of the program. That is absolutely in the article Taylor wrote. She clearly said the fellows were told not to say they're affiliated. No, I know. I know that they said that. I'm saying he is saying that that's not the case. So now it's his word against the people that, like Taylor's sources that told her that this was in the article. I know. Why are you saying lying? Read the article. I did read the article. I know what it says. Why are you saying I'm lying? Also, I'm being charitable to Brian as well. Like, these are not people.
Wait, the Beatles could forge a pretty fast CPU? I mean, I think you'd need all of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band to do that. They would have to sail in a yellow submarine and go through a sea of holes. A sea of, like, all these different, probably 7 seas or something like that, in order to forge the CPU and save Pepperland.
People that I have, these are people that I don't agree with on some issues, right? Specifically when it comes to silence on Gaza until it was like no longer the responsibility of the Democratic Party. Like, I think that's a major flaw for every independent content creator. I wish they were actively issue first. You literally said that Taylor never insinuated that people weren't allowed to talk about Chorus. No. Taylor herself has written about Chorus. Chorus is a public group. Taylor in the article also even says that there are creators that are affiliated with Chorus on the website. There are some creators who aren't even affiliated with Chorus that are also featured on the website. Okay? But the contract stipulation is still real. You can be affiliated with Chorus on the website and then be told through the contract to never actually say when you are doing an ad or being funded by Chorus. There's a difference between, hey, this is a group, this is an influencer network that I'm affiliated with, versus this is an influencer network that I'm affiliated with that's paying me so that I say certain things. Do you understand? I think there's a fairly big difference between someone saying I'm affiliated with this group versus I'm.
Drew Opal, we used to think the internet would destroy advertising. Now we are all walking advertisements, answering to our life funders. That's right, and mine is Skulls Unlimited, where you can get 30% off on a fresh new skull today.
I'm doing an ad for this group. I'll give you an example. There are numerous organizations.
Right? Hashtag ad.
Right? And this is literally illegal, and you will get in trouble for doing this. If you're a content creator that's a part of 100 Thieves and you say, I'm affiliated with 100 Thieves, you don't have to actually disclose what level of affiliation you have with 100 Thieves. But if 100 Thieves was like telling you, for example, to do an ad that they have sold inventory for off of your stream on, and you didn't disclose that that was an ad that you were doing for 100 Thieves, or that was an ad at all that you were doing, that would be illegal. The difference, of course, is that when it comes to political advocacy, unfortunately, the boundaries are a little bit different, which is really fucked up. This is something that I take issue with in general, right? God, you are such a dumbass. You said, I don't even think Taylor said that it was a secret in reference to who's affiliated. No, you're misunderstanding my point. Okay? You're misunderstanding my point. Yo, bad.
Are there any trailers I should be watching for like games or shows or movies?
But I just called you out again. I don't care.
Bad empanada. Bad empanada called you out again. Hasan, he called you out again. Bad empanada. It's the bad empanada hour.
Care. Oh my God. No disrespect. You just said the BTC was arguing against Chorus being a secretive group, which was a statement that Taylor made word for word in the article. Am I misunderstanding something? Because I remember reading the article. I can read it again if you guys want. And I can also literally go through, once again, the things that Taylor Lorenz said in the aftermath of the article as well, where she openly stated that she's reported on Chorus already. This article is not necessarily just about Chorus, but Chorus being a simple middleman for a shadow donor group. And I think you guys are either just like rehashing and repeating the talking points that you heard.
The Alien Earth show?
Without actually reading the article yourselves. Also, you guys aren't political content creators that are getting paid by Chorus or any other shadowy group.
Flex.
You're watchers. You're political understanders. You're
little bro.
Political enjoyers, and you have your favorite political content creators, right? And as a consumer of political commentary, okay, I would assume you would want your political content creators to openly tell you when they are being funded by a group, right? Or openly disclose if something that they're saying is financially tied back to either Chorus or also tied back to like a DNC donor. I don't understand why you would literally advocate. I don't understand how you could engage in advocacy as a person who is getting information from a independent political commentator who is actively arguing for less transparency. This doesn't make any sense to me at all, and it makes me feel like you are not actually invested in the truth. Who are you arguing against? Is anybody saying that? I mean, you are. You are doing that. You're saying that this article is and that you're misunderstanding the purpose of the article itself, and you are also seemingly you literally said I'm lying. What is your point of contention here? I pointed out that you misunderstood the article. So Chorus is funding left-wing creators and is public about it, but Chorus isn't public about who's funding them. Is that right? Yes, that's part of the problem. But the other part of the problem is, according to the contract stipulates that, and we don't know, right? I haven't seen the contracts, but my expectation is not to see the contracts when I'm reading a news article about something like this. In most circumstances, the news article doesn't actually reveal the contracts, but they will show the contracts to the editorial team and to the fact checkers as well, and to the legal team as well, to make sure that the article that they're writing is fully it's fully correct, and they don't get hit with like a countersuit or something like a libel suit. This is the scoop. Powerful dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democrat Party influencers. Big liberal content creators are being paid up to $8,000 a month to push party messaging. Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund, might tip the scales in their favor after Kamala Harris' stunning loss to Trump last fall. The program kicked off last month, and over 90...
Chat, what are we going to do about the Brian Tyler Cohen stands? This is disturbing. I've dealt with a lot of, kind of power crazy, clout crazy streamers before, but yeah, I mean, right? He's kind of a streamer. He does live stream. So is Taylor. Is this becoming just a thing?
Influencers are allegedly taking part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were a part of the program. The contract itself says you are not allowed to say it, but the website, the Chorus website, as far as I understand, has like a bunch of content creators that are unaffiliated and also affiliated on it, saying this is our network, this is our pitch deck, these are the people that we're working with. Ultimately, if those contracts are falsified and they're shown to be the contract stipulations are shown to be entirely different than the way Taylor reported on it, then that's on her. But when I read an article from like Wired magazine from a reporter like Taylor Lorenz, my initial expectation is not going to be, oh, this is slop or this is false. This is a falsehood. You can't just like lie in a piece of news coverage like this. That chatter you are arguing with is bad faith from my logs, from check logs, and the founder of the company unambiguous.
Okay, I think I get the Taylor Lorenz drama thing now too. It's that everything, like a lot of what she's done has made her enemies, right? It's like the kind of journalism that she specializes in, is bound to piss some people off. And so every time she does something like this, it's not just the Brian Tyler Cohen stance, which, like I said, there's a lot. And, no, they're not doing it for BTC. They're doing it for their lord or lady, their content createe, their chorus member, right? But effectively, what happens now is BTC gets called out, and the stands of 90 influencers react. But it's not just those. It's not just those forces. It is every single article that she's ever written or thing that she's ever said that has pissed somebody off. That person, these people stay pissed at Taylor Lorenz, and so that every time there's another, scandal, controversy, people are saying bad things about Taylor Lorenz, they jump in. And it's a little bit like what you see with Denham's, Frogan and Caseytron, and hence why Ethan chose them as the people to sue. But it's even more so. Like, this is just the volume of the amount of eyeballs that these creators get together is kind of intimidating.
Stated that there are no content restrictions. Okay, but the contracts that they reviewed show otherwise. So it turns into a he said, she said. And considering that the owner of the company, the founder of the company, who, again, I'm going to repeat this one more time, I have disagreements with Brian Tyler. I have disagreements with Brian Tyler Cohen. So the honest thing to do is reserve judgment, not to defend your stands. My stands. Any journalist could have written this article, and my assessment would be the exact same. My stands. Taylor Lorenz is not my stand. She's an adult. Okay. Again, I don't want to be uncharitable to you, chatter, but it kind of feels like you're coming at this from an incredibly parasocial lens. It seems like you're actually arguing at the behest of some other parasocial ambition that you have to make it seem like this person is actually a bad journalist because they're a stan of mine or something. And it's not only objectively incorrect, but it feels like you're a little drama brain. I want to be as charitable as possible to you. Totally. You caught me. I mean, yeah, we're talking about the Democratic Party, Democrat Party donors potentially trying to give independent liberal content creators.
Wait, chat. This isn't the same chatter he started out with, right?
That are fairly rigid.
Because that would be a long conversation. No, this is like a violet chatter, and I think the initial chatter was gray.
That demand that they don't disclose their affiliations or their funding, and might even have some level of editorial control. And your argument is, my stan wrote this article, and I shouldn't be defending it. I think you should stop being so childish. Seriously. Chatter is saying trust these people faced with allegations, but not the reviewed contract by the publication. If you have a problem.
What do you think, chat? Is Taylor Lorenz a Hasan stan? Do you feel like there's any truth to that? Is it okay to like Hasan? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That shows such bad taste. Considering that horrible ornament, that horrible neon ornament he's got on the wall. Immortalizing his body in fucking neon. That is in bad taste, sir. That is in bad taste. Ethan's way more of a Ethan is more of a Hasan stan. he overrates his own trip. I don't know. I'm just teasing. I don't think she's a stan. They're colleagues. They are definitely I mean, they're comrades. Or it seems, right? Fellow travelers of a sort. Yeah, comrades.
Believe in the publication chatter, demand that they release a contract. Yeah, the other side of
HK, I think she's a stan, not gonna lie. Low key.
the story is that like you're kind of doing the same thing that like Republicans do. You're just saying like it's fake news. It's fake news because it makes me reconsider whether or not my favorite content creator is like being independent or not. I still think we should be charitable to Brian Tyler Cohen because the points he made in this video were transparent and direct and not in bad faith. I know, but he's not actually, he's just saying it's not true. Do you understand? Like, he's not presenting evidence. It's just his word against.
He's doing PR shit.
The journalism of the article. So, and I'm going to repeat this one more time. I don't have any issue with Brian Tyler Cohen. I have disagreements with Brian Tyler Cohen, but like, it's cordial, okay? Look at logs from 2014-08. What is this? Meowlix? 2024-08. She's not looking for Trumpers. She's looking for never Trumpers who might otherwise stay home. Oh my God. Why are these chatters like this, bro? This was the chatter. This was the chatter unironically defending Kamala Harris's Liz Cheney coalition. Liberals have this like weird... Greta would be a better activist if she was streaming 8 hours a day. Liberals, why are liberals like this? Why are liberals so cynical? Why are they only just like angry at the left? It blows my mind. And they're just wrong. And it doesn't matter. Like I want the Republicans to lose. I want them to feel embarrassed. It's clear that you don't have that same smoke for the Republicans, or rather, you're simply misguided. But at a certain point, you have to realize, like, maybe this method hasn't been working. Let's try the other one.
This is what I'm saying.
It doesn't make any sense that you would just sit there and demonstrate blind fealty, blind loyalty to a party that is failing, to a party that's failing you and me and everyone else. Why are you so charitable to these lifeless husks that have shown time and time again that they do not care about you? They just only care about like sitting in a position of power and collecting donations. This makes no sense. It actually makes no sense why these people do it. And then they come here and they yell at me about this.
Son wants to get in the next DNC conference, so he has to be nice to Brian. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, Brian is a prolific YouTuber, and he does a lot of good work, a lot of important work. I don't want to deny that. But I think this is both misguided and, possibly manipulative.
It makes me so...
I guess only time will tell.
Sad because, like, I understand that we need the numbers, okay? We need the numbers. We need as many people as possible who are like-minded to combat whatever the Trump administration is doing. And it always feels like the harm reduction liberals, like, instead of admitting that they might have been wrong, would rather continue waging this war against their left flank when their left flank is out in the streets. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. Their left flank is out in the streets. They're demanding that the Democrats do more. You want the Democrats to do more as well, but you would rather fight against the left flank than to fight against the Trump administration. It makes sense for the liberals in positions of power to do this and to divide the base of the party, because the left flank actually, presents a alternative and demands more from them. So it's understandable that they treat like the leftist base of support as the petulant children that want far too much, right? But it doesn't make sense for the regular people in my chat to be so active in also defending the failures of the Democratic Party. It just makes me sad. It does. It makes me real sad. Anyway, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or 1630 Fund or functionally that they're being paid at all. So that is the main point of contention here. Is that contract real or not? I have no reason to assume that this contract is not real.
Chat, would it be like I'm tempted to call Brian Tyler Cohen dark money now. Just call hit dark money.
I have no reason to assume that a mainstream a mainstream outlet like Wired Magazine, especially one that's done great work so far against the Trump administration, is going to sit there and
I like the idea of BTC as a supervillain that kind of
put forward an article, a contract that's just like fake. Okay? Legal Heretic tip $500 said, here's some dark money so you don't feel left out. Thanks. Thanks for the dark money, Legal.
Dark money chat brought to you by Skulls Unlimited.
Heretic. Illegal _ heretic. I no longer feel left out.
There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC or the Democratic Party. We have literally nothing to do with the DNC. I spend 0 minutes of my day thinking about the DNC. The creators do not toe any party line. How could we? There isn't a party line. Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And frankly, Chorus creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck, and quite often, they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is APAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to...
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. That's not an argument that was presented by Taylor at all either. I don't think, right? Simple take from just a person this content is aimed at. I want to see the Democratic Party be more responsive to the will of their base. What I see here is the Democratic Party using independent creators to tell me...
No, I mean, look, yeah, she didn't say APAC, right? She didn't, is that him low-key trying to, like... It's almost like he's trying to imply she's an anti-Semite. I don't know.
Is wrong. Here's the correct one. I'm not interested in being told what I should believe. This time they can come to us, not the other way around. Yes, what you're advocating for is the fundamentals of democracy, a representative democracy that creates individuals that are supposed to be public servants that represent the wishes of the masses, represent the wishes of their base at the very least. And that's the whole point, right? That's the whole point of democracy. Otherwise, we just don't have a democracy at all. We just have like team sports. And unfortunately, under our duopoly structure, it kind of does become team sports, where there are a lot of agreements on broader issues between the two parties within this duopoly structure, where there's bipartisan compromise on issues that we don't even think about, issues that Americans think about every day, the impact of issues that Americans think about every day, like healthcare and not having socialized medicine in this country that harms millions, tens of millions of Americans. And yet it's a given that it's going to be a private public structure, not even a public structure, but like an entirely privatized endeavor, and that the Democrats themselves barely ever make a dent in that conversation. There's no back and forth on this issue. And when there is any sort of momentum from the left flank that demands we get Medicare for all, Democrats do what? They launch an unjustifiable battle against those who are actually presenting this alternative that many people actually would benefit from, regardless of whether they think it's good or not. This is the issue. And I don't like that a lot of the initiatives from the Dems have been to basically flood the market to the best of their ability with, no, you don't understand, harm reduction. Democrats are better than Republicans, which is not even false. Okay, that is true. Democrats are marginally better than Republicans on a lot of issues, and even majorly better than Republicans on a lot of issues. They just follow the Republicans, at least in the way that I've tracked it for the past, 10 years, 12 years at this point, over the course of multiple election cycles, midterms and general elections, where Democrats basically follow the Republicans' lead on a lot of these issues, and they play the role of normalizing the Overton window shifting further and further to the right as they take on and assume the positions of the Republican Party just 4 years after the fact. This obviously creates a lot of enmity. This creates a lot of anger and resentment in the base of support within the Democrat structure, which is precisely the reason why Democrats have lost support even at a time where they're supposed to be gaining momentum, gaining support, because the Republicans suck. They're in power. Everything sucks. Everything is awful. The world is burning all around us. And yet people still say this is ass. Democrats are not presenting an alternative. They're not fighting back. They're not fighting back hard enough.
And this is my concern with Chorus, is that it's going to have some impact, regardless of how minor, making content creators more reticent to call out a party that needs to be that needs to change or die.
That stems from the lack of interest demonstrated from the establishment in making changes within the party structure, making changes within their top line messaging on key issues. Okay? If you cannot be defined by major problems that persist in American society, and if you can't actively communicate that you are an earnest defender of people's rights, earnest defender of workers' rights, an earnest defender that is going to fight to fix the housing market, that you are going to fix the private healthcare structure that is so broken and so costly and so expensive in killing people, then of course people are going to assume you are in favor of whatever the Republicans present you as. Oh, they're unserious. They only want to give bottom surgery to Guatemalan migrants in prison. That was a major.
Did I shout out Petfuls for the resubscribe earlier? If not, let me do so now. Petfuls, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Major issue. That was a major issue in this last election. It's not the transphobia that was so captivating for people. It was the lack of interest from the Dems in addressing any of these issues seriously and sincerely that the Republicans took advantage of.
Guess that most Chorus creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend...
It's weird. It sounds like, oh, gotcha. But if you really listen to it, it's not. If you know what is being said here, it's like, yeah, the dude that is... The dude that runs the Reporters in Residence program that she's a part of, in 2020, he donated to the 6030. Wait, no, 6013. What is it? Oh my God, chat. 1630. There we go. That is what it is.
And is $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money from. I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else. The monthly stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this work full time.
And again, that is a talking point. We heard that from almost everyone clapping back at Taylor Lorenz.
We've had numerous creators.
So, I don't know exactly how much money she gets from the Omidyar fund. Okay. And I don't know if Pierre Omidyar is a part of the donation structure for the 1630 fund, but the major difference here is the disclosures. Okay? If it's publicly disclosed, if a grant is a public grant and it's publicly disclosed, it's entirely different than having a bunch of shadowy donors that fund an organization with contractual stipulations that demand that you do not disclose that you are being funded by this organization. Okay? What's the point of Brian Taylor Cohen lying about Taylor here? It's not even, I guess technically it's not even a lie. I guess like the only thing that he's wrong.
Yeah, I noticed that in a few places, right? He's he's saying something in a way that's super misleading because of what it implies, but actually what he says is not like it, like is not actually defamatory. It's just it's sneaky.
About or lying about, or he might be misguided about is the funding, but like you're attacking the messenger instead of the message. It's a trick that a lot of people do. It's a very successful deflection mechanism to say, oh well, no, you're also getting funded by this guy that we're also getting funded by. But in fact, from what I understand, seemingly Jessica Burbank is the one who started. I really like Jessica Burbank. I don't understand what the f going on here, but is the one who started the complete lie that I'm somehow funded by 1630 Fund, or that Omidyar Network is reporting is Omidyar Network has received zero funding from 1630.
I guess we should see if we can track down this Jessica Burbank stuff. Oh my god. Okay, I think I found the back and forth. Oh, it's on this thread. So here comes Jessica Burbank. Nearly every progressive org gets money from 1630. Down home North Carolina, move on, people's actions, the org you get paid from. I've never taken money from them. You're shady and doing bad journalism. Let's talk about what's low, Taylor. Should I tell others about you? Jessica follows up. You have one formula for getting views: manufacture controversy. It's bad for the left. The way you operate has made my life hell for the last 2 months. Wait, for the last 2 months? Chad, what is Jessica Burbank on about? And now you want to wrap me up in this to get more views? Your karma's coming for you. And it has nothing to do with me. Taylor Lorenz, I'm sorry I couldn't report the story you wanted me to about Alex, Jessica. Okay, so something about a story about Alex. I tried to help you. I'm genuinely sorry for any miscommunication over that. But since that happened, you've been telling me you're going to take me down, and it's just gross. This is just so appalling, Jessica. You have a deep-seated personal hatred of me, and you're using that to try to discredit our fact-based reporting because you want to destroy my reputation over a miscommunication related to a totally separate instance. I have no words. She's an idiot to try to start a beef with me after what she did to me. I'm about to go Taylor Swift reputation era on this lady. Damn, Jessica. I appreciate everyone making these videos, but if I say something, it might right now it might alienate people who will dislike Taylor for a new and different reason. So I can't say anything on this piece, but I can speak on Taylor soon. Jessica Burbank, when I wrote a Tim Waltz thing for The Hill, oh yeah, that's right, she works for The Hill. I forgot about that. They had an ad share for clicks on the story, So clicking it will give her a money bump. Wait. Wait, I don't understand. Does Taylor write for The Hill? Some depressed Jessica fans there. All right, well that's how it happened. That's how it went down. I still don't know what's going on between the two of them. But I don't know, maybe Hasan will figure it out.
30, I have received zero funding from 1630. This is a disgusting thing to do to another reporter. Page 82 of financial disclosure in 2022. I just DM'd it to King Clip because I saw him retweeting Taylor. This screenshot is from a refund 1630 sent from a program that OMDR funded years ago before the reporters in the residence program even began. The fact that Jessica Burbank is spreading complete fabrications about me in coordinated group chat of influencers is revealing. Jessica's talking about how she's leveraging her connections in media to spread this stuff too. What other journalists has she been boosting the smear campaign to? My story with Wired is factual. Participating in a coordinated smear campaign is so low. Here's a statement from OMDR Network on the reporters residence program. Neither I nor they have ever received funding from the 1630 fund. I have never received a dollar from any dark money groups or political organizations. If Taylor was funded meaningfully by the same entity, wouldn't she simply just not have an interest in writing the article? Yeah. That also kind of doesn't make sense. You being charitable to Brian Tyler Cohen is going to look so bad in a very short period of time. Play the rest of the video. He does not deserve the charitability. Okay, we're doing the same thing over and over again, which is, Hasan, you are being far too charitable to people. I'm always charitable to people, okay? That's it. If you hate it, then this is not for you. It takes a long...
They're just worried about him.
Long time. It takes a lot of, like, publicly malicious behavior for me to write someone off. That's just how I am. That's just how I've always operated, and I will continue to operate that way. That's been your downfall several times, I know, and yet I still refuse to stray away from this. Okay, he's gonna come for Hasan Abi in the video, isn't he? I don't care. I'm nice to people who are actively daggering me too. Look at Bad Empanada. Like, I don't, it's fine, you know?
Creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full time. That is what we want. I'm really proud that we can give creators that security for as long as they're in the program. We want people to create pro-democracy content.
Is there an easy way just to turn on BTTV? Wait, I think I know who to ask.
And full time. And we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent and their bills while doing it. If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the next cohort, we would love for you to apply. That's our whole goal. It's to build up.
This is a fucking, I mean, people talk about aura farming. This guy is clout farming. Do you see? Right, creators, you could get money from me potentially, you know? Like, yeah, he's got more people throwing themselves at him, being like, can I be in the next cohort? Can I be in the next cohort? Right? Now this is publicized it. You know, honestly, if we're just looking at this in terms of the content creators involved, this is kind of good for both of them. But also, you know, potentially very destructive.
An army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible. I should note that while I started this program, I have never and will never get paid. I do.
Okay. I think the major problem here is, like, why do the contracts stipulate that there are no disclosures whatsoever, and what level of editorial control are baked into the contracts? Because now it's just the contracts that Taylor and the Wired team has reviewed versus, which is hard evidence, right? hard evidence that is backed by the editorial control process that exists in mainstream outlets such as Wired, and the legal teams and the legal reviews that take place in the process, and the fact checking that takes place in the process of like putting out an article such as this one. It's not the same as like a Substack report, okay? But ultimately, it's just what he's saying is this is false versus the Wired reporting.
This 100%.
Like this isn't Brian Tyler Cohen against Taylor Lorenz. This is Brian Tyler Cohen saying Wired is putting out fake news. Okay. When I first started watching, I got mad at how tolerant of guys like Aiden you were, but over time, I see like for real, you give people a chance. If they prove they are not worth it, you move on. Very sensible, just trying to show support. You handle yourself very well, in my opinion, even though I used to not agree. I realize your method is correct. I will continue doing it because that's just who I am. That's what I believe. Okay. That's why I haven't strayed away from that charitability until someone shows me that there's like impossible. But yeah, look, he is angling this as like Taylor Lorenz being an internet troll, and I think it's because he doesn't want to come across as like on Wired magazine, which does great reporting. So he's just directly tackling the messenger by smearing the messenger rather than address the message. It's a common tactic applied, a common tactic that's used that is unfortunately very effective. Donald Trump does it. A lot of people do this. I think the best possible way to go about this would have been to just be like, hey, we fucked up. We shouldn't have. What is this? What is the Chorus policy agenda exactly? One of your 75, 90 salaried influencers posted a screenshot of the contract trying to debunk something. Book engagements. Chorus will provide contracts with access to Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy, nonprofit experts, and others whose expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus' progressive policy agenda. Contractor agrees to 1, utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements. 2, disclose the Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus' policy agenda that contractor arranges through other means. If there's a policy agenda from this org and is significant enough that your salaried influencers have to disclose their engagements relevant to it and agree to coordinate booking and engagement opportunities around it, then surely it can be defined, and by whom. Wait, so this person is a Chorus influencer that was trying to debunk the narrative in the contract and then leak the contract? Is that what happened? The other side of this is like, if this report...
This is the person Taylor said actually debunked their own claim by showing part of the contract.
Reporting is factually inaccurate. There is a process through litigation that you would normally go through, right? So what's interesting about it is that they're not doing that. They're not like actually saying, they're not demanding a retraction from what I see from Wired. They're not trying to send a legal team after Wired to demand a retraction or to potentially sue them for libel. And instead, they're just making content that doesn't necessarily even address the major points of contention here, but simply just moves on past it, directly attacks the journalists who reported on it, and then says, well, the Republicans are doing it too. Now, that last part is not incorrect. Republicans do exactly this, okay? That's why we call them group.
I meant to address this when I got back from my last break. There was a chatter who was basically asking the question, if Republicans are going to do this dark money shit, shouldn't we do the dark money shit as well? It's like, all right, first of all, you know, if you think that the millionaires and billionaires pouring money into 1630 have the best interests of yourself and and me in mind, that is, you're massively understanding what big money organizations like this are for. Spoiler, not us. So first of all, I would question the shouldn't we do it as well, and the fact that it is coming from the donor class essentially is a great indication that of which strain of policy is going to be preferenced, right? And also, God, this is like a fucking ring of power argument. Like, do you really have to be like Bilbo and be like, no, I think actually though the ring is pretty fucking cool. I can turn invisible. I can turn invisible. It's
Grifters. That's why we call them grifters.
As a volunteer, I have never earned a dime from Chorus, and I never will.
And my second argument is, do you remember the Lord of the Rings? Was putting on the ring ever really a good idea?
I want every dollar that we raise to go to creators so that they can do this important work without spending 8 hours a day working at some different job. I've been saying for years that the left needs to build up its creator space. That has never been more true than it is right now. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The left is a decade behind right now. We desperately need
This part is correct. He's right about this, right? But having said that, if you were to say it's really important that we also build a robust and transparent progressive media network, okay, to actively counter the misinformation that flows from the right, then that's fine. You say, hey, we f***ed up. We shouldn't have had these contracts that are so ridiculous, and we should have disclosed donors, and we should have always been transparent, even if the law allows us to not be transparent. Okay? That's important. Like, I think that's the best possible way to go about this. And the worst possible way to go about it is that,
sorry, in case that wasn't clear, the metaphor of the ring is that, you know, you're not using it, it's using you. If that wasn't clear, right? The same thing with Chorus. The exact same thing.
Do like almost Trump style, like this person sucks and is bad. Because like the thing that they're pointing to is the Omidyar disclosure filing from 2022 before Omidyar Network reporters and residency fellowship even existed. It's for $45K. Omidyar Network is a billionaire's own philanthropy org, and none of the residents failed to disclose that they're on the Omidyar Network fellowship program. But it's very telling that the reaction from this journalism about a cohort of influencers devolved into defensive lies and glorified botnet of influencers storm misinformation against the wall to smear the reporter. Like, it's just making me, I feel a little bad about a lot of people that I actually do appreciate, whose voices I appreciate in this space, like Good Trouble especially. Like, he's not in any way, shape, or form quiet on Gaza at all. Right? He's not one of these guys he's actively spoken about Israel's genocide, Israel's apartheid. So like for him to also join on the chorus, and Jessica Burbank as well, I think is great. So it's somewhat disappointing to see them immediately go after. It's somewhat disappointing to see them immediately go after like not even the actual. Not even the actual article and the revelations in the article, but instead just like directly attacking the person.
Swear to God, I feel like this is what a PR firm would tell you to do. But then you'd have to see the letters or the numbers like minus 20K appear above your head.
Who did the reporting?
Creators teaching and amplifying new content creators, and not just Chorus, by the way. There are other programs in this space doing the same thing. I want all of them to succeed. We need all of them to succeed. There are people like Taylor Lorenz who are desperate to tear the left apart, and in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenz because I know that she actually believes what she says.
Look, that's great, wonderful, because she actually believes what she says. Right? The fuck? Like, believe what she says about what? What is Candace Owens? If you caught her being like, I like how Taylor Lorenz is secretly racist, and here's my DMs with her, and we're laughing about racism and being super racist. Right, I love that about her, then, okay, that's bad, right? If that's what Candace Owens likes about Taylor Lorenz, but you can't tell, can you? You just hear that she believes what she says. Great.
You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, I generally don't.
What a skis! What a absolute skis!
Align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
Scumbag! What a lazy smear job!
I don't think Taylor Lorenz is friends with Tucker Carlson and Taylor. What? No, that's not.
Hasan's brain has to catch up with the, fucking devious little smear that just got unrolled there.
I think
ham-fisted smear.
The reason a lot of people don't understand this, but like, even if you have disagreements, I said this yesterday, even if you have disagreements with the way like Taylor conducts herself or some of the things that she believes or some of the things that she advocates for, ultimately her work speaks for itself. Okay. And she is the type of journalist that unfortunately no longer exists as much, where like people will be like, oh, she'll burn you for a story. And it's like, that's not wrong, but that's what journalists do. Like, journalists do that. That's what the job of a journalist is. That's what the job of an investigative reporter is. Okay. Like, this is how you, in many instances, a tenacious,
I need to get some watermelon.
Maybe a little crazy is like something that is necessary with good reporters, good investigative reporters. Like that's it. And I don't like I don't know. I mean, I guess I understand why people are directly attacking her, because I mean, she's been attacked endlessly from virtually every single different ideological background on the internet. And therefore there is a lot of things that you can pull from, smears or even like valid critiques or whatnot, but it's not about her reporting. And as a reporter, as a journalist, when you are criticizing someone's reporting, you have to criticize their reporting. You can't just like criticize who they are or what they've done or what other people think about this person. Okay? Even if you have disagreements with them. Sean the Black, the leaked contract corroborated the Wired reporting on certain things, so Brian is just lying / misrepresenting. Yeah. After ignoring my repeated requests for comment prior to publication, Chorus finally responded today. We have incorporated their comment into the piece, but have not issued any corrections on our reporting. The facts of the story remain unchanged. I'm going to look at this video as well. Can you back up and explain what's even being talked about? Yes. Originally, Taylor Lorenz writes a investigative report on the Wired magazine about a powerful dark money group that's secretly funding high-profile Democratic Party aligned influencers. Big liberal content creators are being paid up to $8,000 per month to push party messaging. Okay? Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called 1630 Fund, might tip the scales in their favor after Kamala Harris's stunning loss to Trump last fall. The program kicked off last month, and over 90 influencers are allegedly taking part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, so they did actually get these contracts, and they did view these contracts that creators signed. The influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with the Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as a part of the program to make any content that supports or opposes a political candidate or campaign without express permission from their funders. With this structure, it avoids a lot of public disclosure or public disclaimers, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on like reports filed with the FEC.
Not like xylitol.
So there's two different things here, okay? Normally, if you are paid for by a political activist, political advocacy fund, right? If you're paid for by like a political action fund, right? Or any sort of campaign, you actually, a lot of people don't know this, you don't actually have to disclose that that's an ad. And the reason for why, I think it's really indecent that this exists to begin with. But the reason for why you don't have to is because technically it's all public. It's all public on the regulatory side, because if you go and like look at the Progressive Victory Fund, for example, you can find exactly who they have given money to for what purpose, right? We did that when I was covering the Wired magazine article as well. So because of that, because technically there is a legal disclosure that needs to take place on that end, you are not required to say this is a hashtag ad. It's a major loophole, and I don't like it, and I think it's up. Okay? Having said that, in this circumstance,
The Jessica Burbank situation is no, it's not good. Like, she's saying she's gonna ruin Taylor's life, and I don't know, is she implying that she has some kind of like information about Taylor? That's what it sounded like.
in this circumstance, there's an additional issue because hold on, there's even more contractual stipulations. Like they're taking advantage of the fact that this is a political advocacy organization, but it doesn't even have the FEC disclosures. It doesn't even have the FEC disclosures that normally would show up. Okay. The FEC and FTC declined to comment, but regulations in the influencer space are notoriously murky, and the intentional non-disclosures raise ethical questions about political advertising in the internet age. Don Heider, the chief executive of Marcola Center for Applied Ethics, says that the outlined restrictions violate ethical norms. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have taken the rule book and thrown it out the window, which is true. There's also the other side of the story, which is that the regulatory agencies that normally would look at this sort of thing, the FEC or the FTC, if it's a non-political ad, then it's the FTC technically. It's under the supervision of the FTC. If it's a political ad, it's under the supervision of the FEC. But both of these regulatory agencies have been completely gutted and undermined by the Trump administration. So who the is supposed to even take notice of these sorts of things? Okay? So it's the fact that it's not illegal or in a legal gray area doesn't mean that it's good or appropriate. Do you understand? Or the fact that Republicans are doing this and taking advantage of the structure, which is part of the reason why it's already not illegal to begin with, does not make it good or appropriate, right? Liz Dubois, who has researched the ways influencers are reshaping the U.S. political system, says that we are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best. Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who's paying for political messages. Okay. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist, says that these sorts of programs have been happening in the right wing for ages, but the structure of the deal raises the question: is it ethical to match the tactics of your opponents? What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media, says Spahar. That was the article, and then in the aftermath of this article, people just basically decided to attack Taylor Lorenz. Taylor has good politics, but objectively a really bad journalist. Okay, you have to explain why you mean this, why you feel this way. Because I would go so far as to say that most people's criticisms are about her worldview or the way she presents herself online, but will openly admit that she is a good journalist, including what Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson were literally saying over there, which is like, she's not a grifter. She like truly believes the shit she's saying, and her work speaks for itself. So I don't know why you have this opinion. And I
thought Tucker was disagreeing with Candace. Did I mishear that?
I need you to explain to me why you think that she's doing objectively really bad reporting. Because if you remember, she didn't actually leave the Washington Post because like she worked at the New York Times and she worked at the Washington Post, okay, as one of their best culture reporters, okay? And I know that like personal relationships and things like that obviously guide a lot of people's opinions on these journalists in general. It's networking just like every other avenue, every other business. But what is it that you don't like about her reporting is the question. Because there is not really anything that I have seen from her reporting that leads me to believe that she is a bad reporter. She is not. She's a very good reporter, as a matter of fact. It's part of the reason why a lot of people actually hate her. I mean, that, and also she dukes it out quite a bit online on Twitter. But again, that's irrelevant to the point of contention. Okay? Her tweets about the DSA is utterly irrelevant to the point of contention when it comes to her reporting here. Do you understand what I mean? Like that's it. That's it. You can't just like bring that up and be like, she's a bad reporter because she said this about the DSA. It's like, okay, well, that's completely irrelevant to whether or not she actually put forth a credible trove of evidence-backed piece of news. You can't. Like later, we're going to look at Matthew Petty, writing for Reason. Reason is a libertarian think tank. Matthew Petty exposed a trove of emails between Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, and Jeffrey Epstein, in which they talk about surveillance programs that they should be funding, in which they talk about geopolitical incidents that are taking place all around the world and how they can make money off of it by using surveillance groups, specifically Peter Thiel's Palantir at the time. Does it matter what publication reported on it if the article and the information in it is correct? So yeah, that chatter hasn't even described what their issue is, what issue they have with any kind of reporting. Because the reason why Taylor is no longer at the Washington Post is low-key not even because of the reporting that she did, but instead due to a lot of media reporters that just like don't really like her, and she may or may not have said in her private account on Joe Biden being a war criminal, which is correct, by the way. So no, I didn't say Matthew Perry. I said Matthew Petty.
I continue to believe that the left needs massive investments into the independent media space. I'm really proud of the program that we've built. I'm really proud that we've allowed creators to do this work full time. I'm really proud of the independence that they have to say whatever they want to say in whatever way they want to say it. I'm really proud that our creators are seeing their channels and their pages grow. My goal is to see an army emerge from the left to take on what's happening on the right.
He's got an army.
Okay, so then the rest of it is just like
Lorenz and Republicans don't want to see it, but we do.
Taylor Lorenz and Republicans don't want to see it. That's not even true. Okay, it's sad to see online leftists jump on this hate train, having no idea who she actually is or where she advocates for outside of she's a Twitter drama target. I know, but it's also because like a lot of beloved liberal content creators and maybe even leftist content creators that like they've seen online are also taking on this story and directly attacking. Taylor Lorenz and not necessarily taking issue with her reporting, but simply saying that she's just bad and the point here is not like drama or parasocial relationships. The point here, especially if you're just a consumer of this kind of content, you should just address the issue head on. You should just tackle the issue head on. Is this article filled to the brim with fake or not? And I have yet to see anyone directly contradict the evidence that was presented in the article, in the reporting. That's it. That's it. I have no reason to believe that Wired Magazine and its editorial team actually allowed this to be reported on without literally looking through the contracts or at least corroborating the evidence presented by numerous on background, on the record, and off the record sources. That is how you normally write articles. Okay? This is not a Substack post. It's not a Medium post. This is not, a call out post on TikTok. This is an entirely different thing. And I think a lot of people have forgotten or don't know how mainstream outlets work. They don't think about like the numerous different the points and multiple different groups that like look through all of the information presented in the article to ensure that it's like to the best of their ability accurate. Okay. Is anyone involved in the story denied Taylor Lorenz reporting on the group chat and their discussions about the contract? This appears to be what they're going with. Nothing but deflection and smearing Taylor as a biased reporter. Nothing about the reporting itself. What about the New York Times? It's the same. For the New York Times, it's also the same. I always say this. I say this all the time. Okay? There are obvious institutional biases when it comes to mainstream outlets. Okay? There are. But even, what do I always tell you? Even when the New York Times writes an article, they don't directly lie. Okay? They don't. They don't just like make shit up. They'll just go to a resource that lies with regular frequency, Israel, okay? And they will just say, this is what Israel said about the attack. That's not a lie. That is literally true. Israel did say that about the baby annihilation that took place. That's the problem. New York Times is not going to lie. They're going to bury the lead. They're going to use passive tone when they're talking about like Palestinians being slaughtered, and they're going to actively spike a story if it looks really bad for Israel, and they're going to do everything in their possible power to make it seem like Israel is actually simply forced to do something violent. But they're not going to just.
And here's the thing with social media, you can't do that. You don't have. It's like remote workers, right? Your boss doesn't have the kind of micromanaging direct control over you when you're working remote that he does when you're working in the office. And in a way, this is like a Versailles. This is a place for, oh my God, that would be the metaphor, wouldn't it? That would be the metaphor. This is Brian Tyler Cohen's Versailles, where he brings all the noble lords. And well, you know, who's to say if they might be influenced by living in Versailles?
They're not going to just lie. They're not going to make up a resource. They're not going to. They will go to a source that is not credible at all, the Israeli envoys, the Israeli government, and they will say it as though it's the. They will report it as though it's like a reasonable narrator of events, when they have shown time and time again that they're not a reasonable narrator of events. But that's still like a lie by omission is still a lie, but they're not. But it's not a lie in the same way that like these contracts are real, okay? And if the New York Times was reporting on this story, they would also go through the process of like looking at the contracts. Do you see what I mean? If the New York Times was reporting on this and it's like Brian Tyler Cohen wasn't Brian Tyler Cohen, but it was Israel, for example, they would just take what Brian Tyler Cohen is saying and put it in the article. That wouldn't be a lie. He did say that, right? They would request a quote from him, and then they would put that quote in the article. Even when someone is lying by omission or laundering or just whitewashing the reputation of a person, they're still in a mainstream resource, in a mainstream report. They're not going to just like make shit up, okay? And ironically enough, I try to explain that to you guys all the time, and sometimes I feel like I maybe have failed in describing this process to you. Well said. And the way the New York Times lies and also informs how they occasionally put out excellent work. Yes. Yes, they don't make shit up, but they quote people who make shit up, and then their readers take that as truth. There's hardly a difference. I know, which is why I always explain that to you. But there's a difference between completely making shit up and going to a person you know makes shit up. Ultimately, there is still an editorial standard that they're abiding by. As a matter of fact, the New York Times' reporting on Screams Without Words was the October 7 like mass rape directed by Hamas news report did not meet the editorial standard of the newspaper. That's why it was a massive issue, because internally New York Times reporters and even the editorial staff was actively yelling about putting out this piece of report that was filled to the brim with false information. That's why it was a huge deal. It was a bigger deal than all of the other reports that they've conducted, where they just like go to Israel and Israel says, no, the baby's crib was Hamas and there was a Hitlerian artifact inside of the baby's crib, and then they just like slam that into the middle of an article where they're talking about how Israel lasered like 50 children. Okay, like that's the difference. The difference is like you can't just like go and make shit up.
It's for years I've been saying the left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even arguably presidential elections because they're...
Have you covered out some libbed up defenders of being ghouls and saying how Taylor Lorenz posted this article as a means to get you to pick her? I don't really understand that, because like the people that are outed in this process are people that I have no issue with. Brian Tyler Cohen, like I have disagreements with them. I think it's fucked up that they didn't talk about, or David Pacman. I have no issues with him, even though he is noticeably absent from the conversation when it comes to Israel. And I think that's like, it's a major problem. But ultimately, like I've never had a back and forth with David Pacman or have fought them at all. I think that like we just have a cordial professional relationship in general. Okay. They stay in their own lane. They do this thing. I stay in mine. I do my thing. Okay. So this isn't like, this isn't like some, this isn't people that I have like active smoke with. Okay. As a matter of fact, she could have easily reported on the Progressive Victory Fund and its connections to Destiny, for example, or its connections to Brianna Wu, people I do have smoke with. And that would have probably been a better argument in that situation for people to be like, well, Taylor Lorenz did this for Hasan because she's going after Hasan's enemies or something, even though it still would be good reporting in that regard and would stand on its own, you know? So that makes no sense. And I think what's really funny about this stuff is that they're not even what's really funny about this stuff is that they're not even on Wired Magazine, which is what they should be shitting on. If they think that this is like fake, they should be shitting on Wired Magazine, right? Why are they not doing that? Because they know that if they attacked Wired Magazine, they would look like Donald Trump. But if they at least like attack Taylor, who has a ton of enemies online, and then then they don't.
Yeah, and this was what I was talking about. Anytime she gets into controversy, all of her enemies, and again, yeah, she has many. All of her enemies pop up.
Have to say Wired Magazine is releasing fake news. That's it. They don't even bring up that this is not like a random call out post, but instead like a fully fleshed out news piece on Wired Magazine. Okay? I don't believe that Wired Magazine, and I might be wrong, but I don't believe that Wired Magazine would like literally report on fake without looking into it. David Pacman claimed that the report is completely debunked. After a recent Wired hit piece, now fully debunked, false claims started circulating, and sadly, some of the people chose to unsubscribe from my website memberships.
I would love to see the fully debunk of it. Is there a CoffeeZilla video that I can watch? Who fully debunked it?
That are unfollowed on YouTube.
Please.
The outcome is exactly what the author
show me the full debunk.
Was hoping for. That they put out a misleading and inaccurate article. If you want to support what I do, please consider subscribing. Dude, that's crazy, man. Like, they're just now moving on to say that it's just been completely debunked. And I didn't see any of the debunking at all. What is this? I never took a vow.
Hey, gorgeous. No, actually, George Soros bought my car directly with his credit card.
What is
which
this?
was so nice of him. And
It's
I want
Suzanne Lambert. Who is this person? What is this?
I mean,
to be abundantly clear.
Unironically, he is a donor. He is one of the confirmed donors to 1630.
Right on the outset, this is not me apologizing. This is not me
But that's not the problem.
convincing. This is not me trying to persuade. These are the objective, irrefutable facts. And if you choose not to believe an entire group of widely respected, smart, credible people over a perpetually disgraced ex-journalist turned beggar for Substack subscriptions, then I think you are,
Oh
and I
my
need you to
God.
listen very carefully, profoundly stupid. And I don't want you following me anyway. Just so we're super clear. So first,
Yeah.
Taylor Lorenz,
Wow, that was as bad as Jessica Burbank's tweets.
I never met a more
Or wait, were they just the tweets that were? I'm trying to remember, chat. Was it the tweets that were more petty, or were the screenshots? Ooh, look at that. John Favreau says the Wired piece is wildly dishonest, and I'm truly surprised they published it. Ethan Klein, I'm loving liberals realizing Taylor Lorenz is a tanky loser, liar, and a fraud. Maybe they'll realize. Is everybody that's out there calling Taylor Lorenz a tanky? Is this like a H3 fan? Pedo Troll just wants to get paid, says Sailor Moon. Maybe they'll realize the same thing about Hasan when they see that he said she's one of the best journalists alive before reading her article. Yeah, he's trying to get Favreau's attention. He's like, but Favreau, if you don't like Taylor Lorenz, you also shouldn't like Hasan. Oh, wait, somebody's responding. Oh, here's more Favreau. Oh, they had a back and forth. Chat. John got into a Twitter fight. Favreau's smart, but he's not too bright. John got into a Twitter fight. He did. He got into a Twitter fight with Taylor. Sorry, if you've some like 3 people out there get the reference. Don't forget the Favreau, a COVID minimizer who mocked mask wearing, sparred with Taylor Lorenz more than a year ago. Oh wait, this was a year ago. Over his mockery of, damn. I mean, I was kind of hoping for a John versus Taylor Twitter fight. Maybe he blocked her. Maybe this is when he blocked her. I don't know. TNYC's criticism of Bernie Sanders' decision to work while still infected with COVID. It's the backstory of the tweet. Didn't realize this brand of person is still at it on here. Impressive stamina. It's a tweet that says, fuck Bernie and everyone who says my symptoms are mild and I will continue to work while infected with a debilitating and deadly virus. Seriously, fuck off. John follows up. Just to follow up, the brand of person I was referring to is someone who tells people to fuck off if they choose to work from home while sick. I don't find that persuasive. I find it unhinged. Long COVID is real, tragic, and deserves more attention. I had post-COVID condition. Taylor Lorenz, people suffering deserve more than a podcaster using their, wow, she came on and burned him out of nowhere. Taylor Lorenz off the top rope, using their platform to dunk on disabled people and push ableist rhetoric. No one is saying anyone who chooses to work while sick should fuck off. What disabled people were/are doing is critiquing an elected official with a massive platform who is using that platform to push the notion that working while sick is admirable, staying completely silent on the fact that doing so significantly raises your chances of long COVID, while he still has not meaningfully addressed. Surely you can see the difference. Taylor Lorenz, you say advocacy isn't coming on this platform to swear at strangers for perfectly reasonable statements. But Bernie is not a stranger. He's a powerful elected official. His statement is not reasonable, it's dangerous. Taylor Lorenz, meanwhile, you're punching down on disabled people and critiquing their activism while they're being killed off en masse by the unmitigated spread during a massive surge, while never using your platform to advocate for COVID safety. Why not listen to SF San Francisco Direwolf and platform them? I'm not sure who that is, but this exchange took place in December of 2023. I want the backstory with Jessica Burbank and Taylor. That's what I'm curious about. Okay, I was trying to find this one post I kept on seeing. Or like basically an image that a lot of people had picture. Oh, there's the Sean. It was the thing about that where she was talking about Biden. I am not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so this one, my guess is that she meant that I hope Biden rots in hell and rests in piss. But given that Biden is not dead and his dead son is obviously dead, that I guess that's how. Okay, wait. The context added is Biden did not actually say this. The headline is from a Vice story attacking Biden for an ad where he recounts the help he and his family got from their private insurance where Beau Biden was diagnosed with cancer. I'm sorry, but that is actually kind of an accurate summary of that. I think the title stands. Right, the point of the ad is to praise private insurance. (2019). So yeah, this is the primary. This is the primary for the 2020 race. I mean, honestly, who looks better now on the side of electing Joe Biden? How did that work out for us? Not great. I don't know. Yeah, I keep on seeing people bring that up as if like Taylor. I think they're trying to imply that Taylor is saying she hopes that the son rots in hell, and that doesn't really make sense. So I don't think so.
Universally contemptible person beyond Taylor Lorenz, except for Ted Cruz. I have never met another journalist who respects her. I have never met an interview subject who was not misquoted by her, and this is all widely documented. Taylor Lorenz cannot stand content creators, and she doesn't like content creators because she does not stand to benefit from that landscape, despite being a content creator herself. And frankly, I don't blame her. Honestly, if I had spent my entire career trying to be good and relevant and taken seriously at something...
Yeah, BVOG, can someone please explain to these people what tanky is? It doesn't mean just anyone vaguely leftist you disagree with.
Come in who I deem less qualified, do way better, and have way better engagement than me, I would also likely be pissed. And maybe that's why she's super weird towards me. She made a video about me in February that a few people messaged me about. I guess essentially saying that I was begging for media attention, which you wish, babe. My inbox stays full. I'm sorry yours doesn't, but that's not my problem. But then when I was like, wait, what video? She had deleted it, which to me is just not behavior characteristic of a serious journalist. She talked about me to people at a White House Correspondents' Dinner event, but then it never came up to me or introduced herself. So she talks a huge game online and not in person, as with most of these people. And there is so much more here. You can Google it. I think that would benefit a lot of you, actually. But that is your source for this article, just so we're starting on the same page. On to the article itself. I have never been paid to make content by Chorus. That has never happened, nor have I broken any guidelines as far as disclosures. Chorus is an incubator program. So think of Chorus as like...
Noticing none of these people that can actually refute what's in the article. This should tell you all you need to know about people.
Wait, is this a dare? Is this the American Girl Instagram? Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, sorry. Whoa. What the fuck was her name? Oh my god, chat, I can't remember. Spirit Adair. Thank God for Is this Spirit Adair? I think so. I think that's her.
On Taylor's journalism amount, yeah, it's always like personal relationships and like anger. It's disappointing. It's disappointing to see.
Chaya Rychek having a field week with the with going after Taylor.
You were saying 5 seconds ago that they didn't want to attack the outlets so as to not look like Trump, only to open a tweet in sequence with one of them saying that the report was totally debunked like Trump does when something bad comes about him. Yes, but even in that process, these guys are liberals, okay? They can't be out here saying like Wired News is doing fake news. How dare they do fake news? So they have to say like, oh, the reporter actually sucks, and here's why. Instead of actually tackling the veracity of the information that was presented in the article. If you actually have an issue with the article, under normal circumstances, you would demand a retraction. You would come in with the correct information and you would demand a retraction. If they refuse to do so, you sue them. Okay? That's how it's supposed to go. And Wired Magazine and media outlets are not in the game, technically, theoretically, to smear people, okay? They're in the game to accurately report on the news, regardless of whatever political biases they may hold. So,
Biva, healthcare is a human right, and everyone on Earth should have proper healthcare. I'm just thankful I live in a country where I know my illness is adequately treated without bankrupting me. That's a good thing.
in that situation, because they have the utmost importance is to ensure that the information is correct. If there is wrong information, and this happens sometimes, okay, they get a bad source or they don't do their proper due diligence and they get wrong information, they put out wrong information, they issue a retraction, okay? They issue corrections, they issue retractions, or sometimes they might even take the entire article down. So the fact that they're not doing that, but instead directly attacking.
And again, chat, it's been a while since Hasan streamed. I don't know if anything has happened in the meantime. Some of this might not be totally up to date.
The journalists on some completely irrelevant is, I think, a way for them to maintain this posture where they are saying, well, some of the stuff they're reported on is correct, but we're just going to paper over that and then directly tackle the messenger and not the actual message. Not just the journalist, but her whole audience. I mean, it's the journalists. They're mostly going after Taylor and saying that she is a biased online troll. And it sucks because, like, no matter what people do, you just there's unfortunately not too much media literacy. There's not a lot of understanding of how news is reported on. And Taylor certainly doesn't have many allies in general as well. So, like, there isn't even that, like, same network of content creators that she could, like, rely on that would just be, like, that would actively go out and defend her. So that's it. That's the reason why this is, like, they're doing overwhelming pushes on just, like, going after her directly. It's not her first rodeo. So I think ultimately she'll be fine. Because as long as she does good work, like, obviously credible outlets will rely on her for doing decent reporting.
leftist that is known for being very critical of the Democratic Party, and I'm a member of a training program called Chorus that teaches political content creators on the left how to grow their platforms and make content creation into a full-time job. I have a slew of receipts to explain why a very fear-mongering article that came out yesterday about how this program works is just very inaccurate. And I think I'm a good person to talk about this because I've seen a lot of people afraid that this program is just a way for Democrats to pay people off to blindly defend Democrats on the internet. And I understand the fear because that would be diabolical if it was true. But this is a video of me yelling at the DNC literally yesterday over their refusal to endorse an arms embargo against Israel. I am not one to hold back on criticizing the Democratic establishment, so I think I'm useful proof that that's not what this program's about. I do feel there's people in this cohort who shill a little bit too hard for the Democrats, but that's a them problem, not a this program problem. Without further ado—
And again, like I said, it's not everybody in Chorus, but the effort is to have a little bit of leverage on content creators like this so that
let's get into the claims of the article versus my receipts. Okay, so the first main big scary thing that's written into this article is creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part. Here's a video of someone named Heidi who's in the cohort explaining what Chorus is and that she's joining it on November 20th, 2024. Here is the Chorus website that is public facing, anyone can see it, with literal pictures.
This is what I meant. There's some content creators that are affiliated that are on the website.
The creators that are in the cohort. In the contract I signed, there is some language that says, hey, please before you make a public statement about what Chorus is, just check with us. The reason for that is that, as the article states, there's over 90 influencers in the program, many of whom have very small accounts and joined the program to get mentorship and happen to be immigrants or trans in a red state, right? And already happen to be kind of in extra danger right now. And so the goal with the please check with us clause was to make sure that small creators who already had targets on their back weren't accidentally featured on a huge page and then suddenly had an onslaught of threats from the right. Chorus has never been kept some nefarious secret, right? People have been talking about it. It was more just, hey, this is already an unsafe job for some people. Check with us in advance so you don't accidentally add to someone's unsafety. Okay, number 2. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. No, again, I literally have the
I don't know these smaller creators, but I do know the large ones that have constantly attacked everyone directly for not supporting Joe Biden or Kamala Harris due to the genocide. Really horrible people this program supports is what I have issues with. I mean, that's the problem, right? The problem is if you are setting up a pro-democratic party, if you're setting up a pro-democratic party like influencer network, and the influencers you're working with are either somewhat silent on Israel or were silent on Israel when the Democrats were doing it, but are only now speaking out against it. But even then, it's not super aggressive as the tides are shifting, and spend a good deal of time on the left flank for demanding that correctly demanding that Kamala Harris take a stance on this issue and separate her.
Chad, I didn't realize how late it was.
Herself and the Biden administration in order to win the election, or in order to just not come across an immoral, bloodthirsty monster. Any number of different good and valid reasons for why people might criticize their representatives that they are going to inevitably vote for or choose not to vote for. Right. All of that stuff combined makes it seem like these groups are not there to build a robust network to combat the right and its misinformation, but also to whip the ranks to ensure that there is a steady flow of new people that are getting their information from TikTok and social media that are loyal fans of the Democrats, no matter how much Democrats fail the broader base, fail America, and don't actively fight back against the Republicans or even push for the appropriate policy solutions, even when it means losing the election. That's my issue.
Contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching out to the Zoran campaign to try to interview him, because Chorus does not control who I interview or what I post. I also sometimes text the comms directors directly of Congress people that I want to interview, because usually the congressional offices will give—
The other thing that's getting lost in the mix, right, where they're focusing on, they're featuring these people as the members of Chorus, is that the people that reached out to Taylor were members of Chorus, or were people that were in those meetings, and I don't know. Who do you trust, I guess, is the question.
about these little business cards. And this is not like specific to content creators. This is just like if you go to try to talk to your senator, their people will give you little business cards. I blurred out the name of this specific person because I feel awkward, but like anybody can get these business cards and then you can just text them. Chorus does not control that. I've done lots of congressional interviews and usually I just set them up myself. And here's the section of the contract, right, that confirms that. It says they want you to disclose to Chorus any engagement with government officials related to Chorus's policy agenda. That contractor, that's me, I'm the contractor, arranges through other means, right? So if I just arrange it myself with a congressperson, I just let Chorus know so that they know that congressperson's open to booking and other people in Chorus can do it too. Accidentally,
So I don't get it. Isn't this literally just like her admitting that there is a contractual stipulation and you just kind of like either you cooperated with Chorus and you abided by the contract? I mean, that's like, this is not debunking the article. This is confirming the article. I'm confused by this. Is there something I'm not understanding? I think she's in chat. No, she's not. That other chatter was lying. She's obscuring clause 3, but it seems to be saying she has to collab fully with Chorus for such separate engagements from number 2. Yeah. Utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements. Disclose the Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda the contractor arranges through other means. This literally is a confirmation of the contract. Now we don't even need to see, at least for this issue, a piece of the contract because she revealed it. One of the rigid standards in the contract, one of the rigid provisions in the contract was that you have to collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separate...
I always forget to let Chorus know. Like, I don't think I've ever told them that before, but that's not what's important. What's important is that...
Where is it? There's like, there's got to be a screenshot that shows it, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is disclose the Chorus newsroom personnel, any engagements with government officials or other on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda the contractor arranges through other means. She's saying that it's stipulated, but in the practice, it was very open and more of a check-in process. Not sure if that's true. Just what I think she's saying here. No, I understand that, but that doesn't actually, that literally doesn't address, that actually only confirms that the article had access to the contract. The journalist had access to the contract. It's visible in the other tab. Does anyone have a better visibility for number 3? Collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagements. Contractors participate. Have they denied access to the contract? Wired is explicit about reading them. No, that's the point. The point is they're not actually saying that the contract is collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagements. Contractor further agrees to participate. God damn it, none of it shows it because her head's in the way. These similar statements creators are now putting out about our story after recent Wired hit piece. Because of the recent Wired hit piece that has now been debunked, misinformation spread like wildfire, and several people decided to unsubscribe from my Substack. Wait, what the f? Why are they all saying the same thing? Whether it's like cohorts, that outcome is exactly...
Yeah. Did you see this? They're the Chorus marching orders. Yeah.
What the author was hoping for. Because of a recent Wired hit piece that has not been debunked, misinformation spread like wildfire, and several people decided to unsubscribe from my Substack. That's what the author wanted, despite publishing a false article. Please consider subscribing to support my work today.
Didn't we see David Pakman even post this literal thing? Wait, I don't even know what this is, chat. You know what I want to guess here? I mean, I'm on the trail, chat. I'm like a bloodhound. I know it looked like I was looking at my phone there. And I was, because I gotta get something to eat, and I didn't realize how late it is, and I was like ordering before the last place closes, but I did get an order in, so I will get to eat some actually like vegetables with chili sauce. You know, like the thing where you dip the vegetables in the hot chili sauce and you just like, I'm gonna be doing that. And I got the extra spicy sauce, so. But anyway, no, I know it looked like I was focused on that, but I was actually listening, and I'm like a bloodhound, and I'm zeroing in on a scent, and the scent that I smell is that these people, at least some of them, did not lose subs. They are using the controversy as a means to boost their numbers. They all got told, hey, don't forget. Don't let this opportunity go to waste, right? This is the, you know, I mean, like maybe they do have some good methods, right? Never let a controversy go to waste, right? I don't think David Pakman is necessarily like losing people. I mean, some maybe. But yeah, they're all saying these are the marching orders. With Pac-Man specifically, I don't understand why some people who were subscribed didn't notice he was sus more earlier.
The reason Wired hit piece not fully debunked. False claims started circulating, and sadly, some
fully debunked. That's the talking point.
Subscribe for my website.
It's been fully debunked.
Membership Substack or unfollowed on YouTube. That outcome is
where I saw some TikToks about it. Fully debunked.
Exactly what the author was hoping for when they put out a misleading and inaccurate article. If you want to support what I do, please consider subscribing. For your information, I absolutely have seen coordinated smear attacks from other journals against journals they don't like in group chats. If you're a real journo, you should be questioning / thinking critically instead of piling on. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, yeah, like journalists have the same networking problems and like petty disagreements and too, for sure. Was it actually debunked? No, they're just saying it was debunked. They didn't actually debunk it, and it seems like one of the people that released a piece of the contract in an.
This feels like an episode of Seinfeld. Like they said it was debunked. Was it debunked? I didn't see it debunked. Did you see it debunked? Kramer? I didn't see it debunked. Elaine? I didn't see it debunked. Jerry? What's the deal with campaign finance?
Effort to debunk the contract unironically actually confirms that this was one of the standards. It confirms one of the standards that Chorus actually applied to their content creators in the own contract. Like she's literally saying,
swear to God, I saw it debunked.
Right here. She's showing it. Yeah, she bunked it instead of debunking it.
We're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself. And the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but like here it is clearly written.
Yeah, collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all separately arranged engagements. Contractor further agrees to participate in
that
newsroom for the booking
stated in your
opportunities.
article was categorically false. Like that is quite concerning about your journalistic integrity. Like I get that these contracts are long and confusing. That's why people have lawyers and managers to help them, but you don't write an article about it unless you understand what's going on. This whole article is just written like, you know, this group, they have money and so they control them. And it's just like, no, that's not what's happening. If there's someone in this cohort that you are like, they are too much of a shill doing whatever the Democratic Party says, it's not this program that's the reason for that. I don't know how to put this nicely.
So again, from the more left content creators, I get the feeling that they are painfully aware that a lot of their cohort do not share their concern for Palestine.
No moral failing by those people, or it's a different contract they're under that says they can't criticize Dems, but it's not this one because I'm under this contract and you can catch me on the daily making fun of Andrew Cuomo.
Her core claim here is...
I mean, chat, Andrew Cuomo? That's easy mode. That's super duper easy mode. Wait, was I watching this on this? What? Hasanabi daily influencer situation? Okay, that's the original one. Okay, wait, for real?
Hello, everybody. It's me, Will Menaker, here with your Chapo, and I'm kicking things off this week with a very special guest. This is a big get. It's the newly reelected governor of New York State, Andrew Cuomo. Andrew, how you doing?
That's right. It's Andrew M. Cuomo. I'm newly reelected to the standard 3 terms that a successful governor of New York gets, above and beyond the protestations of losers like you guys.
Well, you know, I mean, I voted for the other guy, in this case, the other girl, but Mr. Cuomo.
I know who I'm talking to. Let's not make any mistakes. I'm doing you a favor by coming on to set the record straight.
Well, yeah.
Where's the... Okay.
I do want to shift to one of the other New York City mayoral candidates, and that is Andrew Cuomo. And this is a story back from 2021 that was caught my attention again this week, and it relates to a book written by one of his former press secretaries, and she wrote a book called Penis Politics. This is by an ex-aide.
Really?
To Andrew Cuomo, Karen Hinton. And the New York Post covered this back in 2021, but there is some choice details about the former governor and current mayoral candidate. It says here, Hinton, who has previously accused an aroused Cuomo of inappropriately hugging her in a hotel room.
Oh, no.
Said the ex-governor had no problem joking about AIDS when laughing over the...
Chat, I gotta admit, I never looked into the allegations, right? I heard that Cuomo had gotten caught, he'd been outed for sexually harassing his staff, but I never looked into it any further. I didn't know what the details of this were. That's horrible.
Cigar incident between President Bill Clinton and White House intern Monica Lewinsky in 1998. She said Clinton had once given the cigar shopping Cuomo a box of illegal, expensive Cuban smokes, along with a note that said, "Don't ask, don't tell," a nod to the president's policy regarding gays in the military. Hinton, Cuomo's press secretary when he ran Clinton's Department of Housing and Urban Development in 1997, said her boss laughed about it in front of her and other staffers when news of the president's cigar sex surfaced. Waving around one of the cigars, Cuomo joked, "At least you can't catch AIDS that way," she writes, adding that there was an uncomfortable silence from the staffers after her boss said that. Now, that's like a hack joke, but I wouldn't say that that's not something too beyond the pale. However,
can I say that I think of Trump as like the shock jock president, but this article actually, like, Cuomo was the Opie and Anthony governor.
He's the Trump Stern, yeah.
Yeah, he's making gay, like, AIDS jokes, which was like a key part of like the draw of Opie and Anthony in 1999 and stuff.
It says here, Cuomo was summoned to the White House along with other aides to advise Clinton on the sex scandal, Hinton said. After the powwow, Cuomo told then Energy Secretary Bill Richardson, "I think we can probably defend oral sex," the book says.
Wait, was Richardson one of the Epstein's Islands guys?
But I have to draw the line, here he paused for effects, at presidential ass fucking, Hinton.
No. So like I said, chat, Cuomo's really easy to make fun of.
That they don't have discretionary power over bookings. I mean, yeah, they don't have to abide by it if they don't choose to, but that doesn't mean, like, it's up to the discretion of the company to void your contract if you are operating outside of the contractual boundaries. Yes, it's up to chorus, but the very fact that that is a contractual stipulation is confirmed, and it's not only confirmed by the contract itself, but it's also corroborated by numerous influencers that thought that the contract itself was far too rigid. So, like, you might have had a different experience with Chorus in terms of like who you collaborate with and like getting proper clearance or whatever, or even in certain instances never getting proper clearance from Chorus and they just like never chose to void it. But that doesn't change the reality that it's like literally written into the contract that she's showing. So I guess like either I'm misunderstanding something
thing that we ever post.
Either I'm misunderstanding something. Bobby Lasers, thank you for the 80 gifted subs. Either I'm misunderstanding something that she's saying here. Is she going to show something else? She just a very naive presentation of the contract saying they wouldn't enforce it. Yeah, you can't, like, that doesn't debunk it. That's not what the contract says. It says that you have to let them know, not that they need approval. I'm pretty sure she's saying you must disclose, but not that there's discretionary power. But when I read contracts, I would interpret that as most power being granted the chorus. Exactly. Ultimately, if you don't, if you don't report to chorus, they can just
slapping fannies, killing grannies. Best from a chud ever. Oh wait, who said that? Was that the guy that's running oh my god, what the fuck is it? The Guardian Angel guy?
Just cut you, which is exactly what the article is saying. And that's legalese for saying you have to report it. It's mandatory. The fact that they don't actually follow through on this and like and void people's contracts over it doesn't change that dynamic at all. Yeah, it's not that you must disclose, but 3 clearly says you have to fully collaborate with them, which legally is gray, but gives them a lot of power. Yes, that vagueness is built into that vagueness is built into the contracts on purpose so that you're still at the company's discretion. You're still at the organization's discretion. They can like let you go, and they have financial power over you in that regard. That's it. So it's it just doesn't make sense.
Like, I guess the implication being she's pro Zoran, and so therefore she doesn't match the stereotype that she feels like Taylor is throwing on people that work for Chorus.
To claim that this is like
Curtis Sliwa.
a big misunderstanding or something.
Because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact checked and contextualized, and this was like,
this is true.
It's not that she's not supposed to. It's not like she could, like, you know, she could put in the article and hit the publish button, right? It's that the magazine, would not publish the article without having copiously fact checked it first.
She's not supposed to, and neither is Wired. Wired is not supposed to release an article unless it's like been fact checked. So I suspect that did take place. I have no reason to believe that Wired has dropped its like editorial standards specifically for an article that tackles like one Democratic big donor funded group that's like using Chorus as a middleman to fund Dem operatives, to make Dem operatives out of like otherwise independent liberal content creators.
like very misleading. And then I also highlighted the section I accidentally talked about it already earlier in the video. The, you know, creators will not publicize the relationship with Chorus or tell others they're a member of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. This is the protecting small creators part, but also lots of things in contracts are written very strict in case of legal emergency. I've told plenty of people casually that I'm in Chorus, and Chorus does not care. They've expressly told us that that's fine. This is just for if someone does something like diabolically evil and then Chorus has to sue them, and they can just be like, girl, the contract.
Like talks to Taylor Lorenz? Something diabolically evil, like blows a whistle?
Like it makes it easier in court. They don't really care about
what the fuck?
it otherwise. It's not top secret.
Does she know how, does this content creator know how naive they're coming off as?
If you want more.
Okay, so she then also, so she also confirmed the other piece of this as well. I love how they're trying to posit this as Taylor going rogue and reporting this and publishing it on her own without editors and lawyers doing due diligence. I know. That's what I mean. It's like, it's so silly. But also, so she admitted that part as well. Okay, so the point is, the debunking that is taking place here is just an admission of the veracity of the things reported. It's just that it's not that big of a deal because people don't actually follow through on it, or Chorus has never followed through on it. She's also not disproving because the contract clause applies to Democratic candidates. She'd be commenting on Zoran as a Democratic candidate. Cuomo is not. Yeah, I mean, that too, but still. She's literally confirming the article, but claiming it's not that bad because of what they were told by Chorus themselves, I guess. Yeah, especially in light of the way, I don't know. I don't like this. Like the more I see people,
For examples of people who,
the more I see people like attack the Wired reporting on this, because that's what they're doing without actually saying that they're doing that. They're actually attacking Wired, but they don't want to say that they're attacking Wired magazine, so they're like attacking Taylor Lorenz. But
they're hitting the inflection point, right? You can't hurt Wired magazine. In fact, you know, you'd probably, you'd be more likely to run into a lawsuit yourself that way. So you go after Taylor Lorenz.
I like the lack of transparency coming from these guys who I have until this moment no reason to believe would be like behaving this way. It's kind of,
I don't know. I don't know if the last creator was behaving a certain way. They may legitimately believe that. Like, right? It's beneficial to believe that. They might actually, think that, oh yeah, no, it's totally cool. It's totally chill. Like they'd let me I told my friends that I was in the chorus.
Disappointing. The thing about this is that these are influencers, content creators getting paid. They identify themselves as such. They were likely paid to avoid talking about certain political subjects and may identify as liberals but are not political commentators. This is one of the many cases of people like Joe Rogan, but small TikTokers doing politics while being uninformed about liberalism and leftism and the political landscape themselves. I don't trust influencers. Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of like this, right? Here, let's flip the script. It comes out that Joe Rogan is actually getting paid by a shadowy right-wing think tank okay? Like a right-wing funding operation where, right-wing billionaires are giving a ton of money, okay? Right-wing billionaires are giving this, by the way, very likely could be the case, okay? I suspect it probably is the case, right? Let's say the Wilkes brothers, who are famous for funding PragerU, Daily Wire, and numerous other Republican organizations, like Republican media outlets that are supposed to be independent, right, is also funding Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan doesn't bill himself as like a right-winger. He actually actively says he's not a right-winger, which is really funny because, I mean, he endorsed Donald Trump and even endorsed Ron DeSantis back in the day. So what more do you need to know? But let's say a bunch of right-wing mega donors, okay, gave this exact same contract to Joe Rogan. Let's say that took place, and then this contract was outed. Do these liberals behave the same exact way? That's the question. Do they behave the same exact way? I don't think they do. I think they celebrate this reporting. They say it's investigative journalism at its finest, and they use every opportunity to on Joe Rogan by presenting that article over and over again, right? Same exact structure. There is let's say there's a middleman that is Turning Point USA or something, right? And Turning Point USA is giving a contract to Joe Rogan to that dictates like who he has as guests and all this stuff, but they don't enforce it. But they have it in the contractual, they have it in written, okay, in their obligations, in their contractual obligations, where like you have to check in with us, who your next guests are going to be, and we have some level of like editorial control. We don't enforce it, but that doesn't matter, right? It still exists in the contract, and that was outed. If that was outed, people would celebrate this piece of reporting, but a lot of liberals are not looking at it in that same way. A lot of liberals right now are going, oh, this is an independent news network that's just like simply for no reason, with no stipulations whatsoever, just choosing to fund liberal influencers, some of which are political commentators, some of which are not political commentators, but they're just like funding liberal influencers, and there's no contractual stipulations, even though there are, right? But they don't actually abide.
All right, Chad, that's about it for me. I need to get something to eat and get some sleep so I can come back to you tomorrow. Yeah, oh my God. Sorry we didn't get to cover more. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for helping get my content out for everyone. If you're watching on Twitch, I'm rating you into one of my old school favorite streamers, Zoe. You may have seen Zoe from such places as the Yogscast. So you're in for a treat. Also, if you're a Patreon, if you are a Patreon of mine, you are also likewise in for a treat. And that treat comes in the form of a fancy shout out for everybody that supports me at the $5 level or above on patreon.com/nocommentchick. You get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, Temporal Insanity, Steven Sayers, Funky Monkey, Sarah, Nadia Yvette, Moe Noape, Jules K. I said that French again. Jules K. There we go. JMB, Izzy Mandius, Infallible Fowl, Good for Gabby, Emily, French, Direful, Choky, Buffy Geek, Big Al, Animus, and a fancy shout out goes to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. With that being said, I will see you all tomorrow. I don't know. I'm guessing this is the last day of the chorus drama. But I know there's still some stuff that I left uncovered. I'll figure it all out tomorrow, chat. You might get a state of play, right? And if we do state of play, I think I'll combine it with some video gaming, right? Because state of play, I don't know. Maybe. If we do that, that'll be a bonus stream. Otherwise, state of play will be bonus content that you can vote for. And remember, that'll be like me going over like everybody in streaming and placing them where they go. Who's like friends with who's orbiting who. I'll map it all out, Pepe Sylvia style. Coming up soon. I don't know if I'll get to that tomorrow because again, it's a little bit of preparation. But either way, I will see you again tomorrow. Much love, everyone. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves and each other. I've got to get some sleep. Bye-bye.